You are listening to Irresistibly Yours, a romantic Christian women's fiction novel written by Andrea Boyd and narrated by Mike Monster AI. Craig Emerson would turn over in his grave if he could see her now. Rolling down Highway 22 toward Myrtle Beach, windows down, radio blaring a classic rock station, the wind blowing through her short hair, with a 3-inch wedge sandal pressing down on the accelerator. No one, not even his wife, ever drove his orange and black, 1970 Plymouth GTX. Craig, are you seeing this? Vivian had been talking to her husband this way ever since his death almost a year ago. After this weekend, she decided these little talks would come to an end. There had been plenty of things for her to get off her chest, things she had wanted to say while he was alive, but he would never listen. So many times in the past year, she would go out to the garage, sit in Craig's car, and pour her heart out. Sometimes she would talk quietly while tears streamed down her face, and other times she would yell. But this was the first time she'd actually driven his car. So far, her one-sided conversations on this trip had been backed with laughter. This trip to the beach would be her last act of letting go. She was ready. Vivian smiled at her reflection in the rearview mirror as she ran her fingers through her dark brown hair. Craig had wanted her to keep it long, and she had. At her first stop for a bathroom break, she had tried to brush through the long, tangled mess thanks to driving with the windows down. As the brush snagged another knot, she decided right then it was time for a change. A search for the nearest hair salon on her cell phone's GPS landed her in front of the cut and curl. After everyone oohed and awed over the GTX and she finally sat in the angled chair, Vivian told the stylist that she didn't care how it was cut, as long as it was shorter and easier to manage. Less than an hour later, she'd emerged with a slightly longer version of a pixie cut. The style suited her, and it definitely showed off her eyes. Why hadn't she done this years ago? She headed back out on the road feeling light and carefree. She crossed over Highway 17 and carefully turned into Walmart's parking lot. The muscles in her upper arms tightened in response to the lack of power steering. No wonder people had been in better shape back when this car was made. As she searched for a spot closer to the door, she started making a mental list of things she needed to purchase to get her through the next 4 days. Her ankle twisted a little with her first step toward the store. Vivian had not worn heels in over 20 years, because Craig had only been an inch taller than her. She was determined to get used to wearing them again. In fact, she'd bought herself a whole new wardrobe last weekend. Gone was the drab clothing that now hung loose from her frame due to the 35 pounds she had lost in the last year. No diet or exercise had been necessary. The junk food Craig loved so much was no more. Plus, she had lost her appetite for a while right after his death. Vivian tugged the bottom of her orange sweater down in the back. It was a warm day for mid-March, but the wind whipping through the open windows of the GTX had still been cool. She was extra thankful for the layers of clothing when the air-conditioned breeze greeted her as the automatic doors slid open. In less than 15 minutes, she was headed back out into the warmth of the sun. After loading her groceries into the trunk with the rest of her stuff, she carefully made her way through the parking lot in the tank-light car. Thankfully, there was a stoplight that would make it easier for her to get back onto the busy highway. The light was red and she had almost come to a complete stop when the brake pedal suddenly dropped to the floor. The car rolled past the line until the front end completely blocked the first lane of the road in front of her. She gripped the steering wheel and her whole body tightened as she prepared for impact. Her head jerked to the left at the sound of screeching tires and a blaring horn. A huge burgundy Suburban stopped just a few feet from her, close enough for her to see the scowl on the face of its curly-haired driver. Vivian looked in her rearview mirror. A man stepped out of the car behind her and walked toward her. Fear coursed through her. The urge to roll the window up before the stranger got there was strong. But that would be silly. He wouldn't harm her with so many witnesses. Another horn blared as the angry woman in the Suburban finally moved around her, tires squalling once she got past the nose of the GTX. What's the problem? Vivian jumped at the sound of the man's voice, but the tension in her shoulders eased when she looked up into his smiling face. The brakes won't work. The pedal went down to the floor. Have you got it in park? Why did she feel like she'd done something wrong? I didn't want it to roll any further. That's good. Do me a favor and pump the pedal a few times. Does it feel like you have brakes now? The pedal didn't go down all the way this time, but it felt softer than usual, like it would give with enough pressure. It's better than before, but it still doesn't feel right. They should work well enough for you to get off the road. I'll back up so you can. Okay, thanks. She watched in the rearview mirror as his car backed up a good distance away from her before she put the car in reverse. As soon as the road in front of her was clear, her helper moved around the GTX and left the parking lot. He didn't even look back as he passed by. The only person he'd been trying to help was himself. What now? She needed a wrecker but had no idea who to call. Craig had always been the one to take care of things like this, and before him, her father had done it. According to them, a mechanic couldn't wait to see a woman come into his shop because he could charge whatever he wanted, and she would be none the wiser. A car pulled up behind her and blew the horn. She hunted around on the steering column until she found the switch for the emergency blinkers and then waved the car to go around her. She was alone now. Craig was gone, and her parents were in Colorado. She didn't even have a son she could call on. There was nothing left to do but handle this the best way she knew how. Vivian slipped her phone from her pocket and began scrolling through her options on Google.
Beau would have noticed the GTX even if he wasn't looking for it. When it came to classic cars, this model was one of his favorites. Plus, it was partially blocking the exit to the parking lot. Cars honked as they tried to maneuver around the nuisance. The lady had said it was still drivable, so why hadn't she moved it out of the way? He parked the rollback in a clear row near the edge of the lot. He walked over to the car, admiring the black stripe against the orange paint as he approached the driver's door. Orange wasn't his favorite, but it was a good color for this particular model. Solid black would work too. Alarm shot through him when he got to the driver's window. The woman inside had her face buried in her hands. Her shoulders were shaking, and as he leaned down, her soft sobs reached his ears through the open gap at the top of the window. "Ma'am." She jerked up, looking his way. "I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Beau Manning from Manning's Garage. You called for a wrecker. I'm here to pick you up." He paused. "Is everything okay?" "Yes." Her breath shuddered as she let out another sob. She swiped away mascara-stained tears that were quickly replaced with more. Had she been attacked? Surely not out here in the open. His protective instincts kicked into high gear. He opened the car door and squatted down closer to her. He tentatively touched her shoulder, and when she didn't jerk away, he stroked her arm in what he hoped was a soothing sort of way. "Tell me what happened." She turned and leaned toward him. "The car broke down, my husband is dead, and I have no one. There's no one who can help me, and I'm alone." Heart-wrenching sobs separated each word. All it took was slight pressure on her arm and she leaned closer and placed her head on his shoulder. He patted and rubbed circles on her back while she cried. It had been a while since a woman cried in his arms. "It's going to be all right. I know what you're going through. Trust me, it might not seem like it right now, but everything is going to be okay." It didn't take long for her to pull away. Using the bottom corner of her sweater, she began drying her face. "I'm sorry. I don't usually go on like this, and especially with a stranger." Beau wished he had a handkerchief to give her, but even if he had one, it would probably be covered in grease. "Don't worry about it. Believe it or not, I've been right where you are. I lost my wife 14 years ago. I still remember how it feels, but I promise you, it does get better." Someone in a green VW pulled up behind the GTX and blew the horn. While he'd held her, he had watched as every other driver redirected themselves to the other exit. Why did some people want to be difficult on purpose? He looked back at the woman next to him. What was her name again? She had told him over the phone. For the first time since he arrived, she looked directly at him. Jade green eyes that were only made brighter by the tears peered back at him, still beautiful even red-rimmed and devoid of makeup. A tingling sensation ran down his arms. A feeling of possession that he'd only experienced once in his lifetime came over him, like this woman belonged to him. This is crazy, he thought. He stood and glanced toward the back of the car to see if the VW had found another way out. Anything to break contact. Vivian. That was it, Vivian Emerson. The name came to him just like that. He leaned down just enough to look at her again. Vivian, could you scoot over to the passenger's side so I can move the car? He pointed to the edge of the parking lot. My rollback is right there. I'm going to drive over to it. You did say it runs, right? She looked over her shoulder and then back up to him. Going is not the problem, stopping is what you have to worry about. She scooted across toward the passenger's side as she spoke. Beau sat down behind the wheel and pressed the brake pedal. With enough pressure, it would go all the way to the floor, but the brakes would work well enough to get him to the rollback. He turned the key, and the beast rumbled to life. Nothing else had quite the feel of a Plymouth. He would love to get this thing out on an open road and see what it would do. There was nothing behind them now. Everyone seemed to have finally gotten the message not to come this way. He backed into the parking lot and lined the GTX up with the back of the rollback, leaving enough room to tilt and slide the bed out in front of it. Is there anything you need to get out of the car before I load it up? Vivian glanced into the empty back seat. I don't guess so. There are groceries in the trunk that were frozen, but they've probably already begun to thaw by now. You know what, I'm not even worried about them. She took a deep breath and let it out with a huff. Sorry, I'm rambling. I don't need anything except my purse. He pointed ahead of them. You can sit in the rollback while I load up. Maybe some air conditioning might help you feel a little better. Can you believe this kind of heat in the middle of March? She only shook her head as she opened the door and got out. Beau ran ahead to unlock the doors and crank it up, making sure the air was on. After loading the car and strapping it down, he knocked on her window, and waited for her to open it. I'm going to run into Walmart to grab something to drink. You want a Coke or Pepsi or something? Pepsi would be good. With cherry if they have it. She reached for her purse. He held his hand up. No, I've got it. I'll be right back. The tears had stopped, but she still looked weary. Hopefully the sugar and caffeine would help. He wondered what had happened to her husband and how long ago it had been, but knew better than to ask. He looked over his shoulder at the woman one last time before heading into the store. What could he do to ease her pain right now?
Vivian watched as the wrecker driver walked across the parking lot toward the store's entrance. This whole trip had left her feeling weary, and it was only the first day. She'd worked herself into a sobbing mess. Waiting for the wrecker to show up had given her too much time to think about how alone she really was. After everything Craig had put her through, she never once thought she'd fall apart just because he wasn't here to take the car to the garage. Good grief. Maybe there was some part of Craig that deserved to be missed. Hadn't they had a good marriage for the first 10 years at least? Why had he gone and ruined everything? And if she was going to shed any more tears over him, did she have to do it in front of a complete stranger? He was a big man, Beau. That was his name, wasn't it? She could still feel his arms around her. Even though she'd made a fool of herself, him holding her while rubbing circles on her back had been oddly comforting. She shook her head. Crying in the arms of a man she didn't know, did she have no self-control at all? He probably thought she'd been flirting, crying on his shoulder in hopes that he would feel connected to her. Isn't that what some women did? She had no idea. Craig was the only man she'd ever dated. If that mechanic thought it had been a ploy on her part, he couldn't be further from the truth. Vivian took the chance to study his features as he walked back toward the truck. She wasn't the least bit interested, but she had to admit, he was a good-looking man. Tall, and he looked muscular under the charcoal gray uniform. His salt and pepper hair was thick and wavy, probably making him the envy of half of the men his age. Her sister, Izzy, would have already used the situation to gain another boyfriend, at least until her car was fixed. On second thought, he seemed too carefree and wholesome for her sister. He could have taken advantage of her, but he had been the perfect gentleman so far. That didn't mean he wouldn't still try something. But then, she was no Izzy. Conviction came in swift and hard. Vivian wasn't usually so hard on her sister. How could she judge Izzy's life when her own had been in such a mess? Beau got in behind the wheel of the rollback and offered her a cherry Pepsi. She held it between her knees and reached for her purse so she could dig out a bottle of Tylenol. She popped a couple of pills into her mouth and took the first cool sip of the soft drink to wash them down. "You've got a headache?" She nodded. "Yes. I'm sure this will help." "Thanks." "I'm sure it will. You know, I was thinking that maybe we could drop off your groceries before I take the car to the shop. They should still be okay at this point. The trunks on these big cars are surprisingly well insulated." She stared at him for a moment while every worst-case scenario played through her head of what could happen once they got to the beach house. Of course, he probably picked cars up from people's houses all the time. After all, he had a business and a reputation to uphold. She'd read the reviews online before calling, most of them were good. "The house is in Walden Beach. Is that too far out of the way?" "Not a problem at all." "What's the address?" 5802, Ocean Boulevard. "Oh yeah? I know exactly where that is. I live a couple of houses down from there. That must be the two-story duplex that belonged to Miss Addie Sanders. She was a sweet older lady who used to go to my church. I think her daughter owns it now, or at least that's the last account I had." "How long are you staying?" "Until Sunday." She was glad he had ended his speech with a question that had nothing to do with her grandma Addie. She'd inherited the property over 8 years ago, but she didn't want to talk about it right now. "So, you're here for a long weekend. When I first found out I was picking up a GTX, I thought maybe you were here for Run to the Sun, but I'm guessing not." Myrtle Beach's Run to the Sun car show was held every year in March. Apparently, it was a big deal, though Vivian had never heard of it until a couple of weeks ago. She hoped to sell the GTX, and a friend of Izzy's suggested she bring it here. It probably could have been sold online, but this seemed like a perfect excuse to get away for the weekend. Seems it turned out to be a bad plan after all. "Actually, I am here for the show. I'm hoping to sell the car. You wouldn't happen to know of anyone who'd be interested, would you?" He looked at her and then back toward the road several times. "You're selling it?" "Yes, what do I need with an old car?" He didn't say anything at first as he stared straight ahead. "I can't think of anyone, but if I do, I'll let you know." "Thanks." The roads became less crowded the closer they got to Walden Beach. It was just a short strip of sand between Cherry Grove and the North Carolina border, but being a military brat, it was the closest thing to a childhood home Vivian had. She and Izzy had spent every summer here with Grandma Addie before Vivian went off to college. The truck slowed in front of the gray two-story house. Like she did every visit, Vivian took a quick inventory of the front of the duplex, checking for any needed repairs. All the trim had gotten a fresh coat of white paint since her last visit. She'd hired an agent to manage the property and was pleased to see it was being well maintained. "Top or bottom floor?" "Top." Beau pulled the truck into one of the spots beside the house reserved for the occupants of the top half. Unlike the usual side-by-side models, each floor of this duplex was a separate beach house, complete with living areas, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Vivian always stayed in the top level. Sure, there were more stairs to contend with, but the view was worth it. The bottom half stood empty for the moment but was scheduled to be occupied by the next day. She grabbed her purse and stepped out of the truck. The sight of the ocean and the scent of briny air brought back so many memories. She and Izzy on beach towels slathering on baby oil mixed with iodine and spritzing their hair with sun-in, spending vacations with her friends and family, and quiet weekends with just her and her daughter, Amy, and the best part, hardly any of those memories involved Craig. He had hated the beach. Beau climbed up onto the back of the rollback and pulled her keyring out of his pocket. "You have to put the keys in upside down." The last part of her statement seemed to die in her throat. He had probably worked on plenty of these cars before. Just because she wasn't used to the way these keys worked, didn't mean he didn't know what to do. He got the trunk opened and gathered all the grocery bags up in one hand and bent to hand them to her. "Just set them on the ground, and I'll send down the rest. I thought we were only getting the groceries. Might as well get all of it now, so I can carry them up for you. You've already taken enough of a beating today. It's the least I can do." She wanted to protest and tell him he didn't have to, but truthfully, she felt like her energy was spent for the rest of the day. After everything had been unloaded, he shut the trunk and hopped down from the back of the flatbed. She reached for the handle of her suitcase the same time Beau did. His large, calloused hand covered hers, stealing her breath. She looked up into chocolate brown eyes framed by thick, black lashes. A small voice in her head told her to let go, to step away, and to look toward the ocean instead of him. Either she was too tired or too weary to listen, because her body remained frozen. She took in the little details of his appearance. Skin that had been naturally tanned by the sun, a cleft in his strong chin just below a full set of lips, and broad shoulders with muscular arms that had made her feel secure. Her gaze dropped as she slid her hand from beneath his and backed away. She let out a shaky breath, praying he hadn't noticed her perusal. She could appreciate his handsome features, but it would never go further than that. She had found contentment in being single and planned to keep it that way. Beau handed her the computer case and beach bag before gathering the grocery bags with one hand and her suitcase with the other. Vivian started up the stairs without looking back. At the top, she fumbled with the keys before finding the right one to open the door. A flip of the switch just inside brought light to the soothing blue and white decor in the living area. The inside looked neat and clean, just how it should be. Everything from the muted tan carpet to the driftwood light fixture hanging from the living room ceiling reflected the sea in view through the oversized windows covering the back wall. Her biggest hope for this place was that her guests would feel the same type of relaxing peace as she did with every visit. Beau placed the groceries on the counter, which separated the kitchen from the living room. He held up the suitcase. "Where do you want this?" She almost told him to set it right there on the floor, but it seemed rude after everything else he had done for her. "The master bedroom is the last one down the hall. You can set it in there, if you would. I appreciate you doing this for me. I know you didn't have to." "Hey, what are neighbors for? It's really not a problem." He moved on past her and down the hallway. Vivian placed her computer and beach bag on the desk in the living room. Normally, they would go in the bedroom too, but she wasn't going back while he was there. He returned to the living room in less time than it took her to bump the thermostat until the air came on. He touched her arm and her insides jumped. "I was thinking. It doesn't make sense for you to sit around at the garage while your car is being fixed. You must be tired after a day like today. Why don't you stay here and rest, and I'll bring your car home when it's done." She didn't feel comfortable with him coming back here later. Although he had done nothing wrong up until now, what if he was waiting for the job to be done to hit her up for a date or something? On the other hand, she really was tired and had no desire to spend time sitting around at a garage. Vivian nodded her head. "Okay." She glanced up at him and then away. "I mean, that would be nice. Thank you." She no longer worried about him overcharging her for his services. Whatever the bill came to, it would be worth it. It had been a long time since she'd felt taken care of by a man or anyone else. And he had never once done anything that made her feel uncomfortable, or gave the impression that he expected something besides money for pay. Beau Manning seemed like a man from her grandma's time, not like most men of today. Nothing at all like Craig. After he left, She stuffed the frozen dinners in the freezer and stored the milk in the fridge. Then she went back to her room, kicked her shoes off, and climbed into bed. Maybe there would be enough time for a nap before he got back with her car. Who was she kidding? She'd never been able to sleep in the middle of the day. No matter how tired or weary she was, even knowing it would help rid her of the pounding in her head, as soon as her head hit the pillow, her thoughts kicked into high gear. Dear Lord, something needs to change. I feel like I've just been going through the motions, only trying to muddle through the mess Craig left behind and nothing more. I don't have to tell you, but that is no way to live. I know you have a plan for my life. I'm ready to move past this. Please show me how. Guide me in the direction you'd have me to go. Amen. She took in a soothing breath as the tension drained from her body, tension that had been there seemingly for years.
Papa. What is it, Hot Rod? The tow-headed toddler in Beau's lap pointed over the porch railing toward the ocean in the distance while jabbering. Timmons loved the beach. They had spent an hour or so building sandcastles this afternoon, or rather, Beau built them, and his grandson had the pleasure of destroying them. Yeah, buddy, I had fun too. Timmons leaned back against his chest, seemingly satisfied with his papa's response. The sky had begun to darken and shadows from the neighborhood pushed out toward the ocean. The gentle sound of the low tide made for a sleep-inducing lullaby. It was getting late. He should probably take the boy inside for a bath before bedtime, but he wanted to enjoy the peacefulness a little longer. The only thing that would make this moment better would be Patricia sitting next to him. His wife had opened her heart and their home to so many people while she lived. She'd been the best wife any man could ask for and a loving mother to their son. He could only imagine how she would have been with their grandson. Ovarian cancer had taken her away from him. By the time they realized she had it, it was too late to fight. She'd lived only 7 weeks after receiving the diagnosis. He had thought it was the worst 7 weeks of his life. Until afterward. The next couple of months after her death had nearly destroyed him. He often fantasized about how different things would be if she still lived. What would she think of him now? What would she think of their son? Gabe had never given him a moment's trouble, but now he lived with a woman he wasn't married to. He had been 12 years old at the time of Patricia's death, right on the cusp of manhood. Would his choices have been different with her gentle guidance? The what-ifs could drive a man crazy. Bath time, Timmy. The boy yawned, mumbling something even more inarticulate than usual. Beau would be lucky if he didn't fall asleep during the bath. At least once a month, Gabe and Nicole went out for date night, while he and Timmons had playtime. The toddler seemed to find a second gear as he soaked his papa in bath water, but he was half asleep before his Spider-Man pajamas were fully on. Beau kissed his forehead as he placed him in the pack-and-play in the corner of the living room. After working all day, chasing around behind a toddler all evening, and then a shower hot enough to ease the tension in his muscles, he was ready for sleep earlier than usual. He checked on Timmons one more time and then climbed between the sheets of his own bed. Beau barely made it through his Bible study that night. Lately, he'd begun feeling every one of his 48 years. As soon as his body relaxed, thoughts of Patricia crowded in, stealing his sleep. He reached across to her side of the bed, grabbed the pillow, and hugged it to him. Her scent along with its memory had faded long ago. He tried to remember what it felt like to have her here in his bed, wrapped in his arms. He should have paid closer attention, savored every moment they were together, making sure every detail was etched in his mind. Another woman invaded his thoughts. One with haunting, jade-colored eyes. Vivian Emerson had woven in and out of his thoughts for the last couple of days. Why had God brought her into his life? Beau hadn't even been tempted to date in the past 14 years. Why would God send someone who not only lived out of town, but she was still hung up on her deceased husband? Maybe they had met purely for her sake. She had needed a friend in that moment. Someone who wouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. Someone who understood what it was like to lose a spouse. His memories of Patricia may be fuzzy, but the pain of living without her wasn't. He thought he would lose his mind those first couple of years. Turning away from God during that time hadn't helped. His moment of rebellion hadn't done Gabe any favors either. By the time Beau finally fell on his knees in repentance, his son was well past his formative years. Gabe was 26 years old now. He claimed to be a Christian, but it was hard to tell sometimes. Beau fell asleep somewhere between praying for his family, and asking God to take away these feelings for a woman who would be leaving the area tomorrow, probably to never be seen here again. Timmons banged away on small pots and lids in the corner of the kitchen while Beau put the finishing touches on Sunday's dinner. After he spread a thick layer of garlic-infused butter on the French bread, he started pulling out the vegetables he had chopped that morning for the salad. He liked waiting until right before serving time to assemble everything to keep the lettuce from wilting under the weight of the other ingredients. The sound of the front door opening and closing alerted Beau that it was time to finish things up. He slid the pan of bread into the oven and turned the burner up to high to bring the water for the pasta back up to boiling. "Hi, Pops." Nicole plopped a plastic grocery bag down on the counter and kept walking until she got to her son. She scooped Timmons up and kissed his cheek. "Hey, Nicole." Beau peeked at the store-bought pound cake. He had offered to teach her how to cook, but she wasn't interested. He looked up at the sound of Timon's exuberant giggling as his mom blew raspberries on his belly. Despite her lack of culinary skills, she couldn't be faulted in her care of her son. Gabe stood on the other side of the counter from where Beau worked on the salad. "Smells good in here. What are we having?" "Spaghetti with meatballs." He nodded toward the crock-pot. The sauce and meatballs had been going since early that morning. "I hope it won't be long. I'm starving." Gabe pulled out plates and utensils, setting them up at the bar and then started on the drinks. When it was just the four of them, they ate in the kitchen. Beau dumped pasta into the boiling water and gave it a stir. "How was church this morning?" He resisted the urge to cringe at the word church. He didn't consider the gatherings the kids attended to be a true church. They met out on the beach unless the weather was bad, in which case they may be found meeting in someone's house or even the back room of a bar. Gabe looked up through his lashes with an almost smile as color crept into his cheeks. "We didn't make it. Slept in." "Figures." He couldn't help but worry about his family. He just hoped the two of them got their act together before Timmons was old enough to be influenced by their ungodly lifestyle. Time to stop this line of thinking. Gabe had accused him of being judgmental on more than one occasion. Who was he to judge anyway? God knew better than he did how to influence the couple. He sent up a quick prayer as he finished with the salad. Nicole walked over with the baby on her hip. She smiled at Beau. "My Aunt Trudy's in town." He looked over at her as he shook the mason jar full of homemade salad dressing to mix the ingredients. "You should have invited her to come eat with us." "Really? I've said it before. You're more than welcome to invite whomever you want. Just give me a heads up so I'll know to make plenty." Gabe snickered. "As if you don't always make enough to feed an army." Beau ignored the remark. He liked to cook, and the leftovers never went to waste. The guys at the shop would make sure of that. If he stopped bringing in his leftovers for them to eat, they'd probably stage a protest. Nicole strapped Timmons into the high chair. "Oh, Aunt Trudy would love an invitation to come here. She has a huge crush on you. Don't I know it?" She had made that obvious on more than one occasion. The woman wasn't at all shy about her feelings. She couldn't keep her hands off him. Sure, it made for an uncomfortable situation, but he would endure it for the sake of his family. And even though Nicole wasn't married to his son, Beau still considered her family. Gabe bit into a slice of carrot he had nabbed from the salad bowl as he winked at his dad. "She's barking up the wrong tree. Dad's a confirmed bachelor." Was he? He wouldn't have even questioned it before Vivian showed up. Thinking about her was pointless when he would never have her. She had probably already packed up and headed home by now, wherever that was. He'd not gotten her address or phone number since she had never come into the shop. He couldn't have Vivian, but maybe it was time to give thought to dating again. Not that he'd ever consider someone like Aunt Trudy. He glanced up at Gabe. What would his son say if he found out that his assessment of his dad's perpetual singleness might come to an end?
Craig's GTX had sold on the first day of the show. Hallelujah. The money was transferred into her account, and Vivian happily handed over the keys. Another burden gone. She would transfer the money into a special account when she got back home. If anyone found out what she had planned for the money, they'd call her crazy. But that was her business. She no longer had to answer to anyone besides God. The rental company had brought a car right to her, and she was free for the rest of the weekend. She felt like celebrating. Dinner and a movie seemed to be in order. After arriving back at the beach house, she showered and slipped into the one sundress she had brought with her. Nothing felt quite like wearing a new outfit for the first time. Her wardrobe had been purposely coordinated for this trip so there would be less to pack and carry. Her orange sweater matched perfectly and would come in handy later when the air turned cooler. She tossed it across the bed to take with her. More than once, she had considered leaving clothes here at the beach house. Due to the recent weight loss, whatever she would have left behind would be useless now anyway. She left the house in an exuberant mood, heading for her favorite steakhouse. Such a big difference from how she felt a couple of days ago while broken down in Walmart's parking lot. She entered the restaurant with a spring in her step. The waitress took her order, brought her drink, and then Vivian looked around at the other patrons. A family at the table next to her was celebrating a birthday. Smiles on all their faces. 2 other tables near her held couples. The older set of the 2 couples sat across from each other, the man holding his fork across the table for his mate to take a bite. The younger set shared a booth bench, leaning in close, talking as they waited for their food to arrive. A group of friends sat at the bar across the room, cheers ringing out over whatever was happening on the TV screen in front of them. A feeling of despondency washed over her. I'm not lonely. I'm restless was the only way she knew to describe what she felt. She had been alone for a while now. Loneliness still crept in every once in a while, but this wasn't it. Life had changed drastically with the death of her husband, but for some unnameable reason, it felt like she was on a precipice of another major shifting of her life. Lord, please don't let it be as painful as the last one. Vivian had planned to spend that Saturday doing all the things that tourists did when visiting the beach, laying out in the sun next to the ocean, shopping, sightseeing, but God had other plans. She woke up that morning with a new book idea brewing in her head and went to work, hammering out the details. An exciting prospect, because she hadn't written anything since before Craig's death. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. She wrote. Blair looked up through her dark lashes at the young mechanic, a coy smile lifting the corners of her lips. A little flirting wouldn't hurt. It might be just the thing to lower her bill to a more reasonable amount. She didn't want to have to go to her daddy again for help in paying the bills. Placing her hand on his forearm caused an unexpected thrill as hard muscles rippled beneath her palm. What did you say your name is? He pointed to the name patch on his gray uniform. Tyler. Judging by the one raised eyebrow, lack of smile on his lips, and the dry tone of his voice, he was not the least bit impressed with her efforts. Vivian looked up from her computer and stared out through the picture window at the view of the ocean. This was unlike anything she had ever written before. Maybe this was the foreshadowed change she had been expecting. Such a change would not come easy. 3 series with a total of 12 books were accredited to her name, all of them historical. Publishers frowned upon the switching of genres. And what about her readers? Would they accept this alteration? Some of them wouldn't. Then again, new readers would show up if the book was a good one. Based on her prior success, there was no reason to believe she couldn't put out another book that would be well received. Vivian wasn't under contract right now for another book. Thank God, She had finished up the last one right before becoming a widow. There had been no pressure from the publishing company for another series. Her friend, Becca, believed they were giving her time to grieve, but Vivian had to wonder if she was being ignored because of the stigma surrounding Craig's death. The media had not connected his story with her pen name. She hoped they never would. Thankfully, the incident was old news now. A deep breath and helped to settle her worry. If God was giving her this story, she would write it. Even if it was never published, he would use it in some way. She had no doubt about that. She looked back down at the screen on her laptop and the word mechanic seemed to jump out at her. A smile lit her face. When the story had first begun pouring out of her this morning, she hadn't thought about where the inspiration came from. It was obvious that Beau Manning was her muse for this character. She pictured the Tyler in this story as a younger version of the mechanic who had helped her. It was no wonder. He had shown himself to be a real-life hero. Why shouldn't he be the inspiration for a fictional one? What would he think if he knew? There was no worry of him figuring out that she was idolizing him in a book. Even if the story was to be published, he didn't seem like the type to be caught reading it. If he even was a reader, she pictured him as one who would prefer nonfiction, or maybe stories about war, if fiction was his choice. She picked up her pen and wrote a few lines in her notebook about the kind of man she imagined Beau Tyler to be. For the last 8 years since her grandma's death, Vivian didn't leave the beach without stopping by the old house where she and Izzy had spent so many glorious summers. She loved the fact that the beach house she inherited came with an ocean view and that it had helped in providing her with financial independence. But sometimes she wished she had gotten Grandma Addie's old place instead of her sister. It wouldn't have hurt so bad to see the beach house sold as it had when Izzy had gotten rid of Grandma's home where so many good memories had been made. Even before she came to a stop across the street from the house, a shockwave flashed through her chest, and her heart broke at the sight of the drastic change the place had undergone since she saw it last. For all of her life, the house had been gray with black trim. At her last visit, it had definitely needed a new coat of paint, but the royal blue staring back at her was alarming in comparison. The small trim around the windows was still white, but the black shutters had been completely removed. The tiny stoop had been replaced with a true porch, complete with columns and a roof. Tears streamed down her face as her gaze swept around the yard, taking in the new landscape. Even though it all made for a radical improvement to the property, she couldn't help but be saddened by the change. It no longer felt like home to her. And why should it? Grandma Addie didn't live here anymore. Her presence in this house had been what made it a home, not the appearance of the place. Vivian leaned back into her seat and gripped the steering wheel, no longer seeing what was in front of her. She thought about her own house back in Shiloh. She had made a home there for her family, but now it was only her. Was it still a home with no one there to care for?
Beau steadied the gas tank on the 1990 Harley-Davidson Fat Boy while Gabe worked a wrench below. The Fat Boy made its debut in 1990. It had been his son's dream bike since the first time he saw one. He'd been looking for a fixer-upper for a while now, and this one was in about as bad a shape as could be found without making a trip to the junkyard. Beau was just happy to be included in the restoration. Spending time with his son never got old. Is it loose yet? Yeah, Dad, I think that should do it. Beau carefully lifted the tank from the frame and placed it on the workbench beside him. He rubbed the back of his arm across his forehead. He enjoyed working in the shop with his son, but times like this with the garage empty except for the two of them, working on one of their own projects together, that was the best. A cooling breeze blew in from the open bay door at the back of the shop. They were a couple of blocks from the ocean, still close enough to make the night air smell briny. Gabe inspected the frame of the bike. I can't believe someone painted the whole thing black, and with a can of spray paint at that. Every bit of it is going to have to be stripped. Originally, the Fat Boy only came in silver, with a powder-coated silver frame, and a small amount of yellow trim on the cylinder heads. Beau watched as Gabe shook his head in disgust. In the long run, he knew Gabe would be glad he had to strip the bike. That way he would know that every part had been done right. Plus, the feeling of possession was different when you did all the work yourself versus paying someone else to do it or buying one already restored. Say you found it on Craigslist. How do you know it isn't stolen? Gabe looked at him with his brows raised. I had the serial number checked out before I bought it. Beau hadn't meant to treat him like a child, but things were so different from when he was Gabe's age. It was hard for him not to want to protect his son. He took a swallow from his tumbler of sweet tea and watched for a few minutes as Gabe went back to dismantling parts from the bike. What would you think if I started dating? Beau watched carefully for Gabe's reaction. He had been trying to come up with a smooth way to bring up the subject but couldn't think of anything. Gabe grinned up at him from where he sat on the short work stool. Why, did you have someone in mind already? The sparkle in his eyes and the smear of grease across his cheek gave Beau a brief glimpse of Gabe as a small boy, helping his daddy in the shop. Things sure had taken a funny turn. He never thought he'd be the one nervously asking his son for permission to start dating. He shook his head at the thought. No, I don't have anyone in mind. I just wondered what you thought of the idea. They have a dating site for old people, maybe I'll let you sign me up for that. He laughed, trying to make light of the situation. He hadn't dated anyone since Patricia. In fact, he had never dated before her either. Beau could blame his lack of courtship experience on many things, but the truth was no woman had ever lit a spark in him like his wife had. Until now. I didn't see that coming. Did Aunt Trudy finally break you down and talk you into dating again? He smiled up at Beau, still making light of the question of his dad dating again. Or wait a minute, this wouldn't have anything to do with GTX, would it? Gabe went back to turning the wrench. He'd been cracking jokes and calling Vivian GTX ever since Beau spent half a day looking after her and taking special care of her car, and on a day when they'd been swamped with business. The image of a pair of long legs, dark windswept hair, jade green eyes, and the feel of her in his arms immediately popped into Beau's head at the word GTX. His wanting to date again had everything to do with her, but saying so seemed useless. She was only a tourist, one he would probably never have the opportunity to see again. If he did happen to run into her, it could be years from now. No telling how often she returned to the beach, and who could say that it would always be Walden Beach. Son, what would be the use of putting all my hopes on a tourist? I wouldn't even know how to get in touch with her. I just thought, well, you're all grown up with a kid of your own. Can you think of any reason why I shouldn't date? Gabe stopped working and studied Beau's face with his brows drawn together. Why haven't you dated before now? Was it because of me? Beau slipped his hands into the pockets of his gray uniform pants and looked back down at the bike. No, not really. I know it isn't popular these days, but your mama is the only woman I ever loved. She's the only one I've ever been with. I've had no desire for a meaningless relationship. I still don't. It's just, well, I thought it might be nice to find someone to spend my old age with, if that makes any sense. He picked up a wrench and started removing the bolts that held on the back fender of the bike. He could see the color creeping up the side of his son's face. Gabe seemed to be settled down to just Nicole for a while now, but before that there had been many lectures about him hopping from one woman to the next. Beau hadn't meant for this to be an in-your-face discussion. He didn't really need his son's permission to date, but it would be nice to know that he was okay with it. Mom died 14 years ago. I honestly don't know why you haven't dated before now. I love my son, but I think I'd go crazy if I only had Timmons, and no one else. They worked together in silence for a few minutes. Where would he go from here? Just because Beau suddenly noticed Vivian, that didn't mean he could just start dating the next woman who came along showing an interest in him. If that was the case, he wouldn't have ended up with Patricia. And despite the fact that she'd allowed him to hold her in his arms, that didn't mean Vivian had shown interest either. He needed to stop thinking about her. Vivian Emerson wasn't even a possibility. Gabe cleared his throat. When I asked if you hadn't dated because of me, you said not really. Did that mean it was partially because of me? Beau looked up from where he was squatted down beside the bike into his son's lighter brown eyes, the ones he had inherited from his mom. He looked so much like her, except for the tattoos covering his skin. Not for the first time, he wondered how differently Gabe's life would have turned out had Patricia lived. Honestly, the first couple of years after I lost your mom, I couldn't get past my grief. Then it was like I woke up one day and realized I had a teenager. I don't think I could have handled you and a new relationship at the same time, but I'm not blaming you, if that's what you think. Dad, I know I gave you a lot of grief during that time, but I've been an adult for a while now. I'm happy you're ready to date, but that still doesn't answer why you haven't before. I just wasn't interested. In women? Come on. Beau stopped what he was doing and looked right at Gabe, waiting until he was sure of his attention before speaking. Trust me, I am all man, but I'm a one-woman kind of man. He picked up a wrench and went back to work. I can't explain it, but when I met your mom, it was love at first sight for me. I just knew she was the one, and I didn't stop until she agreed with me. I haven't felt that way since, until now. You're talking about the woman with the GTX, aren't you? He only nodded in answer. Gabe shook his head and let out a breath that almost sounded like a laugh. I knew it. You've been moping around here ever since you met her. If you feel that way, then you need to find her. We can look her up on the internet. I'll help. Do you know what her name is? I mean, besides GTX. One side of his lips lifted in a half grin. Beau decided to ignore that question. This is different than with your mom. Patricia and I were both young without a care in the world. And we both lived in the same town. This woman is a tourist who recently lost her husband. I can't compete with that. She could be your second chance at love, and you're going to just let her go. What if God is telling you she's the one? You need to find her. Son, if God put her in my path for that reason, don't you think he will work it out?
Vivian opened another drawer, rummaging through its contents, to see if there was anything worth keeping. Since her return from the beach, she had been spending all her free time on downsizing. Truly, she had been getting rid of a little here and there over the last year, but now her efforts were more focused. She glanced up and did a double take when she saw her reflection in the mirror attached to her dresser. Every time she caught a glimpse of herself with this short hairdo, it was like looking at a stranger. She reached up and fluffed her bangs. She decided that she did love it this way, but there had been a moment where she had sat staring at her reflection in the rearview mirror of Craig's car, wondering what she'd been thinking. That whole breakdown puzzled her. For the first time since Craig's death, she had actually missed the good parts of him. He used to take care of her car, not just the mechanical stuff. Once a month, he would take it to Audiobook for a good cleaning. Once a week, he would fill it up with gas. He had taken care of all the maintenance of the house and yard. She never had to nag Craig to get him to do what he thought of as his responsibility. And more importantly, despite his failure as a husband, he had always been a good father. These were the thoughts rolling through her head when Beau showed up in his white rollback, like a knight in shining armor, and took care of everything. She probably hadn't thanked him enough. Surely God had sent him. There was no way of knowing, but she was pretty sure he hadn't charged her enough for his services. Maybe she could send him a gift card or a fruit basket as a thank you. Was that an appropriate gift for a mechanic? She dumped the contents of the drawer she'd been working on into the already full garbage bag on the floor in front of her. A hat fell out and she stuffed it down into the bag. She tied a knot in the top and carried it into the den, placing it with the others headed out to Goodwill in the morning. She paused as she heard familiar voices out on the porch. Izzy and Becca had arrived. After opening the front door, she welcomed them in. They were as unlikely a grouping as there ever was. Both 6 years younger than Vivian, the other two had been best friends all through school. Becca was full-figured, only wore dresses, and never cut her long brown hair. Izzy was reed thin with bleached hair and a provocative look about her. As far as appearances went, Vivian would guess she fell in between the two. Somewhere along the way during their adulthood, Becca's best friend status had switched over to Vivian, probably because they now had more in common. They were both Christians, and for reasons neither of them understood, Izzy had turned against God. Regardless of how things had changed, they still got along well with each other, and they'd been meeting on the last Friday of every month for longer than she could remember. Becca entered the house first, carrying a casserole dish, with a huge smile on her round face. Typical Becca. Vivian couldn't remember a time when the woman wasn't in a good mood. She held the casserole dish to the side and went in for a hug. I brought some 7-layer dip with chips for later to go with the movie, or we can eat it with supper. It doesn't matter. What movie did you bring? Becca always provided the movie. She insisted on a G rating, but she usually had good taste. Snow Dogs. I know it's an old one, but we've never watched it together, and I promise it's a good one. Have you seen it? Once, but it's been years ago. Good choice. The movie didn't really matter. They usually talked more than they watched anyway. Becca moved past her, and Vivian gave her sister a hug. Izzy ran her free hand through Vivian's hair. Well, don't you look sexy? I love it. You should have done this years ago. Thanks. She indicated the bag in Izzy's hand. So, what did you bring? Neither one of the sisters was much in the way of being cooks. Vivian had a few specialties that were more or less doctored-up store-bought items, and Izzy's contributions always came from her restaurant, Blaze's Bar and Barbecue. Hot wings. Good, that'll go great with the potato soup I made. Let's eat. I skipped lunch, so I'm starving. Wait, what's going on here? Are you moving? Both of the sisters turned to look at Becca, who pointed around the room at the almost bare walls. The front room had always seemed cold and uninviting to Vivian. It was the one room Craig had insisted on helping to decorate. It was the first, and sometimes only, room visitors would see. He had been all about keeping up appearances. It was also the first room she'd stripped of pictures and whatnots. She only left enough to make it look good to a potential buyer. Yes, I think it's time to move on. What about Amy? This is her home. Won't she be upset? Becca had set the dip and her bag on the coffee table and moved closer. Just hearing her daughter's name caused a twisting sensation in Vivian's chest. You know I haven't seen Amy since the funeral. I did send her an email to let her know, but as usual, she didn't respond. Her daughter's absence from her life had been the hardest part of this whole experience. Vivian's nose stung, but at least no tears came this time. I'm going to store anything big that I think she might want, just in case she comes to her senses. She turned to look at her sister. And Izzy, I'm going to send a box of pictures and mementos with you when you go up for the wedding, if that's okay? Izzy only nodded. She loved Amy almost as much as Vivian and had tried to remain neutral. Becca squeezed her arm but didn't say anything, her way of dealing with an uncomfortable situation. For whatever reason, Amy blamed her mother for everything leading up to her father's death. Vivian had found out through Izzy that her daughter was getting married this coming June, and she wasn't invited. Amy met the guy while visiting New York with a friend a month after Craig's funeral. Of everything that happened in the last year, their broken relationship was the most heartbreaking, and there wasn't a thing she could do to fix it. Izzy angled her head to the side and pushed her pink lips into a knowing smile. You're moving to the beach, aren't you? Yes, I'm going to live in the top section of the beach house and still rent out the bottom. Well, good for you. Izzy headed toward the kitchen. Let's eat. The other two followed. They caught up on the latest happenings while heating up the food and setting the table. Vivian told them about her trip and how the car had sold that Friday, leaving her the rest of the weekend to think about what she wanted to do. They took their seats and held hands as Becca said a prayer. If this ritual bothered Izzy, she'd never said anything. Neither Vivian nor Becca ever hid their faith, but they were careful not to cram it down her throat either. They'd talked about it privately, and they both hoped Izzy would be won over by their actions rather than their words. Vivian grabbed a slice of garlic bread from the basket and tore off a piece to dip in the steaming bowl of soup in front of her. She savored every bite, thinking about how time spent with Becca and Izzy would be fewer now that she was leaving. She would miss this most of all. Judging by the solemn look on their faces, the other two were obviously thinking about the same thing. Conversation soon turned to the events leading up to her decision to move. The thing that made the whole decision final was seeing Grandma's house. Did you know they were remodeling it? Izzy just shook her head as she nibbled on a hot wing. She had sold their grandma's house immediately after receiving it and used the money to buy the restaurant. She had seemed relieved to be rid of it, which bothered Vivian. Yeah, it looks like a new house now. I had hoped it would never change, but it looks so much better now. I don't know, I guess I thought I needed a change too. Actually, I've been thinking that for a while, but seeing her house really cemented the idea. It sounds silly now that I'm saying it out loud. Izzy placed her hand over Vivian's and squeezed. Not at all. I think it's a great idea. Becca still didn't comment. Vivian had a feeling her real objection to the move would be that she would miss her friend. Vivian would miss her too, but Becca had a family still at home. She had a loving husband who was good to her. When Becca finally spoke, her positive outlook on the subject came as no surprise. Who knows, maybe God has a husband waiting for you at the beach. Izzy made eye contact with Vivian and winked, causing her to almost choke on the sip of water she'd just taken. Earlier, Izzy had whispered to her that she was timing how long it would take for Becca to find something good to say about her departure. 20 minutes. I knew you would eventually come up with a positive spin on Vivian's decision to move. I can't believe it took you that long to think of something. Becca looked back and forth between them. Well, why not? There's nothing stopping you now, Vivi. They may be few and far between, but there are still some good men out there. The image of that mechanic with his muscular arms, deep soothing voice, and a set of chocolate brown eyes that could void all sound reasoning instantly came to mind. Yes, there probably still were good men out there, but she wasn't interested. There were too many things that could go wrong. Craig had been a good man, once upon a time. She waved her hand across in front of her. I'm not interested in another marriage. The one I had almost did me in. Never again. Becca reached over and patted her arm. You shouldn't say never. You don't know what God might have in mind for you. If God plans for me to ever marry again, I expect a big neon sign saying this is the one to drop down from heaven along with a choir of angels singing. I mean, I thought Craig was the one and look at how that ended. Izzy began stacking her dirty dishes. That was Craig's doings. I don't think you can rightfully blame that one on God. Still, I have to agree. What is the point of marriage? You can go out and have fun with a guy without tying the knot. I don't think your sister is the type to sleep around. Becca looked at Vivian as if she wasn't too sure. Did she think this move to the beach was a sign that she was backsliding into sin? Becca tended to think that anything that caused her pain couldn't be an act of God. I meant dating. People still date without sleeping around. Izzy rolled her eyes and shook her head. You just have to be upfront with the man before you go out. Besides, at the beach, you can date a different tourist every weekend, and it'll be over before it begins. No worries about commitment there. She folded her arms over her chest as if she had just solved everything. This conversation is useless, because I've decided there will never be another man in my life, unless you count the ones from my novels. And they're just figments of my imagination. Becca giggled and fanned herself dramatically. I don't know. Lord Dominic Montgomery seemed pretty real to me. Becca was probably the biggest enthusiast of her Regency romance novels. She claimed every new hero as her favorite. Vivian wasn't ready to reveal that the novel swirling around in her mind lately was from this century. Vivi, you can't be serious. Give up men? I can't even imagine. Izzy stood with her hand on her hip, looking at Vivian as if she thought she had lost her mind over the weekend. You know what my marriage was like. It is just too hard to even think about going through that again, Anne. I don't want to have to bury another husband. I know y'all probably think I was glad to be rid of Craig, but it has been harder than I ever imagined. Becca reached out and squeezed Vivian's hand. We know what you have been going through, honey. We know. No, they didn't. Becca was happily married, and Izzy enjoyed her singleness. Neither of them had lived through the nightmares of the last half of her 20-year marriage, not to mention what she had been through after his death. She tried to swallow down her bitterness. Her friend meant well, but she was clueless. Hopefully, she would remain that way. Vivian wouldn't wish her experiences on her worst enemy. Becca stood and began clearing the table. Well, I guess staying single does have some advantages. You won't have to pick up dirty socks and underwear lying 3 feet from the hamper anymore. Izzy called over her shoulder to Vivian as she headed toward the kitchen. Yeah, you can do anything you want and go anywhere without having to answer to anyone. Vivian grabbed her dirty dishes and followed them. I'll never have to worry about a man seeing me naked again. Izzy turned back to look at her. What are you talking about? You look good, now that you've lost that little bit of extra weight you were carrying around. Her much too vain sister made it sound like she'd been toting a bag of fat like an old lady's purse. Trust me, no one wants to see me naked. I lost fat, but the extra skin is still there, not to mention the fact that everything is no longer exactly where it was before. That's what happens when you get old. 44 is not old. And if you need a little extra boost, so to speak, you should give Dr. Whitman a call. He'll have you bikini ready in no time. Go under the knife? No, thank you. She shuddered. I'm perfectly content with the body God gave me, even if it is starting to wrinkle. Trust me, if a man has a naked woman in front of him, he won't be worried about a little bit of sagging and a few wrinkles. Both sisters turned to look at their friend. Becca giggled. What? It's true. Yeah, but I can't believe you said it. Izzy started loading the dishwasher. Vivi, I think we're starting to rub off on Becca. Guess it's a good thing you're breaking up this threesome. Vivian looked up from washing the counter. What do you mean? We'll still see each other. Now y'all will have an excuse to come to the beach anytime you feel like it. And we'll still talk to each other on the phone, same as now. Becca went quiet again, but her bottom lip poked out as if she was about to cry. Izzy studied her sister for a moment. Like I said, I'm glad you decided to do this for yourself because I know how much you love the beach, but it won't be the same. I'm going to miss you. We both will. Vivian moved around the counter and gave each one of them a hug. Becca wiped tears from her eyes. I'm going to need that movie now. Hopefully, it will cheer us all up.
What do you call a bear with no teeth? Beau looked up at his fellow mechanic sitting across the cafe's 50s-style Formica table from him but didn't answer. It would only encourage him and they'd be subjected to more nonsense, not that he didn't secretly appreciate Aaron's unique sense of humor. At least his jokes were always clean. I'll bite. Fletch's freckles seemed to stretch along with his grin. He tilted his head from one side to the other with each word. I don't know, Aaron. What do you call a bear with no teeth? Beau hid his smile behind his glass of tea. Fletcher Reed had been working for him part-time since he was in high school. Everyone else still called him Opie because he looked a lot like that kid from the Andy Griffith Show, but now that he was in college, Beau had made an effort to start calling him Fletch instead. Aaron slapped him on the back a couple of times, causing the skinny kid to bounce forward with each hit. A gummy bear. Get it? He threw his head back and laughed at his own joke like it was the best one ever told. Another corny joke told by the great Aaron Lowry. Man, where do you get those things? The look on his ebony face was serious now as he answered Gabe's question, as if the conversation was of the utmost importance. The internet. It's the greatest invention of our time. I could live forever and never run out of jokes to tell. Their waitress walked over and placed one hand on Beau's shoulder and used the other to slap the bill down on the table. I'm surprised to see all of you in here at the same time. Business must be slow. Gabe spoke up from beside him. It'll pick back up as soon as school lets out. It always does. Kim squeezed Beau's shoulder. He looked up into her smiling face. Beau, when are you going to ask me out? Gabe snickered. It had been a couple of months since their talk, but nothing else had been mentioned about him dating again. He had ventured out and joined the singles Sunday school class. Once. It hadn't taken long to realize that the group wasn't for him. The only woman close to his age was almost old enough to be his mother. The woman had flashed her false teeth and batted her lashes every time he glanced her way. Everyone else was Gabe's age or younger. Not what he was looking for. Neither was this woman. Aaron spoke up, saving him from answering. Haven't you heard? Beau Manning doesn't date. Ever. End of story. You'll be waiting a long time for that invitation. He laughed like he did when telling one of his jokes. She patted Beau's back. Well, if you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. He slid out of the booth after she walked away and dug tip money from his pocket before picking up the bill. You can't ever tell. One of these days Dad might fool you and ask someone out. Gabe smiled up at him and winked. Beau hoped he would keep their discussion private. Best to not say anything. Aaron slid out of the booth. That'll be the day. Beau walked on ahead to the register. He supposed he would just stay single. The idea to date had been inspired by a woman in a GTX, long gone from here. He'd prayed about it, but God had remained quiet on the subject. He told himself he was happy with his single status, and a few months ago, that had been completely true.
Vivian had planned to move on Memorial Day weekend, whether she'd sold her house or not. Thankfully, a young couple had bought it 3 weeks before then. She'd spent the remaining time living with Izzy. It had worked out better than she thought it would. It helped that her sister was a night owl, and Vivian's most productive time was spent in the morning hours. Izzy had even offered to make their living arrangement permanent. She loved her sister, but sooner or later the differences in their lifestyle choices would have put a wedge between them. Surprisingly, everything Vivian decided to bring with her had fit into the back of a pickup truck Izzy borrowed from a friend. She didn't need much. It was only her now, and the beach house came already furnished. It had taken no time at all to unpack everything. They had spent the rest of Friday and all day Saturday either out on the beach or revisiting some of their favorite childhood haunts. Today, she hoped to talk Izzy into joining her for church. Vivian glanced over at her sister, who sat folded into the lounge chair next to her with her hands wrapped around a cup of coffee as she stared out over the ocean. Vivian had been out here on the balcony since before the sun came up, but Izzy had just joined her. She was always so impeccably dressed, with a full face of makeup, perfect hair, and without an ounce of flab. Seeing her in the mornings these last few weeks had been like seeing the sister from her childhood all over again. Oh, how she'd missed her. A sinking feeling settled in her stomach when Izzy's phone rang. Someone calling her this early on a Sunday morning couldn't be good. This is Blaze. That was how she always answered. Years ago, Izzy had started calling herself Blaze. It had caught on with most of her friends, but Vivian refused to call her that. It sounded like a stripper name. It wouldn't surprise her to find out that was indeed where the name came from. If that was the case, she hoped to never find out. Izzy stretched her legs out in front of her and sat up a little straighter. Did anyone get hurt? She set her coffee cup on the table between them and began running her fingers through her bleach blonde hair. I know, and I'm sorry. I appreciate you calling me, Holden. Don't worry about the damage. Just close off the bar. I'll take care of everything when I get there. It should be sometime today. Bye. She only glanced at Vivian before picking up her coffee cup and downing the rest, but the look had been laden with guilt. What happened? There was a fight at the bar last night. Instead of trying to calm things down, that stupid bartender I hired joined in. He can rot in jail with the rest for all I care. The breath she pushed through clenched teeth sounded almost like a growl. Holden said they destroyed the place. I really wish he would get off his high horse and tend the bar for me when I need him. It would be nice if I had someone I could depend on for a change. Holden Armstrong managed the barbecue side of the business, but refused to have anything to do with the bar. Vivian really wished Izzy would shut that part of her business down. It added a seediness to an otherwise respectable restaurant. Saying so would only drive another wedge between them. Besides, Izzy already knew how she felt. I take it you need to leave early. Yeah, I'm afraid so. You want to grab some breakfast and IHOP before I head out? Sure. So much for getting Izzy into church. It had been a long shot anyway. Tuesday rolled around, bringing an end to the holiday weekend. Vivian had spent the last couple of days alone and feeling every minute of it. Technically, she'd been by herself back home in Shiloh too, but there she could go out shopping or to a restaurant and run into someone she knew. Even if she went a week or more without seeing Izzy or Becca, it had been a comfort knowing they were right in the same town. One phone call, and they'd be there in minutes. Come on, Vivian. You need to pull yourself out of this funk. After finishing her morning coffee, she slipped on a pair of shorts, a tank top, and a cover-up, one that would allow her to get some sun while covering her flab. Maybe a stroll down the beach would brighten her mood. Halfway down the stairs, she spotted a tortoiseshell cat rubbing itself against the corner of the house. She eased down the remaining steps, careful not to spook the cat. Its yellow eyes stared wildly up at her, its body tensed as if ready to run. Vivian gently called to it. Come here, kitty. Part of its tail was missing, leading her to wonder if the feline had always been feral or if the fear showing in its eyes had been taught. I won't hurt you. I promise. The cat put her in mind of the calico that used to belong to Grandma Addie. Vivian had always loved cats, but her daughter was allergic. She sat down on the bottom step and held out her hand. The cat darted away a few steps and then turned back to sniff the air. I don't have anything for you right now, but I'll be ready the next time. Satisfied that Vivian had no food to offer, the cat ran around the corner of the house and out of sight. Vivian walked slowly out toward the shore. The sun sat just above the horizon, already doing its job of heating up the atmosphere. The thought that God had worked everything out with purpose always amazed her. She began walking down the shoreline in the opposite direction of the pier, away from the more crowded section of the beach. There weren't too many people out yet, and that suited her just fine. The sand in front of her held hundreds of tiny open shells that reminded her of butterflies. They immediately sparked her imagination, and she bent to collect them. Holding out the front of her cover-up, she gently placed the shells there. She should have known to bring a bag since she never could resist picking up shells along the beach. Plans to use the shells in a craft project took shape. After cleaning them, she would have to glue the centers where the two halves came together to make sure they would stay that way. Then maybe she would hand paint each one to look like butterflies and add some thin metal wire around the middle to make the body and antennae. After that, well, something would come to her. She stood, stretching her back. Closing her eyes, she lifted her face toward the sun as the warm breeze from the ocean washed over her. She felt good. Not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually too. Despite Craig's death and everything he had put her through, despite the fact that her daughter wanted nothing to do with her, and that she was here alone, a peace had settled into her soul that had been missing for a very long time. The peace came from knowing that she was right where God had placed her. She couldn't wait to see what he held in store for her in Walden Beach.
Beau opened the screen door of his back porch and stepped onto the path leading out to the ocean. One of the slats from the short picket fence at the back had fallen. He started out across the yard for a closer inspection of the rotting boards. Patricia had designed it in a way that would keep people from walking into her flower garden uninvited while still allowing for an unobstructed view of the ocean. The garden had lost its appeal in more ways than one. For the most part, his mind seemed to ignore the weeds choking out the few remaining perennials. Whenever he did focus on the backyard, guilt always seeped in. He tried to keep it up after Patricia died. It was one of the things they had enjoyed working on together, but that joy left along with her. He needed to either fix the garden and fence or tear it out completely, but the project would have to wait until his day off. A low, throaty growl drew his attention toward the tall gate in the corner of his lot. Great! The neighbor's dog was loose again. He had a woman cornered there with her back against the gate and her hands up in front of her. Without giving it a thought, Beau jumped the fence and put himself between the dog and its intended victim. Get on out of here. The large dog looked at him as if he wasn't sure he should obey, and for a moment, Beau wondered if he was about to be attacked. He glanced past the dog and saw his owner jogging toward them. Sorry, I opened the door, and he ran past me. He was gone before I could grab him. As soon as the dog heard his owner speak, he sat down and started wagging his tail, as if he wasn't the terror of the neighborhood. Beau took a step closer to the out-of-breath man, and the dog let out another growl. Greg, you've been warned about your dog before. Sooner or later, someone's going to get hurt. What then? The man had the nerve to smile. Samson is only a puppy. He just thinks he's protecting his property. He doesn't know any better. Beau glanced at the massive jaws of the brown and white dog that, even sitting, came up to his waist. The beach is not his property. He may not realize it, but you certainly do. As the owner, it's your responsibility to keep him leashed. Still smiling, the man rubbed the beast on the head. You're harmless, aren't you, boy? Tell that to the people he has cornered. If I see him out again without a leash, I'm calling the authorities. Fair enough. With that, the man turned and jogged down the beach with the dog beside him. He was just as clueless as his dog. He hadn't even apologized. Beau didn't make idle threats. If he saw the dog out again, even if he wasn't threatening an attack on some unprotected beachgoer, animal control would be called. Beau turned to the woman still at his back. Are you all right? A familiar set of green eyes peeked out from beneath the bill of her pink hat. He inhaled sharply, as the sight stole his breath away. This woman had haunted his dreams for the last 2.5 months. He'd wondered if he would ever see her again, and now she stood in his yard with the look of fear puckering her brow. He wanted to reach out and smooth those worried creases from her face. Instead, he placed his hands in his pockets and leaned closer. Vivian, I didn't expect you would return so soon. I mean, I know it's been close to 3 months, but most people only visit once a year, if that. She rubbed the back of her neck as she took a step away from him. I'm surprised you remembered my name. His chances of getting to know her were dwindling. His yelling at the neighbor was not the image he wanted stuck in her head. Sounding like a stalker probably wouldn't help either. He needed to think fast. I'm just really good with names, and that GTX of yours left a lasting impression. Not to mention the imprint of how right she'd felt in his arms. If he ever got a chance to hold her again, he hoped she wouldn't be crying. She looked down toward her feet. Thanks for saving me from the dog. I think I'll head back the way I came now. Why don't I walk back with you, just in case he gets out again? Thanks, I'd appreciate that. They slowly walked down the shoreline, his work boots kicking up sand with every step. He wasn't exactly dressed for the beach. Her tanned bare feet showed off her pale pink toenails. Did she paint them herself or pay someone else to do it? When Patricia got sick, he used to do it for her. It was one of the many things he wished he'd been doing all along. Vivian stopped to pick up a couple of seashells and placed them in a mesh bag she carried with her. So, you're a beachcomber, huh? Lame. Why couldn't he think of something clever to say? Probably because it had been years since he tried to impress a woman. I guess you can call me that. I like to walk the beach in the mornings, before everything gets trampled. What do you do with your findings? She shrugged a shoulder. I like making things with stuff I find in nature. Back home, I used to make soaps and lotions from herbs. I haven't done anything with the shells I've gathered so far. I guess I'm waiting for inspiration to strike. Beau scratched his chin. My sister-in-law owns a store in town called the Clever Mermaid. It has all kinds of beach-themed crafts for sale. You should check it out. She might buy some of your stuff. I think she even does consignments. Here he was babbling on about a local store when she would probably only be here through the weekend. He needed to think of a way to ask her out instead, before it was too late. Vivian glanced at him and quickly looked away. I'll check that out. Thanks for telling me about it, and thanks for walking me home. I hope this doesn't make you late for work. Did she realize she'd just called the beach house her home? Probably not. No problem. My son will be there to open up, so it won't matter if I'm a little late. One of the perks of owning my own business, right? You have a son? Yeah, Gabe. It's just been me and him since my wife died 14 years ago. He and his girlfriend have a little boy. What about you? Do you have any kids? She rubbed the back of her neck as she looked down at the sand in front of them. I have a daughter. Amy is 19 and engaged to be married, so no grandchildren yet. She looked over at the gray and white beach house. Well, this is me. Thanks again for walking with me. That dog really scared me. I'm glad you were there to save me. That seems to be a thing with me and you. Hopefully, I can stay out of trouble in the future. Are you seeing anyone? I mean, are you dating anyone? I know your husband just died, but I thought, Beau kicked the sand with the toe of his boot. How could he have botched the question so badly? After a minute of silence, he finally looked up at her. She watched him with a half-smile on her face. My husband has been dead for a year now, so I can't use that as an excuse for not dating. The truth is, I've given it a lot of thought and have decided to remain single. I'm always looking to make new friends, though. Not exactly what he'd been hoping for. Friends is good. Well, you know where I live now. If you need anything else while you're here, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks, Beau. She turned and walked toward the duplex without looking back. He pulled out his cell phone to check the time. 9:20. He needed to get to work before Gabe came looking for him and he'd have to explain why he was late. He didn't want to hear any more comments about GTX.
Vivian pulled her Toyota RAV4 into the only available parking spot in front of the Clever Mermaid. Lucky she had run into Beau the day before. She'd gathered quite a collection of shells and needed to do something with them. Pinterest had given her some ideas, but she wanted to see what was already available in this area. With income from the rental property and her writing career, she didn't need the extra work, but it gave her something else to focus on. Sometimes she got her best ideas while not thinking of writing at all. Doing crafts kept the creativity flowing. Beau's suggestion seemed providential. The vision of him standing there, digging a divot out of the wet sand with the toe of his boot while pink rose up the sides of his face caused warmth to spread through her every time her mind replayed the scene. He probably wouldn't appreciate knowing that in that moment, she had found him adorable. She had almost said yes, but then reality set in. He was a man and looks could be deceiving. Vivian shook her head as she stepped out of the car, but her smile remained. Even from the outside, the place looked interesting. Large, nautical-themed statues and fountains lined the front. A picture of a mermaid on a swing had been painted on the door. The doormat read, "Mermaids only." Inside, every single space available seemed to be covered in some type of nautical-themed craft. It wasn't all mermaids, but they were the most prominent among the merchandise. Even if she did try to sell something here, how would it even be noticed? Vivian perused the shelves carefully, looking for the same type of items she had seen on the internet. Finally, she'd made her way around the store and stopped in front of the jewelry display case up front. A variety of hair bows with small shells glued to them lined one shelf, but none resembled the combs and tiaras she had seen on Pinterest. Vivi? She looked around in confusion. The only people who called her Vivi were family or people she'd grown up with. A woman stood beside her wearing a big grin on her face, obviously waiting for some kind of response. Vivian tried to place the red-headed, pale-faced woman. She gasped as her brain finally caught up, bringing recognition. "Oh, Kaylee Jones, I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been?" She drew her childhood friend in for a hug. Kaylee had spent as much time with her as her parents allowed at Grandma's house during the summers. Vivian hadn't seen her since the summer between high school and college. That was the last full summer she'd spent with Grandma Addie. Kaylee grabbed her arm. "It's Kaylee Wilson now. And just look at you, Vivian Emerson aka VJ Addison, the famous author. You haven't changed a bit. I had no idea back then that you'd grow up to be a writer. Girl, I have all of your books." The encounter was a little disorienting. Kaylee had obviously kept tabs on her over the years if she knew her married name, not to mention the fact that she'd connected her to her pen name. Not many people were aware that she and VJ Addison were the same. It wasn't that she had anything to hide. The pen name was only meant to keep her personal and business lives separated. Thanks to Craig, she was now especially thankful to have chosen one. The VJ stood for Vivian Jane, and Addison had been in honor of her grandma. Vivian smiled at her childhood friend. "Trust me, I didn't have a clue I'd be a writer either. It started out as a hobby, just something to do after my daughter started kindergarten, and grew from there." "So, how long are you in town?" "Actually, I just moved here. I inherited Grandma's rental duplex and moved into the top half of it last weekend. Izzy helped me move in. I wish we had run into you then. She headed back home on Sunday." "Oh, I missed her." She placed her hand back on Vivian's arm. "Have you picked a church yet? You know the one we went to as kids, it burned to the ground. My husband and I go to Coastal Revival in Myrtle Beach now. You should join us tomorrow. We'd be glad to have you." "That sounds good." She did want to find a church as soon as possible. It would be nice to visit one where she knew someone there. Kaylee squealed, just like she did back when they were kids. "That's wonderful. I'll let you get back to your shopping, but we'll look for you tomorrow. You let me know if I can help you find anything, okay? You work here?" "Girl, I own the place. Do you have any mermaid crowns?" She tapped a finger against her chin. "Mermaid crowns? That's interesting. I've never seen one before, and that's saying something. Did you see them for sale somewhere else?" They talked for a while about Vivian's ideas and ended up going to lunch together. It was awkward at first, but it didn't take long before it felt like old times again. She was glad to have a connection with someone in Walden Beach. There was peace in establishing a future here instead of living with only her memories of this place she now called home. Vivian read the sign in front of the tan, brick church for the umpteenth time. Coastal Revival Church. She'd typed the name into the GPS on her cell phone, and this is where it had brought her. She was in the right place, and she knew Kaylee probably waited for her inside, so why was she having so much trouble with the thought of going in? If she didn't enter soon, she'd be late. Gathering courage, she exited the car, twisting the bangles on her wrist as she walked across the parking lot. Was her tank top and blue maxi skirt too casual? She'd paired it with high-heeled sandals to make the outfit seem a little dressier. As she came through the door, an older gentleman greeted her and handed her a bulletin. "I don't believe we've ever met. I'm Walter Davis, and you are?" "Vivian Emerson." She offered her hand, and he grasped it with both of his. What a lovely name for a lovely lady. "Vivian, have you ever visited with us before?" "No, sir. This is my first time." Music streamed from the sanctuary and her anxiety moved up a notch. She wanted to find a seat before services began, but he still held onto her hand. "We ask that our first-time visitors fill out a card. You can keep the pen. It has our name and address on it, just something to remember us by. If you will, place the card in the offering plate when it comes around. Would you do that for us?" "I will. I promise." He finally let her go. She stepped into the sanctuary, which was a little more modern than her church back home. The carpet and walls were a light sandy color with slightly darker cushioned chairs instead of the hard wooden pews she was used to. She took a moment to look around the packed room, hoping to find Kaylee, or at this point, an empty seat at the end of one of the aisles. A tall, slender man stood up at the end of one of the rows near the back and motioned for her to sit next to him. His dark hair pulled back into a ponytail paired with the boho-styled suit had him looking like a modern-day hippie. He moved down one seat and offered her the chair at the end. The man leaned in so close, she was tempted to lean away but didn't want to seem rude. "Hi. My name is Macon Doyle. Welcome to Coastal Revival." "Thanks. Vivian Emerson." She was saved from his invasion of her space when the preacher got up to welcome everyone and say an opening prayer. The hymns were familiar to her. She soon relaxed, forgetting about the man who still seemed to be sitting too close. The preaching was good. As much as she hated to think so, it was better than what she had been getting at her church back in Shiloh. Craig had picked that one out right after he'd uprooted them from their home church. Right after everything had turned upside down. Right before he really messed things up for them. Once the service ended, she moved to the wall behind the last pew, hoping to see Kaylee heading down the aisle. Unfortunately, Macon moved with her. He stood too close, making it hard to see anything but him. Was he purposely trying to keep her from the rest of the congregation? He folded his arms across his chest and leaned even closer. "So, are you local or tourist?" She pressed closer to the wall at her back. "Local." Hopefully, he wouldn't ask exactly where she lived. She wasn't comfortable giving out that information to this strange man. "Really? I'm surprised we haven't met before now. I'm sure I'd remember if we had." "How long have you lived here?" "A little over a week." "It's good that you found a church almost immediately. You must be a Christian then." She was tempted to ask him for his definition of a Christian. She felt no shame on the subject, but his approach seemed odd to her. "I'm saved, if that's what you mean, and I did attend church on a regular basis before moving here." "I see you're not wearing a wedding ring. Have you ever been married before?" Realizing she had been twisting the wide band on her right ring finger, she dropped her hands to her side and stared at him for a moment. Was this some sort of interrogation? "I'm a widow." "I'm sorry to hear that. How long have you been a widow?" "Vivi." Relief washed over her at the sound of her friend's voice. Kaylee practically pushed Macon aside to give Vivian a hug. "I had you a seat saved, but didn't see you come in. I wish we'd planned to meet outside before services." Vivian wished the same thing. It might have saved her from Macon. "I came in right before service started." "So, what did you think?" "I loved it." "That's what I hoped you'd say." She placed her hand on the arm of the man standing beside her. "This handsome man is my husband, Dalvin, by the way." Dalvin pulled his hand out of his pocket and reached for hers. "It's nice to finally meet you. Kaylee has shared quite a bit of your childhood escapades with me." Her first impression of Kaylee's husband was one of quiet reserve. His brown eyes exuded kindness. She smiled back at him. "Well, I can only imagine what you must think of me then." Kaylee placed her hand over Vivian's. "Girl, don't you worry. I only told him the good stuff. Are y'all ready?" She couldn't quite see the man standing behind Macon, but his familiar voice sent a thrill through her. "Come here, I want you to meet someone." Kaylee pushed Macon out of the way and pulled Beau forward. If it surprised him to see Vivian standing there, it didn't show. "Hi Beau. You two know each other?" Kaylee and Macon spoke at the same time. "Beau has come to my rescue twice now. I keep expecting to catch a glimpse of his cape." His smile showed off a couple of dimples. How had she not noticed them before? "Maybe one day I'll show it to you." His words sent heat coursing through her. Gracious. At 44 years of age, she should be able to control such feelings. A short bald man moved in between Kaylee and her husband. Hamish is looking for you three. He smiled when his gaze moved to her. Well, hello, who do we have here? Vivian felt exposed as his gaze roamed over her. Vivian, this is Dalvin's boss, Kent. Nice to meet you. She couldn't help but notice Kaylee had not introduced him as a friend. The leering way Kent looked at her was unnerving. Macon stepped closer until his arm pressed against her shoulder, almost as if he were staking a claim. Kaylee gave Vivian's hand a squeeze. We always go out to eat after church on Sundays. Please join us. We're going to Calabash to get some fish. Which one? It was the first time Macon had added to the conversation since the rest joined them. Calabash, North Carolina, not the restaurants. Kaylee turned her attention from Macon back to Vivian. The look she gave was almost pleading. You do like seafood, don't you, Vivi? Vivian wanted to go out with her friend, but she was more than a little uncomfortable with the company. She tried and failed to come up with a viable reason to turn down the invitation. Sounds good. Kaylee looped her arm with Vivian's and led her toward the door with the four men trailing behind them. The parking lot was almost empty now. Kaylee led them to the small group of 3 people standing near the middle. Beau stepped past them to greet the tall woman standing across from the other 2. He took both of her hands in his and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek. Felicity, I didn't know you were here. I wasn't sure if you were off today or not. With her hand still holding his, the woman's gray eyes seemed to sparkle as she smiled up at him. I had nursery duty this morning. Beau looked back at Vivian and then at Kaylee, who stepped up to give the introductions. I want y'all to meet my friend Vivian Emerson, whom I've known since we were kids. She just moved to Walden Beach. Vivi, this is Felicity Sutton. She looked back at Vivian. If you still like coffee as much as you did as a teenager, you'll have to visit Cool Joe's the next time you come by the shop. It's right around the corner from the Clever Mermaid, and Felicity manages it. Vivian smiled and shook the woman's hand. Too bad Beau hadn't been the one to introduce them. She was curious about their relationship. Were they family, dating, more than dating, or what? If there was anything serious between the two, Beau had no business asking her out. She glanced over at him, but he was in conversation with Dalvin now. Her attention turned back to Kaylee as she began making further introductions. And this is Hamish and Erlene McDaniel. Dalvin sold them their house and invited them to church. After that, we became good friends. The couple looked like they belonged together, but their accents were from different continents. From Hamish's "nice to meet you," it was hard to tell, but she would guess he was Scottish. He was tall and well-built with blue eyes peeking from between his red hair and beard. Erlene was short in stature and as southern as they came. Sweetie, it is so nice to meet you. Any friend of Kaylee's is our friend too. Ain't that right, honey? She locked arms with her husband and smiled up at him. Her body language said he's mine. She had nothing to worry about where Vivian was concerned. Kent stepped in between Kaylee and Vivian, placing his arms around each of their shoulders. So, are we ready to go eat? I'm tired of standing in this hot parking lot already. Kaylee moved away to stand next to her husband, leaving Vivian there with Kent's arm around her. Would it be rude if she walked away from him too? She stared down at the asphalt at her feet, not knowing what to do. I'm afraid I won't be able to go this time. My shift starts at the coffee house in an hour. In fact, I need to head home now, so I'll have enough time to change and grab a bite to eat. While Felicity said her goodbyes, Vivian took the opportunity to ease away from Kent. He and Macon both made her uncomfortable, but Kent had an added creepiness about him. Vivi, you can ride with us. We always bring the van on Sundays so we can all ride together. Are you sure there'll be enough room? Oh yeah, with space to spare. Kaylee looked back as the group began making their way across the parking lot. Macon, are you coming too? He obviously wasn't part of their regular group. He smiled at Vivian as he answered. I believe I will. Was he tagging along because of her? They stopped next to a white passenger van parked a few spaces up from her RAV4. Hamish had already opened the door, and he and Erling took the row behind the driver's seat. Vivian sat down in the row behind them and scooted in. Unfortunately, Kent entered the van next and sat down beside her, leaving the last row for Beau and Macon. She already wished she'd been able to say that she had other plans.
The competition. As they waited in line at the restaurant, that's the thought that kept drumming through Beau's mind every time he looked across at the other two single guys standing next to Vivian. Given enough time, Macon would eliminate himself. The poor man had hit on every unattached woman that came through the doors of the church for the last 10 years without a success story to be told. Bless him. His heart was in the right place, but he seemed clueless when it came to women. Kent might be a contender. Pushy, but with just enough charm that some women might find him attractive. Beau could handle the challenge. The last time he'd felt this way about a woman, he didn't stop until she agreed to become his wife, and she had been worth every effort. He had a feeling it could be the same way with Vivian. Aren't you too old for those shoes? That's right, he thought. Keep talking, Kent. The only problem with the shoes Beau could see was that they put Vivian a couple of inches taller than Kent. If he kept saying stuff like that, he would move his own self out of the way. Other than the raising of her eyebrows, Vivian's expression didn't change as she stared at him, but Beau recognized the look. Kent was digging his own grave. I know you didn't just remark on a woman's age. Beau heard Dalvin quietly saying Kaylee's name in warning. It was his gentle reminder to his wife to watch what she said to his boss. What would happen if she was free to tell Kent what she really thought? Beau would pay to see that happen. Kent threw his hands up. What? We are all mature adults here. I'm not ashamed of my age. I'm 46. There, I said it. And you are what, Vi, 42 or 43? I'm just saying that at a certain age it is time to put away the high heels and go with a sensible pair of flats. You agree, don't you, Dalvin? Dalvin pulled out his ever-present roll of Tums and popped one into his mouth without answering. Vivian stared straight ahead now. The conversation came to a halt when the waitress finally showed them to their table. Normally, the women were grouped together at one end of the table, with the men taking the other end, but Kent sat down beside Kaylee and offered the seat on the other side of him to Vivian, separating her from the women and leaving Dalvin no choice but to sit on the very end between Kaylee and Erling. Way to go, Kent. The man was an idiot. He wouldn't win points by separating Vivian from her friend. She was new to the group and this would only make her feel more like an outsider. Macon hurried to sit at the very end of the table to be next to Vivian, leaving Beau with the perfect view in the seat directly across from her. Kent put his arm around her and leaned into her. Vi, you are going to love the food here. I know you women are always watching your figure, but you really should try the fried flounder. Order whatever you want, though. Today it's on me. She lowered her menu, looked at her shoulder where her body met Kent's and then looked up at the man's face. Vivian. What's that? My name is Vivian. I thought maybe you'd forgotten. You're not touchy about your name, are you? What do your friends call you? Beau could tell she was trying to keep her face neutral, but it looked as if she was gritting her teeth together. There was a pause before she answered. My closest friends call me Vivi, but everyone else calls me Vivian. I can't call you that. Vivi is a silly name. I think I'll stick with Vi. She turned away from Kent and her gaze locked with Beau's. He smiled at her. She pressed her lips together to keep from smiling back at him, then brought her menu up between them. He didn't miss that silent communication. She thought Kent was a donkey's behind. Kaylee leaned forward to peer around Kent. Vivi, you should try the shrimp. You'll love it. I was thinking of getting the two-way combo with shrimp and flounder. Whenever I dine out, I always order extra to take with me for later. She wrinkled her nose. I never did learn to cook all that well, and it seems pointless now since there's only me. Kaylee placed her hand on the table and leaned in closer. You should take lessons from Beau. He's an excellent chef, and he's used to cooking for one. Vivian looked across the table at him and smiled. A mechanic with a hero complex and a chef too. I'm impressed. Is she flirting? Boy, he hoped so. I'm a mechanic who dabbles in cooking. I would never claim to be a chef. You give lessons? The picture of her in his kitchen immediately stirred his imagination. He would love to give her lessons. Before he could get the words out of his mouth, Macon spoke. They give a cooking class at the high school on Saturdays. Each session lasts 6 weeks. We should sign up. Beau's thoughts rambled commentary. You're joining the conversation now, Macon. Vivian turned to give her attention to the man. That sounds like it could be fun. Was she agreeing to go out with Macon after turning him down? Macon may be more competition than he initially thought. Just then, the waitress came to take their orders. When she got to Vivian, Kent motioned between them. You can put the two of us on the same ticket. Vivian never looked away from the waitress as she spoke up. No, I will be paying for my own. Nonsense, I said I'm paying for yours. He focused back on the waitress. Put hers on my ticket. I insist. Vivian's irritation was plain to see, but she didn't say anything more. She only shook her head at the waitress and gave her order. Oh, look at the kitty. Erlene's loud exclamation had everyone in the restaurant looking, first at her and then at the fat orange cat sitting just outside the exit. A customer was feeding him fish from her takeout box. Beau leaned across the table. Smart cat. You notice he's sitting at the exit instead of the entrance. Vivian turned and smiled at him. Her smile died as soon as Kent opened his mouth to add his 2 cents worth. Someone should call the pound. People are only adding to the problem when they feed strays. His voice rose as he turned to make eye contact with everyone at the table. I don't want to see any of you feeding that cat when we leave. Nearby patrons glared at him. Apparently, his opinion was not the popular one. Vivian turned to face the table with her arms crossed, looking like she would rather be anywhere but here. It thrilled Beau that Kent had effectively eliminated himself from the competition, but he didn't want Vivian to avoid the rest of them from now on because of him.
How did I get myself into this? Vivian ate another bite of flounder. The food tasted great, but the company. She looked down at the other end of the table where the two married couples sat in deep conversation. Even if she had ended up sitting closer to Kaylee, she'd still be the odd one out, but it would have been better than her current situation. If she ever changed her mind about dating, the men on either side of her would not be in the running. Kent was a jerk and didn't seem to have a clue about how to talk to women, to anyone, for that matter. No wonder he was single. Macon was clueless too, but in a harmless kind of way. She avoided adding to their conversation. The less she had to talk to them, the better. Then there was Beau. He hadn't entered the conversation much either. Every once in a while, their gazes would connect with a knowing look whenever one of the other two men said something stupid. They'd agreed to be friends, and right now, that was exactly how he seemed to her. Where did you live before moving here? Vivian turned to look at Kent. He'd been asking random questions about her life for the past 15 minutes. Shiloh. Oh, I know where that is. In the upper part of the state next to Charlotte, right? Yes. She began transferring her food into a takeout box. What happened to your husband? She turned to look at the annoying man again. He was the last person she would ever want to have a conversation about Craig with. He died. Kent laughed sarcastically. Well, duh. You said you were a widow, so I figured that much. How did he die? It was an accident. I'd rather not talk about it. She stood as she answered, refusing to look at him again. I saw a gift shop when we came in. I think I'll check that out while y'all finish eating. She glanced at Kaylee to make sure she had heard and was offered an apologetic look. Vivian gathered her stuff and left the now quiet table. She met with their waitress as she crossed the room. Is everything all right? Did you need anything? I wanted to go ahead and pay for my meal, if that's okay. Certainly. She dug around in her apron and came out with a stack of tickets. I had a feeling you wanted to pay for your own, so I wrote yours up separately. I know how it is sometimes. She smiled as she handed Vivian the ticket. Here's my part of the tip. She handed her a $5 bill. Thanks. Can I get you a to-go cup of tea or anything else? That would be great, thanks. I'll meet you at the register. After paying her bill, she wandered through the gift shop, but there was nothing of interest to see. It had only been an excuse to get away from Kent and his nosy questions anyway. A refreshing ocean breeze greeted her as soon as she stepped outside the restaurant. Meow. Hey. I see you're still here. Meow. I don't see how you can still be hungry, but here you go. She reached into her takeout box and pulled out a shrimp. The nerve of Kent forbidding anyone from feeding the cat. Who did he think he was? For once, she hoped he would look her way as she fed the fat orange cat. She jerked around at the sound of a deep chuckle behind her. Beau stood between her and the exit. Careful, Kent might call the authorities to come lock you up for feeding a stray. And would you help bail me out, or would you agree it was a just punishment? Oh, I'd definitely bail you out. That's right, the hero always saves the damsel in distress. His laughter had her wanting to purr like the satisfied cat sitting in front of her. Get it together, Vivian. She gave the feline one last rub between the ears before heading toward the nearby pier. Beau's footsteps could be heard following her, but the thought of being alone with him didn't bother her like it would have with Kent or Macon. He joined her as she leaned against the rail of the pier, looking out over the ocean. A fish made a splash in the water in front of them. Too bad we don't have a couple of fishing rods in hand. I bet we could use your leftover shrimp for bait. The wind blew her bangs across her face when she turned to look at Beau. You like to fish? Sure do. In fact, Dalvin and I will be dropping a line in the water tomorrow morning at the pier down from the house. If you happen to be out walking that way, you could join us. I haven't been fishing since I was a kid. So, neither of you are working tomorrow? We always work on Saturdays and take Mondays off. All of us do. Kaylee interrupted their conversation when she joined them. Are y'all ready to go? The three of them headed toward the van. Kaylee linked her arm through Vivian's and Beau walked on ahead of them. I wanted to see if you'd meet me for lunch tomorrow. The boys will be fishing, and I thought it'd be a good time for us to catch up. She leaned in closer to Vivian. I'm sorry you got stuck sitting with the men. Let me make it up to you tomorrow. What do you say? She nodded. It sounds good to me. Kaylee was already waiting in front of the Mongolian grill when Vivian arrived. She hurried across the hot pavement, hoping she hadn't kept her waiting too long. Sorry, I got caught up in a scene I was writing and lost track of time. Kaylee looped her arm through Vivian's as they headed to the door. If it means I'll soon get a chance to read another of your books, I don't mind at all. She opened the door and motioned for Kaylee to go first. She still hadn't told anyone that she'd switched genres. Kaylee looked back over her shoulder. Have you ever been here before? No, and I'm not entirely sure what Mongolian cuisine consists of, but I'm sure I'll find something I like. Vivian lifted her head to try and catch a glimpse of whatever was on the food bars as they were being seated. Oh, you're going to love it. Everything is raw. You just pick out what you want and take it over to the grill, and they'll cook it right up for you. It's pretty healthy as long as you don't pig out like I usually do. It was a little strange picking out raw food and placing it in a bowl, but being able to watch as it was cooked on the huge grill really added to the dining experience. In less time than she would have expected, they were back at the table enjoying their meal. So, what did you really think of the church? I know you said yesterday that you enjoyed it, but I couldn't tell if you were just being nice because of the others standing there. You know you can tell me how you really feel. Kaylee leaned forward with a look of anticipation in her eyes, but bit her lip as if worried about the answer. I really did love it. The preaching was on point. I liked how people stayed to talk with each other after the service was over. My church back home cleared out as soon as it ended. Kaylee leaned back and sighed as if she had been holding her breath. Good. I was afraid Kent had turned you off from ever wanting to come back. I swear, if he wasn't Dalvin's boss, he would have been ejected from our little group long ago. I don't know why he's attached himself to us. Don't worry, I can handle Kent. I've learned to ignore men like him. He had been an annoyance. Next time, she would maneuver herself away from him whenever they were together. And then there's Macon. Bless his heart. He doesn't usually hang out with us, but he sort of attached himself to you from the beginning, didn't he? Don't worry, he hits on every woman he meets, but he's totally harmless. Kaylee waved a hand in front of her. He'll lose interest as soon as the next one comes around. But you should know, his heart's in the right place. Dalvin says he asks the boys in their prayer group to pray that God will send him a wife at every meeting. Vivian smiled. It's like I told you before, I'm not looking to get married again, but I think Macon is a sweet man. Hopefully, he'll find someone soon. Yeah, and give all of the uninterested single women a breather. Her fingertips momentarily covered her lips. Oh, I'm being bad again, and Dalvin isn't here to remind me to be a good girl. I don't know what I'd do without my boy. She reached and grabbed Vivian's hand resting on the table between them. That was insensitive of me. I didn't mean to remind you of your loss. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm glad you have Dalvin too. The man seemed too good to be true, but Vivian would never say so to her friend. I hate that you weren't sitting closer to me and Erlene. She and Hamish are the sweetest couple. I just adore them. But I must say, Erlene's accent is just a little too Southern Belle, if you know what I mean. She leaned across the table. I'm sorry if that sounded mean, but it's annoying sometimes. Vivian took a sip of her tea to hide her smile. As far as she could tell, Kaylee and Erlene were neck and neck when it came to Southern Belle accents. Well, I'm glad you came with us to the fish camp. Hopefully, next Sunday Felicity will be there. That should balance things out a bit. Vivian took a bite of beef from the mixture on her plate, wondering what they did to tenderize it. What's the relationship between her and Beau? They seem close, what little I saw of them together. I don't know what's going on between those two. They pair together when we go out as a group, but I never hear anything about them dating. As weird as it seems, I think they are two people determined to be single together. I doubt anything will ever come of it. They've been friends for a while now, and nothing's come of it yet. Besides, Beau has more than 10 years on her. She probably sees him as a father figure. Vivian doubted age would stop them. Women went for older men all the time. Why? Are you interested in dating Beau? The expected knowing smile was missing from Kaylee's face. No. Not at all. I'm only curious. Just one of the many traits of being a writer. Like I said, I have no intentions of ever marrying again, so what's the use of dating? Good. He's a really great guy, but I don't ever see him marrying again, and I wouldn't want to see you get hurt. If he was such a great guy, why had he asked her out while stringing Felicity along? Maybe if he would cut her loose, Felicity might be more inclined to marry, not that Vivian would ever advocate marriage. On second thought, maybe what the two of them had was the perfect alternative. Someone to spend time with without the risk of getting hurt. Kaylee pulled her from her thoughts when she reached across the table and grabbed her hand. I know about your husband. You've had it rough, haven't you? Panic clawed at her throat. She'd hoped to leave this part of her life back in Shiloh. The details of Craig's death had made national news. Even after a year, the sneers and remarks from those who thought the worst of her were still prevalent. The people of Shiloh hadn't forgotten, but she hoped the rest of the world had. Kaylee patted the hand she still held. Don't worry. I don't think anyone else has connected the story to you. That was over a year ago, wasn't it? They've already moved on. Besides, you don't even look like the same person as back then. Vivian rubbed the back of her neck. The haircut and the weight loss had not been part of a plan to disconnect her from her former life. If she'd known that was all it took, she would have done it a year ago. Sweetie, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. She took a deep breath and let it out along with the anxiety. It's okay. I don't really want to talk about it, but you are my friend. It's okay that you know, but I do hope you won't discuss it with anyone else. You understand why I no longer wish to be connected with that part of my past. I understand, and I promise not to mention it again unless you bring it up. When stuff like this happens, I try to look for something good. At least you have your daughter. Amy must be some comfort to you. Vivian stared at her friend. Kaylee had no way of knowing that while trying to comfort her, she'd just made things worse. I haven't heard from Amy since the funeral. Craig was her hero. It was a big shock to find out what he was truly like. She blames me for hiding it from her. Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. I've never met your Amy, but sometimes grief will do that, cause you to become angry and lash out at others. I'm sure she'll come around. Eventually, she'll see that you had no control over the actions of your husband, and she'll come to understand why you hid it from her. How old is she? 19. I know she doesn't see herself this way right now, but she's still a kid. No mother in her right mind would have shared something like that with her child. I can promise you, she'll figure it out one day. In the meantime, you both have my prayers. She could only hope Kaylee was right. This disconnect with her daughter hurt worse than losing her husband.
Beau looked out across the horizon. The Atlantic was like a broken glass reflection of the clear blue sky above it. He would rather be out there, dropping his line from the back of a boat, but Dalvin refused to leave the shore for something that could be done beachside. Still, he couldn't complain. They'd only been out on the pier for an hour and already had enough to supply supper. Everything they caught after this would go in the freezer for another day. So, what's Kaylee up to today? Dalvin smiled and cast his line out from the dock again before answering. She's meeting Vivian for lunch. They didn't really get a chance to catch up much yesterday. Yeah, Macon and your jerk of a boss pretty much had her cornered. Who knows, maybe Macon will be successful in winning her over this time. I don't think he's her type. He couldn't say that she'd decided not to date without revealing the fact that he had asked her out. He wasn't quite ready to announce to Patricia's brother that he was ready to date again, even if Dalvin was his closest friend. Dalvin laughed. Really? Well, what about Kent? Do you think he's her type? I don't see how you can stand working for him, and I'm pretty sure he blew whatever chance he had with her. You should have been sitting on my end of the table. Like I said, the man's a jerk. Dalvin looked down at the fishing pole in front of him and swallowed hard. Is it wrong that I keep hoping he'll find a different church, or at least someone else to hang out with while he's there? I mean, I see him every day now except for Monday, if I'm lucky. Did you hear him asking about our plans when Kaylee said we would be fishing today? He was hinting for an invitation. I keep looking over my shoulder, thinking he'll show up at any minute. He blew out an exasperated breath. I hate feeling this way. I'm sure God is hoping for something more from me where Kent is concerned. I just don't know what. That was Dalvin. Always striving to be better. Beau felt like he did all right as a Christian until he spent time around his brother-in-law. He shook his head as he slowly reeled in his line. I have a feeling Kent gets under God's skin sometimes too. Don't you think? I think God is above all that. What about the money changers? Didn't seem to me that Jesus was too happy with them when he ran them out of the temple with a whip. Point taken. So, I probably shouldn't ask, but what makes you think Kent blew his chances with Vivian, I mean, besides the fact that you think he's a jerk? She didn't seem too impressed with him trying to tell her what to do. I noticed she fed that cat outside after he told her not to. Her feeding the cat was a small thing. It was more of an impression based on the covert glances she shot his way every time Kent said something stupid. Best not to say that to Dalvin, though. I didn't see her with the cat, but I did notice you noticing her. I was almost sure you planned to stay single for the rest of your life, but I don't know, the way you were looking at her, well, the only other woman I've ever seen you look at that way was my sister. The conversation had turned in the direction Beau had been trying to avoid. He stalled for a moment as he recast his line. Is that weird for you, the thought that I might be interested in someone after Patricia? Dalvin grabbed his shoulder, causing him to finally look over at him. There has never been any doubt in my mind about how much you loved my sister. Patricia told me more than once how blessed she was to have you for a husband. She loved you just as much, enough that she would want you to be happy now that she's gone. It's been 14 years. Everyone expected you to move on before now. I expect you to move on and find someone else, if that's what you want. A lump formed in his throat. He appreciated the words more than he could say. A few moments passed before he could speak again. I asked her out. She made it clear that she plans to remain single. Vivian, I'm talking about Vivian. Dalvin smiled as he cast his line again. I knew who you meant. That's what she's told Kaylee too, but I think you can win her over. You just need to be careful about it. You need to woo her like Christ woos us. What do you mean? Do you remember when you finally surrendered your life to Christ? Beau shook his head and grinned. Yeah. It's funny you would use the word surrender considering how much I wrestled with it before finally deciding that Christ was exactly what I needed. With a few people, it's like love at first sight. They hear the word and believe right away. But most of us need to be wooed, and that's exactly what God does. He never forces himself on us. He shows us his love a little at a time until we come to the place where we realize that we love him too, that we need to be with him and only him. Yeah, so what does that have to do with Vivian? Woo her. Place yourself in her presence. Be there for her as a friend. Flirt a little, but don't push it too far. Beau nodded his head in agreement but didn't say anything. He wanted a full-blown relationship with the woman, but so far all he had done was sit quietly in the corner while other men were shameless in their efforts to grab her attention. He'd seen how that had worked out. She'd quickly pushed each one away. He feared ending up in the same boat, which was one reason he had tried to hide his feelings. Maybe Dalvin was right. He'd be there as her friend until she noticed him as a man, one she could see herself with as more than just friends. Dalvin bumped his shoulder against Beau's. I think it's going to take some time to win her over, but it will be worth it as long as it's part of God's plan. Just pray about it.
Vivian stretched her back as she looked at the clock. She'd been writing for hours without notice of the passing of time. Supper time had come and gone without her, but she'd learned long ago it was best to write when inspiration struck, even if it wasn't part of her usual routine. A walk would probably clear her mind and ease the tension in her body from hours of sitting. After grabbing a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, she headed downstairs for the beach. The cleaning company van was parked out front and another pulled in just as she arrived at the bottom of the stairs. That was unusual. Normally, there was only one. The two ladies who stepped out of the van glanced at her nervously before looking at each other, causing her suspicions to rise. Something was going on, and she planned to get to the bottom of it. She turned to follow them into the apartment below. The woman in front of her turned, blocking her way inside. You can't come in here, miss, this is private property. Vivian crossed her arms. I know. I'm the owner. Why are there more of you here? It usually only takes one crew to clean this place. What's going on? Oh. Sorry, I didn't know. Did someone call you? The woman stepped aside when the one behind her placed a hand on her shoulder. Vivian had never interacted with the cleaning crew, but she had seen this one here before. Everything is okay. We just needed extra help because, well, the people who just checked out left it in a mess. Someone from Walden Beach Property Management will let you know the details. The woman stepped out of the way to let Vivian pass through. She jerked back and covered her nose and mouth with her hand as a putrid smell suddenly hit her nose. Piles of garbage and dirty dishes cluttered the furniture and floor of the living room, not to mention what could be seen of the kitchen. A good guess would be that the family that had spent the last week and a half here had not washed a dish or thrown away a single piece of trash during their whole stay. Who did this kind of thing? And a better question, is this how they lived while not on vacation? She picked up a glass from where it had been left. Its sticky contents had drained across the tan carpeting. It looked as if it had been there for a while. We've called in an order for someone to come and clean the carpets. They should be here early in the morning so it will have time to dry before your next renters are scheduled to arrive. Vivian would be lucky if the carpet could even be salvaged. At this point, it might make more sense to rip it out and start over. She began loading her arm with dirty dishes. You don't have to worry about this. We'll have it all done in no time. She was careful to breathe through her mouth. She wanted this mess gone before the smell seeped through to her place above. I don't mind helping. The lady whose name she still didn't know bit her lip as if to stop herself from arguing. I'll go see what the rest of the crew is doing then. Vivian watched as the lady headed down the hall to where the others were already busy in the bedrooms. Stepping into the kitchen, she loaded her armful into the empty dishwasher along with some of the dishes within arm's reach. It would take several loads to clean them all. She decided to concentrate on the dishes and let the cleaning crew take care of everything else. Vivian clicked the mouse to save her work for the last time that night. She'd been alternating between writing and doing dishes all evening. Once the rest of the house had been taken care of, she sent the cleaning crew away. She'd been making trips downstairs every hour to unload and reload the dishwasher. Exhaustion weighted each step as she headed down the stairs to take care of the last load. As soon as she opened the door downstairs, Vivian knew something was wrong. The sound of water splashing onto the floor resonated through the apartment. In a panic, she sloshed through the puddle running across the kitchen floor to stop the dishwasher from dumping any more of the sudsy water. Hopefully, the floor wasn't already damaged. She stepped back into the living room, her shoes making a squishy sound with every step. Taking one of the extra blankets from the chest that doubled as a coffee table, she hurried back to the kitchen and used the blanket to stop the flow from going any further. It didn't take long before it was soaked through. It would take more than one to sop up this mess. She grabbed another blanket from the chest and spread it out on the floor to soak up more of the mess while she wrung the first one out in the sink and then threw it in the washer. The dishwasher would have to be fixed before the new renters arrived, and she had no idea who to call. Slipping her cell phone from her back pocket, she dialed Kaylee's number and began pushing the blanket against the wet tide. Hey, Kaylee, you wouldn't happen to know of a trustworthy plumber with an after-hours service, would you? Oh, honey, what has happened? The dishwasher in my rental unit spewed water out all over the kitchen floor. The carpets are being cleaned in the morning, and I have renters coming around 3 o'clock. I need to get it fixed tonight if I can. I had the same thing happen to me last summer. I bet it's a faulty switch. That's what happened to ours. So, who fixed it? Do you have their number? Hold on a minute. She must have placed her hand over the phone because the sound became muffled. He'll be there in a bit to see if he can figure it out. It might save you from a huge plumbing bill. Thanks, Kaylee. Hopefully, she could have this dried up before Dalvin arrived. Any other time she would have protested putting him through the trouble, but right now she was desperate. The dishwasher would most likely need to be empty before repairs could begin. She rinsed each dish and placed them on towels spread across the counter to dry. After transferring the first blanket to the dryer, she wrung out the second one over the sink and then placed it in the washer. Her arms felt like rubber, and her back was killing her. Vivian was on her hands and knees drying up the last bit of moisture with bath towels when a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Vivian looked up and froze. She'd expected to see Dalvin, but there Beau stood instead. She didn't need a mirror to know how frightful she must look. The front of her clothes was soaked, her hair hadn't seen a brush since early that morning, and considering the long hours she'd put in, a little extra makeup probably would have helped to conceal the dark circles under her eyes. She nervously rubbed the back of her neck and cringed at the feel of the gritty dampness that had transferred from her grimy hand. She smiled, hoping he wouldn't think the grimace had been for him. "When Kaylee said she was sending someone, I thought she meant Dalvin." He shrugged. "I just happened to be over there when you called. I mostly stick to fixing cars, but I have worked on an appliance or two in my time. I'll be glad to take a look at it and see what I can do." He hesitated. "If that's okay with you." Vivian gathered the dirty towels to her chest, hopefully covering her damp clothing. "Sorry for being rude. It's been a long day." "Thanks, I'd appreciate that. I'm just going to take these upstairs and put them in the washer. I'll be right back." "Oh, okay." He looked a little dumbfounded. Had he expected her to help? She had no idea what that would consist of, but she'd be glad to offer once she changed into some dry clothing. As she ran up the stairs, the speckled cat darted past her going in the opposite direction. Vivian hated that she'd frightened her new friend but didn't have time to console the cat at the moment. She stuffed the towels into the washer and then stripped out of her wet clothes, adding them to the load. After starting the washer, she hurried into her room to get dressed. Her reflection in the dresser mirror looked ragged. Adding makeup and fixing her hair would be too obvious. The best she could do now was finger comb her hair. By the time she returned to the downstairs apartment, the insides of the dishwasher were laid out on the floor. "What can I do to help?" Beau looked up at her from where he knelt on the kitchen floor. "Do you have any degreaser?" "If I didn't know any better, I'd think someone had been cleaning car parts in here. Nothing would surprise me. You should have seen the place this morning." She reached under the counter, pulled out a green bottle of cleaner, and handed it to him along with a roll of paper towels. He tilted the bottle and read the label. "All natural cleaner. I hope this stuff works." "Is this all you have?" "It's all I've used for years. I'm not a fanatic or anything, but I try to be conscious of the environment." "Don't you?" "At the garage, we abide by EPA regulations, but other than that, I haven't given it much thought." "Do you have a garbage bag I can use?" She grabbed one from under the sink and held it open for him. He used the paper towels to clean up the bulk of the mess before he began spraying. "We'll just let that soak for a few minutes." The way the light shined into his eyes as he looked up at her revealed tiny streaks of a lighter shade of brown radiating out from the irises of Beau's chocolate brown eyes. She hadn't noticed that before. One of her new characters, Tyler, had brown eyes. She made a mental note to add this to his description. He seemed to be studying her the same way she studied him. Her stomach fluttered. Vivian took a step away and leaned back against the counter. "I really appreciate you coming here and helping me out like this." "No problem. It's what friends do. They help each other out if they can." "Yeah, but you barely know me, and all you've seemed to do since we met is help me. You must be getting tired of it by now." "I promise, I wasn't so needy before. You can call me anytime." "I don't mind at all. Since my son moved out of the house and has taken over most of the business, I have plenty of free time on my hands." She gestured to the dishwasher. "Do you think this is going to work?" "Hopefully." He returned to his kneeling position on the floor and went back to work cleaning the parts inside of the dishwasher with paper towels. "Hey, that green stuff really does the job. I'll have to look into buying some for the shop. You can probably find it in bulk online. I buy mine at Walmart." Beau reassembled the dishwasher, started it up, and then began washing his hands at the sink. "You said the place was a mess this morning. Is that the norm? I would think a place this nice would draw better renters." "Every once in a while, I'd been notified that a vacationer had left behind a mess, but not very often. This is the first time I've seen it firsthand, though. His attention was once again focused on her instead of the dishwasher, making her feel awkward. I'll be back in a minute. I left a blanket in the washer. I used a couple of them to dry up the bulk of the water. She pulled one blanket out of the dryer before replacing it with the wet one from the washer. After cleaning the vent and starting it up, she grabbed the still warm blanket and headed to the living room to fold it where she would have more space. She gathered 2 corners and shook the blanket until it spread out in front of her. Here, let me help you with that. Beau came from around the kitchen bar, separating them, and grabbed the other 2 corners of the blanket. Together, they folded it into a narrow strip. He walked closer with his end until he stood right in front of her and joined it with her end, taking the blanket from her to fold it over a second time. Vivian found herself once again staring into the brown depths of his eyes. Her breath quickened. She didn't need or want this attraction. As he had said, they were friends, and she wanted to keep it that way. Her gaze moved to his lips when he spoke. What would a kiss from him feel like? She wondered. Do you hear that? What? Vivian looked around her but didn't see or hear anything unusual. The dishwasher is draining, and I don't hear water flowing into the floor. Let's go see. He handed her the blanket and walked into the kitchen. What is wrong with you? Stop mooning over him like a love-struck teenager, she thought to herself before placing the blanket back into the chest and following him into the kitchen. Looks like that did it. If you have another flood, let me know, and I'll come over and replace the float assembly. She rubbed the back of her neck as she tried to avoid looking at him again. How much do I owe you? He turned toward her, and her gaze shot up to meet his. She couldn't seem to help herself. Nothing. That's what friends are for. Remember? Thanks. So far, she had gotten more out of this friendship than he had, but she hoped it would be a while before she was called on to return the favor. The man made her forget herself.
Beau glanced back at the door one more time just before church services were about to begin. Vivian still hadn't made an appearance. He caught Dalvin's grin when he turned back around, but he didn't care. His friend was already privy to his feelings for the woman. He leaned around Dalvin to speak to Kaylee. Have you heard from Vivian? I thought she would be here by now. Honey, she isn't coming this morning. She's just not feeling up to par. Nothing serious, mind you. If I'd known you were looking for her, I would have let you know sooner. Sorry. I wasn't necessarily looking for her. I just thought she'd be here, that's all. I hope she gets to feeling better soon. Hopefully, that would pacify Kaylee. He knew Dalvin well enough to know he wouldn't have shared their conversation with anyone, including his wife. He wasn't ashamed of his attraction, but he didn't want to scare Vivian off with pressure caused by their mutual friend's desire to see them together. While the preacher gave the opening prayer, Beau's mind was already working on the next step in his plan to woo her. Just like with the dishwasher, if he saw a need in her life that he could fill, he would be there. Beau begged out of Sunday lunch with his friends and headed straight home after church. If Vivian was sick, she would need some chicken soup. He kept a supply of homemade starter in his freezer. All he'd have to do was heat the soup in the microwave while he cooked the egg noodles, and then he could bring it all together. He had tried freezing the soup with the noodles already included, but it just didn't taste the same. After changing into a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and his flip-flops, he began thawing the soup and boiling water for the noodles. He pulled out 2 packages of saltines and placed them on the counter. What else could he take her? Maybe the soup would be enough. Soup said, I care about you as a friend. Anything more might be pushing things too far. As soon as everything was ready, he packaged it up and headed toward the beach to walk to her place. On a whim, he stopped and picked a few flowers from his weed-choked garden and added them to the box. When he got to Vivian's place, a speckled cat with a cropped tail darted past him as he headed up to the top floor. He found Vivian out on the balcony, sitting on her lounge chair looking healthy as can be. He'd jumped to conclusions when Kaylee said she wasn't feeling well, and now he was about to make a fool of himself. It was too late to back out now. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I brought you some soup. He held the box out in front of him. That's so sweet. Thank you. She took the offering. Oh, it's still warm. She reached in and lifted the lid to take a peek. This smells good, and it looks homemade. Did you make this? It's nothing fancy. I keep the stock in my freezer for whenever someone gets sick. She obviously wasn't sick, and he expected her to own up to it any minute. Did these flowers come from your yard? I noticed them before. So, you're a gardener too? No, but my wife was. I'm afraid the weeds are taking over what's left. I haven't had time to take care of them, and to tell the truth, it's just not the same without her help. Did it bother her for him to talk about his wife? He couldn't help it. Beau would never downplay the relationship they'd had. Patricia had been good to him and her memory deserved to be honored. That's one thing I miss about having a yard. I used to have flowers and herbs with a few vegetables mixed in. I did bring some of my herbs along to use in my craft projects. As you know, I'm no cook, but I like to use them to make soap and scented oils. She gestured toward a planter next to the porch rail. Beau walked over for a better view. He ran his fingers over the rosemary, releasing its piney scent. Do you have any idea how much just a little bit of this costs in a grocery store? I should get rid of the flowers and plant herbs instead. It would sure save me some money. Vivian pulled a pair of scissors from a cup on the table next to her and held them out to him. Cut some of whatever you need to cook with, and if you do decide to plant some, I'd be happy to share with you. Thanks. He didn't have anything in mind but took a few clippings of the thyme and oregano anyway. If nothing else, they could be used in an omelette. He placed them on the table and sat back down. So, you took a personal day, huh? I've done that from time to time myself. She took a deep breath and let it out. Had he overstepped his bounds? He grimaced inwardly. That's what he got for prying. This is the anniversary of my son's death. I never know how I'm going to feel, so I always make plans to keep to myself on this day. Beau sat back in his seat. He had not seen that coming. He wished Kaylee would have said something. And how are you feeling? Hopefully, she could hear the sincerity in his voice. She wrapped her arms around her bent legs and looked out over the ocean, taking a deep breath before answering. I'm all right. I'll always miss him, but I know he's in a better place, and I finally have peace with that. She turned to look at him. The truth of her statement echoed there in her jade-colored eyes. So, how was church this morning? There had to be more to say about what happened to her son, but it was her tale to tell, so he would let it drop for now. It was good. What else could he say? He couldn't tell her that he'd spent the whole time worrying about her. A moment of awkward quiet took over as they both looked out over the balcony toward the Atlantic Ocean. The silence lasted a few moments, then he felt Vivian's gaze. Have you had lunch yet? No, not yet. Please don't let her question the fact that I skipped lunch with our friends and then rushed home to make her soup. He realized how desperate he looked for something more than friendship right about now. Come on in. I'll find us a couple of bowls and something to drink, and we'll eat some of this yummy soup. I can't wait to taste it. I've heard about what a good cook you are. She didn't wait for a reply as she stood and headed for the door, and he gladly followed. She placed the box on the bar and then walked around to pull out bowls, spoons, and glasses. I'm going to make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You want one? Sounds good to me. What can I do to help? You can fix us something to drink. I just want water, but there's tea and soda in the fridge. Help yourself to whatever you like. She began to hum as she made the sandwiches. Do you bring soup to all of your sick friends? He paused, thinking about it for a moment. He'd taken soup over to Gabe's when Timmons had a virus, and there was that one time when Dalvin and Kaylee were both down with the flu. I have. I don't believe I've ever met a man quite like you before, Beau. Was that good or bad? She didn't look up from her work as she spoke, so it was hard to read her mood. They sat down next to each other at the bar. Beau took off his hat and placed it on the empty stool beside him and then held his hand palm up between them. Let's pray. It had never been his habit to hold hands while praying unless he was with Kaylee, who insisted on it. It wasn't an excuse to hold Vivian's hand either. He hadn't been able to get his mind off her earlier declaration about her son. She seemed fine, but he knew it must still be on her mind. The gesture was more an offer of comfort for what she had been through and for the conversation to come. Because he had every intention of mentioning it again. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this food, thank you for this friendship, and I pray that Vivian will feel your loving presence on this day. Heal her of the broken-heartedness from the loss of her son. Thank you for that hopeful promise of a chance for them to be reunited in heaven. Thank you for this day. Amen. She squeezed his hand before letting go. Thank you for that, Beau. And just so you know, I think he has healed me. For the first time ever, I feel at peace with God over what happened. Without knowing the whole story, I'm at a loss as to what to say, but I'm glad you feel at peace. I can't begin to imagine what it's like to lose a child. She crumbled saltines into her soup and gave it a stir. It was the most horrifying experience of my life. He was only 6 years old. Do you want to share what happened? I'm a good listener. He knew from experience that as painful as it was to talk about such subjects, it could be a help as well. I don't mind. She stared at the window across the kitchen as if gathering her thoughts. It was a Sunday. Isaac had made a new friend at church and begged to go home with him. We knew the boy's parents, so we agreed to let him go. He would be back with us in time for night services. Beau kept quiet so that she could tell the story at her own pace. Vivian took a couple of bites of soup. That sounds like we were worried. We weren't. The truth is, it never occurred to me or Craig that anything would happen. We never once thought as we watched Isaac walk out the door of the church that day that it would be the last time we would see him alive. Less than an hour later, we got a call. He and his friend had snuck off down to the pond while lunch was being made. He fell from the dam and drowned. Our lives were forever changed after that. I can only imagine so. You have no idea. They ate in silence while Beau tried to think of just the right thing to say, but nothing came. She looked somber, not sad. Still, he had to wonder if she was truly over it. How did anyone heal from something like that? I have to say, this is the best chicken noodle soup I've ever had. Beau laughed, more out of relief than humor. Thanks. I could say the same for your PB&J. I have never seen anyone mix the two together before spreading it on the bread. You flatter me, sir. Now you know I was telling the truth. This is the best I have to offer as far as culinary skills go. Was Craig the cook in the family? Her laugh was unexpected. No. Craig prided himself on being the king of junk food. If a meal didn't come from either the freezer section of the supermarket or a takeout container, he wanted no part of it. My daughter, Amy, is the same way. I had no choice but to be dragged along the way. She smiled and shook her head. Believe it or not, I grew up eating healthy. I've never been a gourmet cook like you, but my grandma did give me a few lessons in the kitchen. Unfortunately, I've forgotten everything I learned after 20+ years of not much cooking. I'm a little surprised it wasn't a heart attack that took Craig out of this world. He wanted to ask about her husband's death, but that was a discussion for another day. One tragic remembrance at a time was more than enough. My offer still stands. It's never too late to learn. In fact, what are you doing next Monday? I know it sounds silly, but the ones of us who don't work on Mondays are getting together to celebrate the first day of summer. I'm making roasted cauliflower and mushroom carbonara along with some grilled marinated chicken. You could come over ahead of time and help me cook. She rubbed the back of her neck and stared straight ahead. A moment passed before she answered. Sure. I can do that. Sounds like fun. What do you want me to bring? You don't need to bring anything. You helping me is enough. She bumped her shoulder against his. Oh, come on, you don't have to fear me trying to bring something I cooked on my own. I can bring a salad. Actually, Felicity's bringing the salad. She makes the best salads with homemade dressing. Her face fell in disappointment. At least, that's what it looked like to him. What could she bring that would make her feel included? I can make a banana pudding that is almost homemade. Would that work? That would be great. There is always room for more desserts. He wasn't sure what she meant by almost homemade, but he would eat it and swear it was the best he'd ever tried.
Wednesday night services at Coastal Revival were definitely more casual than any Vivian had ever been to before. Some people were still wearing their work uniforms, and others looked as if they had just come from the beach in their t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. Wedged between Kaylee and Felicity, Vivian relished the feeling of contentment. While they stood singing the familiar hymns, she meditated on how far God had brought her in the past year. She still missed Isaac, but the pain had eased. She knew she'd see him again someday, so maybe it was time to eliminate her self-imposed seclusion every time the anniversary rolled around. Craig's death had been shocking and life-altering, but it also ended the suffering his infidelity had caused in their marriage. She had finally started to put it behind her. And Amy, she still wasn't happy about their estrangement, but there was always hope for a reconciliation. After church, her little group meandered down the aisle at a snail's pace, talking and laughing as they made their way toward the door. Vivian felt a tug on her elbow and turned to find Macon. He motioned with his head, indicating he wanted to speak with her away from everyone else. Kaylee gave her a knowing look. "Go ahead. We'll wait for you in the parking lot." Vivian took a cautious step closer to Macon, dreading what he had to say. If he was about to ask her out, and she turned him down, would he take it as graciously as Beau had? "You stood me up Saturday. I thought we were taking that cooking class together." Her mind raced back to their conversation at the fish camp. Had he asked her out then? Even if he had and she missed it, she knew without a doubt that she'd never agreed to go with him. "Macon, I never said I would take that class with you. I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding." He nodded, and then a grin split his face. "That's okay. It turned out good anyway. I met someone else there who had been stood up too. Her name is Opal. We really hit it off. I think she could be the one. So, no hard feelings, okay?" The clueless man placed his hand on her elbow as an act of comfort. Poor Opal. Vivian didn't know what to say. If there were no hard feelings, why did he even bring it up? "I'm glad it worked out for you, Macon. Kaylee is waiting for me, so I'll walk you out." Kaylee had said they were going to Krispy Kreme after church. Vivian expected him to finagle an invitation when they joined the rest, but Macon said his goodbyes and went his own way. What did the doofus want? The sneer on Kent's face irritated her. "He wanted to tell me about his new lady friend he met this past weekend." Vivian purposely left off the part where Macon thought the two of them had been scheduled for a date. Well, good for him. I hope it works out. Kaylee stood with her fist on her hip, staring at Kent. Kent threw his head back and laughed. "The day Macon Doyle gets a woman to notice him back will be the day I learn to walk on water." Jealous, are we? At least he's making an effort to attract a woman. Kaylee. Dalvin's low reprimand effectively deflated his wife's stance. The only person who seemed oblivious to her feelings toward Kent was the man himself. "So, are we ready?" Kent turned toward Vivian. "Vi, do you want to ride with me? I promise to bring you right back here to your car." Scout's honor. He held up 3 fingers. She doubted very seriously he had ever been a part of that organization. "No thanks, I prefer to drive myself. Where's Erlene and Hamish?" She looked across the parking lot to their usual spot, now empty of any vehicle. "Did they already leave without us?" "Hamish said he had an early morning at work tomorrow, so they headed home." Felicity placed her hand on Beau's arm. "I need to do the same. I'll be opening at the coffee shop tomorrow." After they said their goodbyes, everyone else headed to the donut shop. They all ordered coffee and Beau bought 1 box of glazed and 1 of a mixed variety for all to share, claiming he would take the leftovers to his shop in the morning. They sat down at one of the round tables with Vivian in between Beau and Kent. Kent placed his arm across the back of her chair. Was it her imagination, or did he lean toward her? Her skin crawled as discomfort closed in on her. Dalvin set a handful of sugar and creamer packets along with a stack of napkins down in the middle of the table, and Vivian began doctoring her coffee. Do you have any idea what all that sugar is going to do to your body? Kent leaned even closer. You might want to slow down unless you aim to look like a parade float. She didn't even glance Kent's way as she picked up another packet of sugar, one more than usual, and added its contents to the cup. Have a donut, Kent. Beau pushed one of the boxes in his direction. No thanks, I want to live on this earth for as long as I can. That's why I avoid sugar, especially sugar that's been fried in grease and then coated with more sugar. Haven't you people ever heard of diabetes? He took a sip of his black coffee. Probably the same color as his heart. Not fair. Kent had problems, but he wasn't evil. If you don't like donuts, why'd you come? Vivian wanted to take the words back as soon as they came out of her mouth. Dalvin choked on his last sip of coffee and Kaylee patted his back, but no one said anything. Kent leaned closer to her. Honey, if you can't figure that out, you're not as smart as I gave you credit for. Then he winked at her. She made a point of not looking at anyone as she reached for a glazed donut and reminded herself not to ask Kent any more questions. You know, back home, I would only stop if the hot now sign was lit. I notice here it's lit up almost every time I drive by. I know, girl. I told Dalvin, I just know that sign will be lit 24/7 when we get to heaven, and the best part is, we won't have to worry about calories. Kaylee grinned as she bit into a jelly donut. Do you really believe that? Yes, I do, Kent. Kaylee stared right at him as if she was daring him to challenge her on it. Beau leaned closer to Vivian. Good, isn't it? She smiled at him. Not homemade chicken soup good, but yes. She'd noticed he was much quieter when they were with the group than he'd been when it was just the two of them. Why the change? He lowered his voice. Just wait till you taste the carbonara we're going to make together. It sounds complicated. Did I mention I don't know how to cook? I hope I don't disappoint you. If you can use a knife, you'll do fine. She caught Kaylee staring at the two of them and moved slightly away from Beau. The woman was no doubt reading too much into their conversation. She and Beau were just friends, and that's all they'd ever be.
Beau looked around the kitchen while doing a mental checklist. The vegetables were clean and draining in the sink, the bacon was in the oven, the chicken breast was already marinating in the fridge, and everything else they would need was out on the counter. The house had received an extra cleaning like it did before every time he had guests over, but this time he pictured it through Vivian's eyes. What would she think of his bachelor's pad? The kitchen was his pride and joy. The main draw for Beau was the state-of-the-art appliances, but the cherry wood cabinets, granite countertops, and flagstone flooring presented a beautiful package. He remodeled it a couple of years ago and had never regretted one penny of the cost. But the rest of the house, it still looked like it did the day Patricia died. Well, not exactly. The once nice furniture was now threadbare, and the walls could use a fresh coat of paint. Dalvin had suggested that updating the rest of the house would increase the property value, but it hadn't seemed like a priority since he was the only one living here. Plus, he had no intentions of ever selling it. The peal of the doorbell rang out through the house. He wiped his hands on his apron as he went to answer it. Vivian stood on his front porch looking uncertain. Come on in. I brought the banana pudding and the thyme you asked for. She held up a covered plastic bowl and a bouquet of herbs with a damp paper towel wrapped around the bottom. I washed the thyme, so it should be ready to use. Beau took the bowl with one hand and gave her a side hug with the other. Making a point not to watch for her reaction, he led her into the kitchen. He'd probably given this greeting more forethought than necessary. Felicity and Kaylee didn't seem to mind being on the receiving end of one of his hugs, and it was his goal to get closer to Vivian. Wow! She stopped on the threshold, taking in every detail of his gourmet kitchen. Her mouth opened slightly as her gaze roamed around the room. Dark bangs accentuated her large green eyes. Adorable. What do you think? She glanced at him before her gaze continued around the kitchen. It's intimidating for someone like me who doesn't know how to cook. You're in good hands. I've made this dish dozens of times. Besides, it's all about prep with this recipe. Just wait till you see how easy it is. He placed the pudding in the fridge and grabbed a red onion from the vegetable drawer. This is your refrigerator. It looks like the rest of your cabinets. Vivian ran her hand down the front of the door, standing close enough that he could smell her citrus perfume. She looked directly at him then. Did their nearness have any effect on her at all? Because he had to fight the urge to kiss her every time they were together. Was your wife a cook too? Is she the one who got you into it? He stepped back, letting the door close on its own and then sidestepped to place the onion on the cutting board along with the herbs Vivian had brought. She liked to cook. I mean, she wasn't a fanatic about it, but I enjoyed her cooking. He turned to face her. The truth is, she begged me to make a meal with her. Said she thought it would add some romance to our marriage. Beau rubbed a hand over his mouth, unsure why he was sharing this. At the time, it seemed unimportant, you know. Then she died, and I was tormented by all the little things I hadn't done. Don't get me wrong, we had a good marriage. I just know a little more effort on my part wouldn't have hurt. Anyway, after she died, I took a cooking class as a sort of tribute to Patricia and ended up loving it. He swallowed, taking a few breaths until the tightness left his chest. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on so. Are you ready to get started? Vivian placed her hand on his arm. You have nothing to apologize for, Beau. Your love for your wife really shows. Surely, she knew how you felt about her. I'm sorry you lost her and hate I never got a chance to meet Patricia. He nodded, but his thoughts were conflicted. He would have given anything not to have lost Patricia. But she was gone, and nothing would bring her back. Vivian was here now, and he wouldn't mind a future with her in it. He reached for the folded apron on the counter beside him. Here, you're going to need this. He slipped the loop over her neck and turned her so he could tie it in the back. He looked at the fringe of dark hair brushing her shoulder and was tempted to place a kiss there. If he did, it would probably end their friendship. While Vivian washed her hands, he placed a sheet pan he'd covered with parchment paper on the stovetop beside the cutting board. I'll let you get started with the cauliflower. He stood shoulder to shoulder with her as he demonstrated how to separate the florets from the stalk. Every innocent touch sent electrified waves coursing through his body. Did she feel it too? We're going to need a bowl so we can mix this with olive oil before we spread it on the pan. He grabbed one from the cabinet. Other than on a salad, I've never eaten cauliflower before. He winked at her. If you like it raw, you're going to love it roasted. Roasted? Vivian looked at the pan sitting on the stove beside them. I never imagined you'd be cooking them in the oven. I would have guessed stovetop. Shows what I know. I like to roast the cauliflower and mushrooms, but the asparagus and onion turn out better sautéed in a pan. The original recipe didn't call for those two ingredients, but I like it that way. Vivian shook her head. I would never have the nerve to add to a recipe. She pulled the bowl of cauliflower closer and looked inside. Now what? Beau grabbed a bottle of olive oil and began drizzling it into the bowl. Use your hands to mix it up so we can make sure it's all covered. On a whim, he plunged his hand in and helped to mix. His fingers slid against hers in the oil, and it was all he could do not to take her by the hand and pull her close. Together, they spread the vegetables out on the pan and then repeated the process with the mushrooms. He wiped his hands on a towel and then sprinkled everything with salt and pepper. Beau removed the pan of bacon from the oven and slid in the sheet of vegetables. Is that bacon? I didn't know you could cook that in the oven. Vivian stepped over to him as she dried her hands. She placed her hand on his arm and looked up at him. I'm learning so much today. Thanks for inviting me. Don't do it, he thought. If you kiss her now, it'd be the end of it. The clear admiration he saw written on her face made it hard not to push their relationship forward. Maybe another side hug wouldn't hurt. He wrapped an arm around her and pulled her closer, never losing eye contact. There's a lot I can show you. A few more lessons and you'll be able to cook anything you want.
This was the second time he had pulled her in for one of his hugs. Vivian knew he didn't mean anything by it. He was a physically affectionate man. She'd seen him do the same thing with Felicity and Kaylee, and no one thought anything of it. Even with the men, she'd noticed that Beau was more likely to squeeze a friend's arm or slap them on the shoulder. She'd read about the 5 love languages, and his was obviously physical touch. But oh, the effect it was having on her. Craig hadn't been an affectionate man. She'd have to get used to it if she wanted to be friends with Beau. She would never want him to change who he was just because his friendly touches were making her feel more than friendly toward him. It was her problem, and she would have to deal with it. He'd been right about the dish they were making. It had been more about preparation, not hard at all, but tasted divine. He'd just offered her a bite on the end of a fork. She could tell that he was anticipating her reaction. She would be too if this was her recipe. Mercy. He stared at her lips, as if he wanted to kiss her. Vivian's breath caught in her throat as his head lowered closer to hers. Then the sound of the front door opening pulled him away. She turned to see Felicity entering the kitchen. It was a good thing the moment had been interrupted. She had no business being mesmerized by a set of smoldering brown eyes. She would do well to remember that. The rest of their friends arrived soon after, and the spell Beau had over her never returned for the rest of the evening. They were just friends and would remain that way. But if she was to start dating again, he'd be top of the list of possibilities. Here, have a taste. Blair took a small bite from the end of the spoon he offered, not missing the smoldering look in Tyler's brown eyes. The rich, spicy spaghetti sauce danced across her tongue. Who knew cooking together could be so dreamy? He put the spoon in his mouth, eating the sauce she'd left behind, his gaze never leaving her lips. He leaned in closer, and she tilted her face up to his. In an agonizingly slow move, he lowered his mouth until his lips touched hers, soft at first and then all-consuming. Vivian rolled to her back, away from the laptop perched on the side of the bed, and looked up at the ceiling. She had dreamed of the kiss she'd been sure had almost happened. She sort of wished it had. But then where would that lead? She'd not been kissed like that, the way she described it in her books, well, it had been over 10 years. She missed that toe-curling feeling that filled you up and left you wanting more all at the same time. Oh, and the excitement that went along with a first kiss, she really missed that. She missed the feel of a man's arms, holding her like she was all he ever wanted, without her wondering if he'd rather be with someone else. But she would never feel that way again. A combination of factors had played with her emotions as she worked in the kitchen with Beau. He'd spoken of his deceased wife with such tender devotion, something she had craved from Craig that had never happened. The two of them had seemed in sync with one another as they stood side by side chopping vegetables. She'd noticed his work-roughened hands and wondered what it would be like just to hold one of them. And then he had leaned in, with that bite of their creation on the end of a fork, and she thought for a minute that he'd wanted to kiss her. Beau seemed nice enough, but if he had kissed her the day before, if they started a relationship, there would always be some point in the future where she would inevitably suspect that there was someone else. In fact, it probably would have happened as soon as Felicity showed up. Beau's words came back to her in a flash. Actually, Felicity is bringing salad. She makes the best salads. Vivian hated to admit it, but Beau had been right. She had even complimented Felicity on the salad, and the woman offered to send her a link to the recipe. You need a recipe to make salad? At least her banana pudding had been eaten. Kaylee had even asked for the recipe. But it didn't compare to the homemade cheesecake Felicity had brought. If she had known what her competition was going to be, she would have left the pudding at home. She should have just offered to bring ice. If she had, Felicity probably would have brought some that had been hand-sculptured to look like fairies or something. Stop it, Vivian. This was Craig's fault. She'd never had a problem with jealousy until he started his shenanigans. She didn't much like the feeling. Vivian stood up from the bed, pushing such thoughts from her mind. Felicity was not the enemy. There was no chance of a relationship between Vivian and Beau, or any man for that matter, so why shouldn't Felicity make a go at him? It was a good reminder since she'd agreed to meet her and Kaylee at the coffee shop this morning.
The garage sure was busy for a Tuesday. Not a good time to be thinking about Vivian with so much work to be done. But he couldn't help it. Working together with her in his kitchen, oh, man. He could still see her face turned up toward him, licking her lips after the bite of carbonara. The ability to withstand that urge to kiss the woman senseless had almost crumbled. Felicity interrupted what could have been the beginning of a lifelong relationship with Vivian. Or she may have saved him. How long had he been standing there, idle, staring at the underside of the car on the lift in front of him? Beau went back to packing the wheel bearings as he called out to his son working in the bay next to him. "Gabe, did Nicole say what time she expected to get here?" "As soon as she can find someone to keep Timmons, she'll be here, Dad." He didn't have to be able to see Gabe's face in order to hear the irritation in his voice. Beau had asked him to call his girlfriend to come help out in the office over an hour ago. Neither one of them seemed to get in a hurry for anything. Even the birth of their son 2 years ago hadn't hurried them along. Why didn't they get married? They were already living together as husband and wife, so what was the holdup? He took a deep breath to clear his head. At the sound of a car door closing, he looked out again, hoping to see Nicole. Another customer. His office was full of people waiting for their cars to be fixed. Maybe he could clear a few out before adding this one to the queue. Beau picked up a shop rag and began cleaning his hands. "Hey, Fletch, these wheels are ready to go back on. I'm going to let you take it from here. You can back it out when you're done and pull the Buick in next." "Sure thing, boss." Beau headed toward the overcrowded office to settle up on the job he'd just finished. "Hey, Dad, you can go ahead and cash this one out too. I'm almost done. That '57 Chevy is next. Running a little on the hot side. May just need some coolant." He shook his head as he reached to open the office door. It was an easy fix, one that any seasoned driver should be able to check out for themselves. The owner of the '57 accosted him as soon as he entered. "How much longer is it going to be?" "I've been waiting for almost an hour." It shouldn't have taken more than a few minutes to add coolant. Beau only glanced at the man standing next to the wall in his dressy shorts and polo shirt with the arms of his sweater draped over his shoulders. There was only one empty seat in the room, but no doubt he thought himself too good to sit with the common folk. "Stop your judging," he thought. "There were others ahead of you, but it will be checked next." Sitting down behind the cluttered desk, he pulled the tickets from the top 2 slots of the rack beside him and started figuring the totals. The phone next to him lit up twice while he wrote out tickets, letting him know calls were coming in, but he ignored it. He had turned the ringer volume down earlier and was letting it go to voicemail for now. He didn't even look up when someone entered. "I'll be right with you as soon as I finish cashing out these 2 customers." He handed over the 2 completed tickets, and while they were looking over their bills and pulling out wallets, he placed a blank ticket on a clipboard and handed it to the woman who had just walked through the door. "Ma'am, if you'll fill out this top part with your name, address, and number, it'll speed things up a little so I can get to your car quicker." The woman bent over further than she needed to, causing her low-cut blouse to gap. If so inclined to look, he could probably see all the way to her navel. He made a point of keeping his attention locked on her face. She smiled, her gaze alluring. He'd seen the look before. This woman was beautiful, but she was no Patricia. She didn't hold a candle to Vivian either. He ignored her as he took in cash from one customer and a credit card from the other. 2 out and 1 in. Maybe things would start to slow enough for them to catch a breather. When he stepped out of the office a couple of minutes later, Fletch was backing the 57 out of the garage. Another one down. Hey, Gabe, can you write that one up so I can get started on the Buick? Beau wasn't ready to face the Barracuda in his office again. She'd wasted no time asking him what he would be doing after work. The best thing to do was avoid her. He set the new starter on the rolling table in his bay and reached for a wrench to remove the old one from the Buick. Aaron ambled over from his bay in the back and started digging through Beau's toolbox. I let my brother-in-law borrow my pack of Allen wrenches and haven't seen them since. Mind if I borrow yours? Sure, just make sure they don't meet the same fate as yours. It took a moment for Beau to realize that Aaron was just standing there, Allen wrenches in hand. He looked over at the man, brows raised in question. He had a feeling he was about to hear one of those corny jokes Aaron was known for telling, like the one he'd told that morning. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick. Well, that one was kind of funny. So, I hear you're giving cooking lessons now. Don't tell me one finally got to you. I thought for sure you'd sworn off all women. Beau glanced over at Gabe's empty bay. No doubt, he was the source of Aaron's information. We're just friends. Aaron continued standing there until Beau finally looked at him again. Oh, I didn't see that coming. You mean there's a woman out there who was finally able to turn the head of Beau Manning? I don't believe it. His singleness had been the source of ongoing ribs from some of his friends. Aaron Lowry had just started working for him when Patricia died. He had a 14-year view of Beau's lack of interest in dating. It wasn't that unusual for him to capture the attention of a female customer, and Aaron loved ribbing him about it. Don't you have work to do? I got you. You don't want to talk about it. I'll leave you alone. For now. His deep chuckle rang out across the shop as he made his way back to his bay. Great. How many more people had Gabe told? The last thing he needed was for word to get back to Vivian that he had a crush on her. She probably already had an inkling of an idea, but hearing it from someone else might do more damage than good. Then again, he might be further along in his plan to woo her than he thought. He could have sworn that she had wanted him to kiss her the day before, and if Felicity hadn't walked in when she did, he just might have.
Cole Joe's was nothing like what Vivian expected. It was as if a sophisticated coffee house had seeped in from the front and was gradually overtaking a shaved ice hut in the back. The seating area surrounding the coffee counter housed an eclectic collection of tables and chairs with displays of original artwork hanging from the distressed brick walls. In contrast, the seating surrounding the shaved ice hut at the back of the room was of the cheap, plastic variety. Kaylee waved her over to where she sat at one of the front tables next to the wall. As soon as she sat down, a waitress came with 3 coffee drinks followed by Felicity with a plate of oversized muffins. Felicity sat down next to Kaylee. I think y'all are going to love this new muffin recipe. I'm calling them banana pecan crunch muffins. I think it goes best with the hazelnut coffee, but I can get you something else if you don't like it. Kaylee reached for a muffin. Honey, I'm sure it'll be great. I haven't tasted anything of yours yet that wasn't the best. I'm telling you, you and Beau need to get together and open a restaurant. Felicity cleared her throat. I'd just be happy if Pappy would let go of his need to control everything. I feel like I could turn this place around if he'd let me. Is he still only allowing you to make muffins? Vivian sat back and took a sip of her coffee, feeling like an outsider. She set the cup down in front of her, picked up a muffin, and began peeling the wrapper back. She'd skipped breakfast in anticipation of this treat, might as well enjoy it. Felicity picked up her own muffin and twisted it around in front of her, admiring her own work. Yeah, muffins are great, but a full bakery would bring in more people. Not to mention the fact that I'm not allowed to charge more for my homemade muffins than he already charges for the store-bought ones. I made these larger ones especially for y'all, but the ones I serve to customers are much smaller. She took a nibble from the top of her muffin. These are wonderful, just as tasty as I thought they'd be. Kaylee was right. They were delicious. Even with a recipe, Vivian could never make muffins this good. Felicity slapped her hand down on the table, drawing everyone's attention. I am so sorry, Vivian. I just realized we've been going on about stuff you know nothing about. We didn't mean to leave you out. It's okay. You two have been friends for a while, and I'm new. You shouldn't have to change to suit me. Sorry, Vivi. Kaylee touched her hand before going on. Just to catch you up, Felicity moved back home after her father had a stroke. She's been trying to update this place since she came here, but Pappy, that's what everyone calls him, has been fighting her every effort. She turned to Felicity. I hope it was okay for me to share that. Felicity took a sip of her coffee. No, that's fine. It's no big secret. She turned and looked across to Vivian. So, tell us how the cooking lesson went with Beau. That carbonara the two of you made was out of this world. Was it hard to make? She was glad they had decided to include her, but wished Beau wasn't the subject. It was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Beau is a great teacher. Felicity leaned across the table. You know, when I walked in yesterday, I could practically feel the chemistry sparking between the two of you. Beau and Vivian? Really? Kaylee sat there with her mouth hanging open in surprise. It was almost insulting. Warmth crept up her neck. Her cheeks heated under their scrutiny. What could she say to this? In truth, the chemistry between them did exist, but it was also true she had no intentions of it going anywhere. Actually, Felicity, I was under the impression there was something going on between you and Beau. Felicity sat back in her seat with her hand over her chest. Me? Beau and I are just good friends. Don't get me wrong, he's one of the best men I know, and I'd love to see him with someone who will appreciate him for the man he is, but there's nothing between us. Never has been. If that's what's holding you back from a relationship with him, you can put that out of your mind. Vivian pinched a piece of her muffin and popped it into her mouth. She shook her head when she looked up at Felicity. I was married for 20 years. There was nothing pleasant about it. I have no desire to go down that road again. If Beau is looking for a relationship, I hope he finds it, but it won't be with me. Felicity's shoulders dropped, but she didn't say anything more about it. Kaylee looked nervously from Felicity to Vivian. I know I said a relationship between the two of you wasn't a good idea, but if Beau has shown interest in you, maybe you should give him a chance. I can tell you firsthand, he's no Craig. He was good to Dalvin's sister. I didn't think after all this time that he would ever be interested in someone else, but he was a good husband before, and I believe he would be again. Vivian shook her head throughout Kaylee's spiel, but she didn't say anything. She was more determined than ever to just be friends with Beau. Other than that one time when he asked her out, he had not hit on her. Even when they were together in his kitchen and it felt like he wanted to kiss her, he hadn't acted on it. The one thing Craig had always gotten right was birthdays. 2 years ago, he'd thrown Vivian a huge party. It was nice having all her friends and family together, but looking back now, the two faces she remembered most were his and Amy's. By the time her next birthday rolled around, he was gone and her daughter was no longer speaking to her. Now, here she was, 45 years old, the year Craig had promised to take her on a cruise. Instead, she would be going parasailing with her new friends, something she'd never thought she would agree to. With her stomach in knots, she walked across the parking lot to join Beau and Felicity. Felicity reached for a hug and then Beau. Not his usual side hug, but a full-on embrace with an extra squeeze at the end. And he smelled so good. She wanted to nestle there against his chest, secure in his arms. Get a grip. That is not what you want or need. As she stepped away, Vivian rubbed her arms to smooth away the tingling sensation left behind from where his skin had touched hers. Are you nervous about parasailing? She looked up at Felicity and nodded. Was she that transparent? Hopefully her reaction to Beau wasn't as obvious. I watched some videos last night, trying to prepare for this, but I don't believe it helped. if anything, it may have worsened her fear. Gliding through the air while attached by a rope to the back of a boat looked like a lot of fun, but her overactive imagination had kicked in. She pictured the rope snapping and her gliding further out to sea where she would be lost forever. Until the sharks came to eat her. "Don't worry. There's nothing to it, and one of us will be with you." Felicity's promise meant nothing. After their visit at the coffee shop, an easement existed between them that hadn't been there before, but it did nothing to calm her nerves. Beau rubbed her arm as if that would soothe her. It didn't help. If anything, it made things worse. She could only focus on one fear at a time. It could either be fear of dying from this adventure, or fear of falling for Beau and ending up with another Craig. Both prospects seemed equally as damaging at this point. "Who's that with Dalvin and Kaylee?" Felicity's question had them all turning to watch as Dalvin parked the van. "Lord, please don't let it be Kent." With her nerves jumbled the way they were, she couldn't handle being around him right now. Vivian studied the familiar-looking stranger as the three joined her group. The wind blew through his rich brown hair, revealing red highlights as the sun hit it at different angles. He looked younger than her, but it was hard to tell for sure with sunglasses covering his eyes. Kaylee grabbed the man's arm and tugged him forward. "Remember him?" He pushed his glasses up to the top of his head and smiled down at Vivian. Despite the smile, sadness pulled at his brown eyes. She glanced at Kaylee and then back to the man in front of her. "Jalen?" "That's me." She reached out and hugged Kaylee's brother. "The last time I saw you, you were a bratty little teenager pulling pranks on me and your sister. What have you been up to all these years?" As soon as he stepped away, Kaylee grabbed his arm again, a grin splitting her face. "He owns his own successful shipping company. My little brother is living high on the hog now. Can you believe it?" Vivian shook her head and then turned her attention back to Jalen. She was about to ask him about his shipping business when he spoke first. "I hear today is your birthday." "Happy birthday." Kaylee took over the conversation again. "That's right. I saw it on Facebook this morning. Girl, you should have said something. We'll have to go out tonight to celebrate." Everyone else joined in to wish her a happy birthday. Vivian forced a smile. While it was an improvement from her earlier melancholy, she wished the acknowledgments would go away. She hated being the center of attention, especially when it was unexpected. They headed to the office to fill out paperwork and sign release forms. One of the workers led them to the shore to join a group already waiting there. They were fitted for life jackets and given further instructions about what was to come. Vivian had trouble focusing on what they were saying. Someone touched her hand unexpectedly, and her heart jumped in her chest. She looked up to see who it was. Her eyes found Beau's smiling face and an unexplainable calm settled upon her. What was it about him that made her feel tense one minute and secure the next? He squeezed her hand. "There's nothing to worry about. I'll be with you the whole time." She glanced around her, wondering how she'd been paired with Beau. Of course, Dalvin and Kaylee were together. Dalvin kept checking the straps on his life jacket. His eyes were stretched wide. He said he'd done this before, but he looked more frightened than she felt. Dalvin looked up, as if sensing her perusal. "Being in the water is the worst part. Once you get up there, all worries float away." Being the only two left, Felicity and Jalen must have been paired together. If there had been a discussion about who ended up with whom, Vivian had missed it. This was Jalen's first time too, so it made sense that she wouldn't have been matched with him. He and Felicity stood several feet apart from each other, both staring out over the ocean. It would seem that the two of them had not met before this day, but they were close to the same age. Hopefully, they would loosen up as the morning progressed. A black motorized rubber boat with red trim drove up close to the shore. She'd been out on a tour boat as a kid, but dancing across the waves on a flat rubber craft did not seem like the safest place to be. She looked down to where her hand was still intertwined with Beau's. She knew it made them look like a couple and had meant to pull away before, but she needed his support too much right now. They walked closer to the boat, and Beau helped her into the front row. There were 3 seats per row, and Vivian moved into the outside seat to make room. Beau stepped inside and then turned, offering a hand to Felicity. Jalen stood several feet back from the boat. It seemed he wasn't inclined to help his partner. Not all men are like Beau. As much as she tried to squelch her admiration for the man, her thoughts were constantly betraying her. But who could argue? If he had a bad side, she hadn't seen it yet. Then again, Craig had fooled a lot of people into thinking he was a faithful husband and family man. Yeah, he was so much of a family man, he had to have 2. Vivian pushed the bitter thoughts away as they started out across the ocean. Water sprayed up on both sides of the rubber craft. At times, they would hit against an ocean wave and the boat seemed to jump, causing its occupants to bounce. Her fingers ached from gripping the edge of the seat. They soon came up to the side of a larger boat, one that looked more seaworthy. A large bracket with seats was attached to the back. One by one, they climbed the ladder until they were all inside the bigger boat. Once inside, Kaylee and Dalvin decided to go parasailing first. That way, Vivian and Jalen could see how it was done before their turns came. She tried to pay close attention, but the instructor's words were carried away on the wind. It didn't matter. He would be going over it all again when her turn came. Vivian couldn't get over all the straps and harnesses necessary for this endeavor. She watched as they were strapped into the seat at the back of the boat. Dalvin had a white-knuckle grip on the bars on each side of him. Regardless of his earlier remark, he looked just as scared about this part of the experience as he had about the boat ride. Her breath caught in her throat as the yellow and orange parachute ballooned out behind them. Kaylee squealed in delight as they lifted out of the boat. Seeing her friend's excitement caused her to relax a little. Vivian jumped when the weight of a large set of hands came to rest on her shoulders. She looked up into Beau's face. He leaned down closer to her ear. "You're not still afraid, are you?" The warmth of his breath on her neck sent a shiver down her spine. She shook her head, then took a step away and turned to face him. "Not really. It looks like fun, and I'm sure the crew has been through this routine hundreds of times. I think it'll be all right. What had you the most frightened?" She laughed and looked away. "Sharks." He stepped closer into her personal space. "Sharks? You don't even have to touch the water unless you want to. Don't mind me. I have a vivid imagination. I'm going to see how Felicity is doing." She didn't invite him, and he didn't follow. On wobbly legs, she walked over to where Felicity stood alone next to the side of the boat. Her brown ponytail whipped in the wind. Once again, Vivian was glad for her short hairdo. "I take it that you and Jay don't know each other. Are you sure you don't want to go up with Beau?" She looked past Vivian to where Jay stood. "No, this way is fine. Besides, you and Beau look like you're getting along great. I told you, he and I are just friends." She smiled. "I know what you said. You're reading too much into things. Beau is affectionate with all his friends." A twisting sensation assaulted her stomach. Being around someone like him was confusing. She had to keep reminding herself that he wasn't her puzzle to figure out. "You're right. He is, but he doesn't look at everyone else the way he looks at you." Vivian turned and leaned against the railing, ignoring the comment. When it was her and Beau's turn to go up, her nervousness came back in full force. As soon as they were fully strapped into the seat, he reached for her hand. Remembering Felicity's words, she wanted to pull away, but she couldn't deny herself the comfort. Besides, it would make things awkward between them if she tried to distance herself. With a sudden jerk, they were flying, rising higher with every passing second. Her stomach dropped from the motion. Once the ropes attaching them to the boat were fully extended, unexpected quiet descended. She looked all around her, amazed at the bird's-eye view. Down below, the wind from the boat gliding across the ocean had whipped her hair around her head. Noise from the boat's motor and the wind had impeded communication. But up here, a gentle breeze blew across her skin and there was practically no sound. Dalvin had been right. All of her earlier anxiety floated away. She smiled over at Beau. "This is awesome. I knew you'd love it." He began rubbing circles on the back of her hand with his thumb. She looked down at their joined hands. The rough calluses on his fingertips seemed to read her nerve endings like braille, causing an electrifying sensation to run up her arm. "How many dates have you been on? What is wrong with you?" she thought. Why would you ask him that question? You mean as a single guy? Yes. She was grateful they were both wearing sunglasses. Officially, only two. Patricia and I hung out a lot before we were married, but there were only 2 occasions where I asked her out for a date. I meant since she's been gone. Just saying those words felt callous. None. None? But you asked me out. Surely. You are the only one. Ask my friends. I haven't dated anyone since Patricia. Why do you ask? I don't know. She turned away from him and looked down at the boat below them. She was missing out on most of the experience because of her stupid, impromptu question. Vivian. He tugged on her hand, and she looked back at him. When I asked you out, you said you wanted to be friends. Have I not been a friend to you? There'd been plenty of friends during her lifetime. Mostly female ones. For the first part of their marriage, there had been couple friends. Most of them disappeared from their lives after Isaac died and they switched churches. Beau and Dalvin were her only male friends since then, and they'd both been good to her. She squeezed his hand. Yes, Beau. You've been a very good friend to me, and I'm grateful. Have you changed your mind? Are you wanting more than friendship now? His voice was low. She'd like to pretend that she hadn't heard him, that this conversation never happened, that there wasn't a part of her that wanted to say yes. I like things the way they are right now. Okay then. He smiled at her, but she didn't miss the disappointment in the tone of his voice.
As Beau drove away from the parasailing office, their conversation played through his head. He still didn't know what had brought up the subject of his prior dating experiences. His heart had pounded out a faster rhythm while he waited for her answer to his question. Are you wanting more than friendship now? At least she hadn't given him a flat-out no. He would continue on the path of wooing her. It was a slow process, but it seemed to be working. His next goal was to find her a birthday gift. He felt bad for not knowing beforehand that it was her birthday. Fortunately, they had made plans to celebrate this evening. He would be ready by then. He'd racked his brain trying to come up with a gift idea the whole time they were on the boat. Kaylee liked to read, and he'd caught Vivian on occasion with a book in hand. He headed to the Lifeway bookstore. Even if he couldn't decide on a book, they had gifts, and he could always buy her a gift certificate. Beau parked his truck in front of the store. Cool air engulfed him as he stepped inside. He pushed his sunglasses to the top of his head and looked around, trying to orient himself. Signs hung above the shelves of books in front of him. He headed in the direction of the one labeled fiction. He had no idea what she liked and would probably end up in the gift section taking up half of the store, but he would at least look. As soon as he entered the aisle, one shelf immediately caught his eye. A banner ran across the top of it and the books sitting there had labels attached, all saying the same thing. Signed by author. He picked up one from the middle of the shelf and flipped open the front cover. Sure enough, there was an illegible signature inscribed there. He scanned the shelf in front of him, hoping something would stand out as familiar. Doubtful. His own choice of reading usually came from the non-fiction section. Surprisingly, one name did stand out more than all the others. A large selection of books by V.J. Addison were lined up together. He happened to know that this was Kaylee's favorite author. She had a copy of every book the author had ever written, but he doubted any of them were signed. He'd have to let Dalvin know these were available. He picked one up from the shelf and studied the cover, trying to figure out if this was part of a series, and if so, how did they line up. "Can I help you with something?" He looked down at the teenage girl beside him who barely came to his shoulder. "Yes, maybe you can. These books by V.J. Addison, I think they are part of a series, but I can't tell which one is first." Her smile brightened. "She's one of my favorites." She slid a book from the shelf. "This is the first one in her latest series." "Thanks." "No problem." She walked away with a bounce to her step. He studied the cover of the book she'd handed him. A close-up picture of a young woman in an old-fashioned, lacy dress graced the cover. Her head was turned as if she were looking down beside her. A slender hand rested against her chest. The name of the book was Be Still My Heart. After checking to ensure that the author had indeed signed the inside, he headed to the register.
Vivian buckled the strap of her white sandals and then slipped a few bangles over her hand to her wrist. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror and gave her still damp hair a final fluff. There'd been no time to blow it completely dry. Between her impromptu shopping trip and phoned calls from her parents and Izzy to wish her a happy birthday, she barely had enough time to get ready. She'd agreed to let Beau pick her up since they lived so close together and were headed to the same destination. He should be here any minute. No sooner had the thought formed when there was a knock on the door. She grabbed her purse and made her way to the back door. Beau stood, leaning against the door jamb, smiling down at her. The ocean breeze brought in the scent of his cologne. She wanted to ask what kind he wore, purely in the name of research, of course. In every historical novel she had ever read, it seemed that if a man's cologne was mentioned, it was always sandalwood. For research, she had purchased a bottle. It didn't smell as manly as Beau. He looked her over from head to toe, appreciation showing in his eyes and the smile on his face, causing her skin to tingle. "You look beautiful. Is that a new outfit?" "The skirt is. It's sort of a birthday gift to myself." She smoothed her hand over the orange paisley fabric with a white background. Her spontaneous shopping trip had thrown her behind, but his compliment made it worth it. He stood straighter and brought a bouquet of flowers from behind his back. "Happy birthday." "Oh, these are gorgeous." "Thank you, Beau." She took the arrangement from him and buried her nose in one of the pink, Old English roses as she accepted his hug and the kiss on the cheek she had come to expect. "Give me a minute to put these in some water before we go." Vivian set her purse on the bar stool beside her and went around the counter to grab a vase. She carefully unwrapped the green paper and set the bound flowers into the vase before adding water. After positioning the arrangement in the center of the bar, she took a moment to admire its beauty. "Okay, I'm ready to go now." She grabbed her purse and headed outside behind him. He waited while she locked the door, then placed his hand at the small of her back as they made the few steps across the deck. It was a little thing, and she knew he was just being gentlemanly, but it momentarily gave her a false sense of being cherished, protected. The feeling was gone as quickly as it started. It only took her reminding herself that to Beau, it probably meant nothing. The restaurant was on the south side of Myrtle Beach. They were about 5 minutes away when Vivian's phone beeped with a text from Kaylee. "How far away are you? I think we're next in line to be seated. By the way, Kent is here. He saw my post on Facebook." "Sorry, my fault." Kent was the last person she wanted to spend time with on her birthday. How do you relate a groan over a text? "What's wrong?" She looked over at Beau. Had she groaned out loud just thinking about it? "Nothing. Kaylee says they are about to be seated. We'll probably get there before the drink order is taken, but just in case, tell her I want sweet tea." "Good idea." She quickly sent a message back to Kaylee with their drink order. Her phone beeped again at almost the same time she hit send. "Kent is already getting on my nerves. I can't wait till you get here." Vivian shook her head. "Is something else the matter?" She jerked around to look at Beau. The man was too intuitive. "Kent is there." This time he groaned, and she couldn't stop the laughter from bubbling out of her. At the stoplight, he reached across the cab of the truck for her free hand and looked at her. I know he's not your favorite person. If possible, I'll make sure you don't have to sit next to him. You shouldn't have to deal with him on your birthday. He rubbed his work-hardened thumb over the back of her hand, causing a shiver to run through her. Are you cold? He let go of her hand and adjusted the air conditioner control. She rubbed her bare arms. Maybe a little. She tried to dispel the feelings Beau's touch had invoked by telling herself that she probably should have brought a light sweater to wear over her tank top. A few minutes later, they pulled into the steakhouse parking lot. Beau opened the console and pulled out a wrapped gift. It looked like a book. Fancy script covered the wrapping paper. Instead of ribbon, it was tied with twine, and an old-fashioned wax seal attached the label. Did he know she was an author? The subject had never come up before. Maybe Kaylee had told him. She decided not to question him about it. As they entered the restaurant, Vivian scanned the area. Their friends were not among those still waiting for a table. After consulting with the hostess, they were directed to the back of the restaurant. She quickly checked the seating arrangements as they approached. Dalvin and Kent sat on one side with a space between them, the two women sat together on the other side. Jalen had already said he wouldn't be able to make it. The pressure of Beau's hand on her back changed as he guided her toward the women's side of the table. There's the birthday girl. You made it. Kaylee stood and pulled her into a hug. She brought her mouth closer to Vivian's ear and whispered. You are about to owe me big time. She pulled away and then spoke loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. Why don't you and Beau sit over on this side with Felicity, and I'll go sit beside my husband. Vivian thought she heard Beau laugh behind her but didn't turn to look at him. She sat in the middle next to Felicity, and he took the seat across from Dalvin. Kent leaned across the table toward her. Have I missed something? His finger moved back and forth, gesturing to the three people across from him. Beau, I thought for sure that you and Felicity had something going on, but then you show up with Vivian, looking pretty cozy with her hugged to your side. I didn't realize we had a Casanova among us. Watch it. Beau's voice had dropped, and he sounded menacing. Vivian jerked around to look at him. His brows were lowered, and his lips were pressed together as he glared at Kent. She instinctively leaned closer to Felicity. He'd been angry in her presence once before when she had a run-in with his neighbor's dog, but it was nothing compared to the way he looked now. He pointed to Kent. Both of these women happen to be friends of mine. I won't put up with anyone disrespecting them. He took a deep breath and relaxed his features, but the action looked forced. Not that it's any of your business, Kent, but Vivian and I are neighbors. It made more sense for us to ride together. Do you have a problem with that? Kent held a hand up between them. Don't get your panties in a wad. I didn't mean anything by it. He laughed. I just needed to clear up which one you were attaching yourself to in case I wanted to go after the other one. Felicity made a sound in her throat and crossed her arms over her chest. She looked at Vivian and shook her head. Her look said, Can you believe this guy? Vivian looked back to Beau for his reaction. His hand was over his mouth as if trying to hold back whatever it was he wanted to say, but he still glared at Kent. He finally dropped his hand in his lap. Like I said, we are just friends. Movement from Dalvin caught her attention. He tore paper back from a roll of antacids and popped two of them into his mouth. Kaylee stared at Kent, who looked down at the straw in his hand as he bent it back and forth. The conversation had ended, but the awkwardness remained. The waitress set their drinks in front of them and took everyone's order. Vivian sipped her tea, glad for the distraction. She couldn't help but reflect on what had transpired. Beau made it clear that they were just friends, exactly what she'd wanted all along. With all the signals her body gave off with his every touch, she needed the reminder. Kaylee's sudden exclamation ended her reverie. I know, let's open gifts while we wait. She slapped her hand down in the middle of the table as she smiled across at Vivian. Girl, I can't wait for you to see what we got you. She pulled her purse into her lap and began digging through its contents. Beau set his gift on the table in front of her, and Felicity placed an envelope on top of it. Kent cleared his throat, drawing her attention. I'm paying for your meal tonight, and you can't refuse this time. It's my birthday gift to you. She hadn't let him pay before because she didn't want him thinking of their outing as a date. But he was right, she couldn't refuse his offer this time. She nodded her head in his direction. Thank you, Kent. Kaylee handed a small box with a tiny bow on top across to Vivian. Mine first. Kent laughed. You can't be first. I've already given her my gift. Kaylee's lips came together in a tight line, but she didn't acknowledge him. Vivian lifted the top of the box and tipped the contents into her hand. A pair of silver earrings with blue sea glass attached laid across her palm. She picked one up and the glass dangled, attracting light. I love this. She looked across at Kaylee. You sell these? How is it I haven't seen them before? She visited the Clever Mermaid at least once a week. Her mermaid crowns were a hot item. She couldn't keep up with the demand. I do now. These just came in. Do you really like them? I do, I really do. Thanks. She looked at Dalvin. Thank you too, Dalvin. His head dipped toward her as he smiled. I'm glad you like them. She realized at that moment this was the first time he'd spoken since she arrived. Was he always this quiet, or was it an effect caused by Kent's presence? Next, she picked up Felicity's envelope. Inside was a card wishing her a happy birthday. When she opened the card, a colorful strip of cardstock slid out and landed on the table. She picked it up and examined the hand-painted bookmark. It was a beach scene painted in watercolors. The detail was exquisite, and it had a Bible verse inscribed on it. Ye are the light of the world. Matthew 5 verse 14. She brought the gift closer to her face to read the tiny writing in the bottom corner. F. Sutton. Vivian turned to Felicity. Did you paint this? She smiled and nodded. Kaylee said you like to read. I hope it's something you can use. It looked more like something that belonged in a frame instead of hidden within the pages of a book. She leaned over and hugged her. Thanks, Felicity. I love it. Beau's gift was the only one left to open. She placed her hands on each side of the bow. Definitely a book. What kind of book could he possibly have gotten her? No doubt, he had also consulted with Kaylee. She ran a finger over the words Happy Birthday, embossed in the red wax seal, then carefully pulled the tape loose from one end of the package. Maybe she would take pictures later to post online. Her readers would love this. She tugged the paper away from the book and stared down at the cover. Her cover. He obviously didn't know. She glanced across the table at Kaylee, who had her fist pressed against her lips, no doubt trying to hold back a laugh. Look inside. It's signed by the author. Beau leaned against her shoulder and flipped the cover back to reveal her signature. I knew this was Kaylee's favorite author, and thought maybe you'd like her too. You don't already have a copy, do you? Only the first one to come off the press, according to her publisher. She would have to tell him the truth, but not here in front of everyone. She turned to look at him. I have one, but it isn't signed. He beamed back at her, seemingly proud of himself, and it was all she could do not to laugh. She pulled him into a hug, kissed his cheek, and thanked him for the gift. What else could she do at this point?
Beau sat in front of the computer screen in his office with a pair of dollar store reading glasses on the end of his nose. He wasn't completely without a clue. He knew how to use the program that printed out his work orders and checks, and he knew how to look up parts and diagrams. But neither of these things involved the internet. Facebook had to be on there somewhere. More than once, Gabe had called him to look at some picture or saying he found amusing. He read the words beneath each of the icons on the screen, but none of them said anything about the internet. Just when he was about to give up, Gabe walked in. "Hey, old man. Looks like you've been here a while. Were we behind on some paperwork I didn't know about?" Gabe poured himself a cup of coffee. "I haven't been here that long. How do you get to the internet on this thing?" Gabe glanced over his shoulder at his dad. "Finally decided to join the rest of civilization, huh?" He had been trying to get Beau to learn how to use the internet for years. "Look around you. This is civilization." Gabe didn't reply. He came around the desk and used the mouse to click on the blue E at the bottom of the screen. The word Google appeared in multiple colors with a box beneath it. As much as Beau had heard about Google, he expected a little more than this. "What are you trying to find?" He looked over the top of his glasses at his son, almost embarrassed to say it. "Facebook. What brought this on?" Beau wasn't about to answer that, but judging by the smirk on Gabe's face, his son probably had an inkling of an idea. "Are you going to help me or not?" "Hey, I am helping. I got you this far, didn't I?" He pointed at the box on the screen. "Type in the word Facebook, then click on the magnifying glass next to it." While he slowly typed it in, Gabe grabbed a chair and pulled it around next to him. "You know, if you would give up on that dinosaur you carry around with you and buy yourself a smartphone, you could access Facebook much easier from there." Gabe had been on him about getting rid of his flip phone for years now too. His old phone worked just fine, but he didn't have time to go over the particulars again right now. It was only a matter of time before the first customer showed up. "So, now what? You see where the word Facebook is in blue? Click on that." A new screen popped up and Gabe helped him through the setup. He decided to use Timon's name and year of birth as his password. It took a few minutes for Gabe to set up his page and teach him how to navigate through the screens. He had somehow pulled the picture of Beau they'd used on the company website to use as his profile picture. Beau cleared his throat. "So how do I see what everyone else is doing?" "Well, first you need some friends. Type my name in that box up at the top. There I am, third one from the bottom. Now click on Add Friend. I'll have to approve you as a friend, but you can find other people from here." He pointed to the screen. "Click on Friends. This is a list of all my friends. There's Aunt Kaylee at the top. If you click on her name, it'll take you to her page and you can add her too. I'm going to get to work now. If you run into any problems, give me a holler." Gabe slapped him on the back and then moved the chair back around the desk before leaving. As soon as he shut the office door, Beau clicked on Kaylee's friends and scrolled down until he found Vivian's name. He added her as a friend and then clicked on Photos. Only a couple of the pictures had been taken in the last year. The rest were obviously from before her husband's death. He wondered what kind of man she had been married to. She claimed she never wanted to remarry. Was Craig the reason for that? This whole Facebook thing had started the day before. It had been unsettling when everyone else had shown up to go parasailing already knowing it was her birthday. For the first time, his refusing to join his friends online made him feel like he was missing out on something. And then last night. He took a sip of his coffee as he thought back to how he'd made a fool of himself by giving the woman a signed copy of her own book. Would he have known who she really was if they'd been friends on Facebook? At least she'd waited until they were alone to tell him. He'd walked her to her door, wishing the whole time that this had been a real date, giving him permission to give her a goodnight kiss. She faced him, placing her hand on his arm, and he'd wondered if she was thinking the same thing. "Beau, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of your gift, but I have a confession to make." He shook his head and scrolled down her page. There was nothing, as far as he could tell, naming her as VJ Addison. She'd said the only person in their group who knew was Kaylee. Even if she had told her husband, Dalvin would never share a secret. Beau looked up at the sound of someone opening the office door. Gabe held the door as an elderly lady slowly shuffled into the office. Surely she didn't drive herself here. Dad, Mrs. Phelps is here to get an oil change. Could you write her up while I get started on it? He held her elbow as she sat across from Beau. Mrs. Phelps, he'll get your information from you. I'll be finished with your car in no time. The lady's weathered face wrinkled even more as she smiled up at Gabe. Take all the time you need, young man. I've got nothing else to do but wait for the good Lord to take me home. Do you know him? Gabe's brow drew together as he squatted down in front of her. Who's that you're speaking of, Mrs. Phelps? I'm asking if you know my Lord and Savior. He patted her hand. Yes, ma'am, I sure do. He stood and turned to walk away. Gabe, before you go, how do I close this out so I can pull up a work order? There was a smirk on his face as he came around the desk, but a snicker slipped out when he looked at the screen. That's when Beau realized that Vivian's picture was still there. At least he didn't tease him about it. After Gabe left, he began asking Mrs. Phelps for her information. Is that your son? He looked up at his customer, wondering what would come next. Yes, ma'am. He sure is. It's obvious that you raised him right. You must be proud. Yes, ma'am. Very proud. He stored the compliment away for the next time he questioned whether or not he had done right by his son.
Vivian held the phone to her ear with her shoulder as she glued another seashell in place on the mermaid crown in front of her. It was the first day of July and she had decided to take a few days off from writing to celebrate America's independence, but truthfully, she was too depressed to write. Amy had been married yesterday to a man Vivian had never met, in a place she had never visited. Nothing could take away the sting of being banned from this experience. And nothing could ever replace it. So, who all was there? Izzy's subdued voice sounded from the other end of the line. His parents, of course, and some of his family and friends. The only ones from our side was me, Mom and Dad, and one of Amy's friends she met in New York. His parents, of course. She could only imagine what they thought of her. What excuse had Amy given for her absence? There were many such questions running through her head, but she couldn't ask. The strain in Izzy's voice was obvious. She didn't want to make the situation more uncomfortable for her sister. This was her burden to bear, not Izzy's. In a way, Amy cutting her off had hindered Vivian's relationship with the rest of her family too. She didn't blame them for being there, but they did not feel free to share the details, and she was not free to ask. How long are y'all staying in New York? Mom and Dad are planning to stay until Sunday, but I have to fly back this afternoon. I have a big celebration planned at the restaurant for the 4th, so I need to get back home. Vivian had been about to invite her to celebrate the holiday with her here at the beach. She hadn't thought about it being a big day at the restaurant, and by restaurant, Izzy probably meant the bar. Best not to mention it. Too bad you don't have time to take in some of the sights. Vivian had always wanted to visit New York City, but she couldn't imagine going there now. To be so close to where her daughter now called home and not be able to see her would be too heartbreaking. Yeah, there is a lot to see here, but duty calls. Speaking of, I need to get off here and finish packing. I'm meeting Mom and Dad for lunch and then it'll be time to catch my flight. Give them a kiss and a hug for me. Sure thing. And Vivian, I'm really sorry you couldn't be here. I'll send you the pictures from the wedding as soon as I get a chance. Love you, sis. Love you too. After ending the call, she placed her phone on the counter. She closed her eyes, trying to hold back her emotions. This news wasn't anything new. Amy had ejected Vivian from her life right after the death of her father. There had been plenty of tears then. No use in starting them up again now. Tears wouldn't change anything. After a few deep, calming breaths, Vivian went back to work on the tiara, but her somber mood stayed with her for the rest of the day. The tears didn't come until later when she opened the email from Izzy with pictures from the wedding. Her daughter looked beautiful in the simple, lacy dress she wore. Everything from the style of clothes the couple wore to the groom's features were so Amy. Vivian studied her new son-in-law. She couldn't tell what color his eyes were, but she recognized the look of a man in love. Hopefully, it was real and lasting. Would she ever get to meet the man who had won her daughter's heart? Only God knew the answer to that. Vivian held onto her plastic container of pasta salad as she wove through the crowded beach on her way to Beau's house. Just like every year during the 4th of July weekend, the coast had been packed all day. Because of the crowds and the heat, Vivian had always avoided visiting this time of year. She'd almost talked herself into heading home to Shiloh and spending a couple of weeks with Izzy, but she wanted no part of the type of celebrating her sister would be involved in. Beau had invited her to the annual block party that he helped host. There would be food and then dancing later, something she was not good at, but it would be fun to watch others. Everyone would bring food to add to the table, but no doubt Beau would be doing a lot of the cooking himself. He had told her she was welcome to come over early and hang out with him all day, but it didn't seem like a good idea. No need in giving anyone the wrong impression about their relationship. Especially not him. The crowd seemed to spill into Beau's backyard from the beach. Some sat at the tables that had been added, talking and sipping drinks, while others stood in groups doing the same thing. There was a lot of laughter going on, but one man's laugh rang out, grabbing Vivian's attention. She skirted around everyone else as she made her way to where Beau stood on his back patio. He and a younger man stood in front of a large smoker. An apron emblazoned with the words, "Kiss the Cook," covered most of him. The kissing scene she had written after spending time with him in his kitchen came to mind. Just thinking about it warmed her skin. Maybe it was her imagination, but his brown eyes seemed to light up a little more when he looked at her. The tingling she felt every time he looked her way, a feeling she had been trying to tame, moved through her against her will. "Hey, Vivian. Glad you could make it. You're just in time." We were about to take the meat from the smoker. He pulled her to his side and placed a kiss on her cheek. She held tightly onto her plastic bowl with both hands and avoided making eye contact, afraid he might become aware of her growing attraction. There was nothing to it really. He was a good-looking man who had been nothing but nice to her. She had every reason to be attracted and absolutely no reason to act on it. Surely this feeling his touch caused would go away once she got used to being around him. She finally looked up at him and her knees weakened. All the self-denial pep talks were not working. "I want you to meet my son. Gabe, this is my good friend, Vivian Emerson." She tried to ignore the fact that she was still hugged to Beau's side as her attention turned to the young man standing next to them wearing an apron identical to his father's. They had the same build, but Gabe's eyes and hair were lighter than his dad's. Vivian had seen pictures of Patricia hanging in the hallway of Beau's house, so there was no doubt in her mind that their son looked more like his mom than his dad. He reached his hand out, and she shifted her bowl to place her hand in his. "I've heard a lot about you. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Please, call me Vivian." He looked out over the crowd. "My son and girlfriend are around here somewhere. Maybe you'll meet them later. I look forward to it." She looked up at Beau. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "I think everything's ready except for this meat. You can go ahead and set your dish out on the table there." He gestured toward the long table spread with food next to the patio. "You'll find serving spoons in the bucket on the end." When she stepped over to pick up a serving spoon, she noticed Felicity standing there, opening packages of buns. She wore an apron just like Beau and his son. That familiar feeling that the woman belonged to Beau crowded in again. Vivian told herself that it didn't matter. It wasn't like she was trying to steal the position away. "Hey, Vivian. Glad you made it. What have you got there?" Felicity nodded her head toward the dish in Vivian's hand while she continued with her task. "Nothing special, just pasta salad." Felicity handed her one of the plastic serving spoons. "See if you can find a space down at the other end. That's where all the salads are. You might have to rearrange a few dishes to make room." "Thanks." Vivian moved down to the other end to do as she was told. A part of her wanted to not like the woman. Which was stupid. Felicity had done nothing to earn her disdain. She had never heard her say one word that was unkind. The woman was sweet and humble, and it would be wrong to think she was even capable of being anything less. Vivian. She turned at the sound of her name to find Macon standing there. Her gaze moved over to the tall woman beside him wearing a bright yellow sundress with oversized matching glasses. Macon wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and tugged her closer. "I'd like you to meet my fiancé, Opal Anderson." "Fiancé?" Vivian placed her fingertips over her mouth. She hadn't meant to sound so surprised. "Yes, I was ready to get married right away, but Opal wanted to wait until her birthday, August 7th. We're getting married right after church that Sunday morning. You'll be there, won't you?" "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Vivian tried to mentally calculate how long ago it was that they had met. Hadn't it only been a month? That couldn't be right. She reached and shook the woman's hand. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Vivian Emerson, a friend of Macon's from church." The woman's nasally voice rang out rather loudly. "You're the one who stood Macon up for the cooking class. That's how we met. I guess I should thank you." She looked over at Macon adoringly. They were almost the same height. Perfect for each other. What should she say? "You're welcome." "Oh look, they're taking the meat out of the smoker. Let's go have a look." Opal grabbed Macon's hand and tugged him away without a backward glance from either of them. Yep, it looked like Macon had finally met his match. Good for him. She shook her head as they walked away. Kent had said that the day Macon got a woman was the day he'd learn to walk on water. A smile lit her face. "Kent, looks like you're going to need some lessons." Vivian scanned the crowd and found Kaylee sitting at one of the tables holding a toddler in her lap. She made her way over to her friend. "Who do we have here?" "Oh hey, Vivi. This is Timmons, Beau's grandson. Isn't he the most adorable thing you ever did see?" Vivian sat down beside them and smiled at the blonde-headed little boy with brown eyes even lighter than his dad's. "Hey, Timmons. Say hey to Miss Vivian, Timmons." The little boy didn't make a sound as he studied her. After a moment, he leaned toward her with his arms reaching out to be held. "Traitor." Kaylee smiled and allowed him to climb into Vivian's lap. She wrapped her arms around him and dipped her face closer to his head so she could take in that baby scent. It had been a long time since she had held a child like this. For the first time, she wondered if she would ever get to hold her own grandchildren. She would give anything if Amy would just call her. "I thought you would have been here earlier." Vivian looked over at her friend. She didn't want to tell her that the real reason she didn't show up to help with the preparation was because she feared getting too close to Beau. "I'm not really one for big crowds. I hoped it would have thinned out by now. Besides, it's cooler than it was before." "Not by much." "Timmons, are you ready to go eat?" Both women turned at the question, coming from a young woman with long blonde hair standing next to Vivian. She held her tattoo-covered arms out to the toddler and lifted the boy from Vivian's lap. "Vivi, this is Nicole, Timmons' mama." "Nicole, this is Vivian Emerson." Nicole nodded her head. "You're Beau's friend, right?" "I've heard all about you. Glad to finally meet you." "Good to meet you too." As the girl walked away with the toddler in her arms, Kaylee leaned in toward Vivian. "Sounds like Beau has been talking you up to his family. I wonder what he's been saying about you." Vivian wondered the same thing but didn't want to speculate to Kaylee. "I'm sure he talks about all of his friends. I'm new, so naturally I'm a curiosity." "Uh-huh. Right." Kaylee winked at her as she nodded her head and smiled knowingly. Thankfully, any further comments were cut off when Beau rang the bell hanging from the porch to get everyone's attention. "I hope y'all brought your appetites, 'cause there's plenty to eat. Just let me say a prayer and then we can dig in."
"She's hot, Dad. What are you waiting for? You should go for it." Beau knew it was Gabe's way of saying that Vivian was a good-looking woman. He could lecture him on how there were more important things to consider than just a woman's looks when thinking of starting a relationship, but he was pretty sure Gabe already knew that. I am going for it, but I'm taking it slow. He looked out over his backyard, his sight magnetized to the woman he couldn't stop thinking about. After transferring the chopped meat on the cutting board to the platter next to him, he reached for another smoked pork shoulder. Gabe slapped him on the back. Well, maybe you should speed it up a little. Does she even know you're interested? He nodded. There was little doubt that Vivian knew of his interest. She seemed interested in him too, but he still sensed her resistance. He had a feeling she'd been hurt before. I'm not so sure. You seem to be out of practice, old man, so here's a little pointer for you. Next time, aim for her lips instead of her cheek. And don't be shy about it either. Really lay one on her. That is, unless you've forgotten how. Gabe laughed as he picked up the platter of food to take out to the table. Beau jerked the towel from where it hung over his shoulder and snapped it toward his son. When's the last time you had a whipping for that smart mouth of yours? I think it's about time for another one. Gabe dodged away as Beau snapped the towel out at him a couple more times. All right, now. You're going to make me drop this plate of pork. His laughter rang back to Beau as he made his way to the yard. As Beau went back to work on the meat, his mind went back to the conversation about Vivian. Hugging her to his side and kissing her cheek had felt right, but it was probably too soon to lay one on her, as Gabe had suggested. Maybe he could speed it up a little. But he knew these physical pleasures were small in the greater scheme of things. He wanted to share everything with her, like he had with Patricia. What could he do to convince the woman that she belonged by his side? For the rest of her life. By the time he was ready to sit down and eat, Vivian's table was full. Of his group of church friends, the men had somehow been separated from the women. He ended up sitting at a table with his family, Dalvin, and Hamish. He didn't mind. This would give him time to spend with Timmons, who would soon be out for the night. Besides, there would be dancing later. He was sure to spend time with Vivian then. Dancing would give him the perfect excuse to hold her in his arms. He looked forward to that most of all. Afterwards, during cleanup, the neighborhood men all helped set up a makeshift platform out on the beach for the dance floor. A DJ had been hired. He would be setting up his equipment between Beau's house and the one next door. After everything was ready, Beau jogged back up to the house to take a quick shower. He didn't want to smell like the food he had been preparing all day when he hit the dance floor tonight. The hot water spraying against his aching shoulders felt good. He was tempted to stay longer and follow it up with a nap, but after 5 minutes, he got out and dried off. Using his towel, he wiped a circle of steam from the mirror. It was obvious that he hadn't shaved all weekend, and he wasn't about to take the time to do it now. By the muffled sound of the music coming through the walls, the DJ had already gotten started. He put on a fresh set of clothes and headed for the door, grabbing a blanket on the way out. Long shadows stretched toward the beach with the sun already making its way toward the horizon. His group of friends had placed their blankets together to form one large pallet out on the sand next to the dance floor. Felicity jumped up from the blankets and grabbed his hand as soon as he arrived. There you are. I'm ready to dance. She pulled him out to the wooden floor and they began moving to the beach music. They had taken shag lessons together last summer. He'd always loved the opportunity to show off his moves, until now. He had planned to ask Vivian for a dance once he got out there, but he'd only barely made eye contact with the woman before Felicity grabbed hold of him. Kaylee waited to go next, and after that Erlene stepped up to take his hand. That was always the way of it. It wasn't unusual for there to be more women than men on the dance floor, so he never went without a partner. After that, Felicity came back around for a slow dance. He tried not to let his frustration show. Halfway through the song, she pulled back and looked up at him. I know you'd rather be dancing with Vivian, and I promise you'll be all hers after this dance since I'm going home when this one's done. He shook his head. He'd never mentioned his feelings about Vivian to anyone but Dalvin. She smiled with her lips pushed to one side. Don't deny it. Everyone knows how you feel. She may say otherwise if asked, but deep down, I'm sure she knows it too. His heart rate spiked with her declaration, but he didn't say anything as they finished their dance. He led her back to their friends and waited for her to say her goodbyes. As soon as she walked away, he reached his hand out to Vivian, who was still sitting on one of the blankets. She smiled and shook her head. I can't dance. I don't know how. Barely able to hear her over the music, he sat down on the blanket next to her. There's nothing to it. I lead, you follow. He leaned closer to her ear. Come on, I've wanted to dance with you all night. She rubbed her hand up and down her arm as if chilled, but he didn't see how that could be as hot as it was still. I don't know how to dance like that. She nodded her head toward the makeshift floor. Beau looked at the dancers. You mean shag dancing? She nodded. I can teach you how to do that. It's easier than it looks. I wouldn't want to learn in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. Maybe some other time. Nighttime had fallen. He looked over his shoulder toward the stretch of dark sand behind them. How about we go back there? I'll give you a few lessons and then we can rejoin the rest. What do you say? She bit her lip as she looked behind them. I guess that would be okay. He stood and helped her to her feet. They held hands as they walked across the beach to a spot just inside the ring of light. He turned to face her. I'll just show you the basics. Let's start with the upper body. Have you ever seen anyone river dance? On TV but not in person. Just like with river dancing, your upper body doesn't move that much. He gently tugged on the hand he still held. One hand is held by your partner, but the other just hangs loosely by your side. Her free hand was pressed against her stomach. He ran his hand down her arm as she moved it to her side. Goosebumps pebbled her skin beneath his fingertips, and she took a slow breath in. He felt the same sensation across his own skin, and it had nothing to do with being cold. This thing of being just friends was becoming more difficult every time they were together. It's just 8 easy steps. Always start out with your left foot like this.
How was she supposed to concentrate? Vivian's plan to ignore her attraction to the man in hopes of it going away seemed to have been swept out with the undercurrents of the vast ocean next to them. The beach music ended, and a slow song came on next. Without asking, Beau turned to face her and placed his hands on her waist, pulling her close as he began swaying to the music. Her hands went up to his shoulders as if it was the most natural thing in the world. His arms moved around to her back, pulling her closer to him as he softly sang along with the music. Let me be your hero. Come on, let me save your day. The pain of yesterday will surely fade away. The sound of his deep voice washed through her. The words seemed to seep into her very soul. She had been referring to him as her hero since right after they met. What would it feel like to give in, to take a chance on this man who seemed larger than life? My lips will be your lifeline. As he sang, his soft beard brushed against her cheek, sending a wave of rippled excitement through her limbs. Of their own accord, one of her hands moved to the back of his hair and the other cupped the side of his face. With her face buried against his neck, she ran her fingertips through his short beard. She had slow danced with Craig before, but not like this. Not with their bodies swaying together as one. The words of the song tugged at her heart. Put your trust in me, I'll be yours forever. If only. Beau's nose brushed her cheek, his breath warmed her skin, causing her pulse to race. His mouth was barely an inch away from hers. He whispered her name, his warm breath petals soft against her cheek. With everything in her, she wanted him to kiss her. His lips barely brushed against the corner of her mouth, testing her resolve. No doubt a kiss would be next. She pulled back, warning signals suddenly blaring through her mind. They stopped dancing. She listened to the beach music coming through the speakers. The song had changed somewhere along the way, and she had been totally oblivious. He stood motionless, peering down at her through the dark. His hands were back on her waist and his breathing had evened to normal. With any luck, he wouldn't read anything into the fact that she had been affected by the moment because it couldn't go further than this. I appreciate the lessons, but I think I'm about done for the night. Are you ready to join the others on the dance floor? She pushed a laugh through the tightness in her chest. I'm afraid it will take more than one lesson to keep me from embarrassing myself out there. She let her hand slide down to his upper arms, but the feel of firm muscle beneath her fingers sent heat coursing through her again. She let her hands drop. I think I'll head on home. He let go of her waist and grabbed her hands instead. Vivian, have I done something wrong? She gave him a reassuring smile. Not at all. No, he had been the perfect gentleman as always. I'm just tired. It's been a long day. In that case, let me walk with you. Thanks, Beau. I would appreciate that. She didn't even think of turning down his offer. Beau was a good man. He is. She couldn't believe it, but there was no denying it now. Surely, he had flaws like everyone else, but nothing that would deem him unworthy. She had set the boundaries of their relationship, and he had done nothing to push things past friendship. Oh, she could tell he probably wanted to, but he hadn't, and she found that way too appealing. After saying her goodbyes to the rest of their friends, they ambled hand in hand up the shoreline. They passed by several groups of people shooting off fireworks. Vivian loved watching them from a distance, but up close, they made her nervous. Beau followed her upstairs to her back door. He pulled her into a hug, kissed the side of her head, and then let her go. Good night, Vivian. Good night. Thanks for walking me home. And for the dance lessons. I had a good time. He placed his hand on the door jamb and leaned closer. Anytime you want more lessons, let me know. She shivered. There was nothing wrong with his offer, but his deep voice and the memory of her first lesson caused the tension between them to roar back to life. Thanks for the offer. I'll keep that in mind. She let herself in and took one more look at Beau before shutting the door. A few moments passed before the sound of his footsteps receded down the stairs. What would have happened if she had thrown caution to the wind and just let him kiss her? What could one kiss hurt? But Beau wouldn't have wanted to stop at just one kiss. She had a feeling he was looking for a long-term commitment. He didn't seem the kind of guy who would settle for a meaningless relationship. Listen to yourself. Beau tore apart every reason she had for never wanting to remarry, and that scared her more than anything. Vivian wondered if it would be awkward the next time she saw Beau, but when they showed up for Wednesday night services, it was as if the almost kiss hadn't happened. Maybe it had all been a figment of her own imagination. After church, she stood in the parking lot with her friends, having the same conversation as always about where they would go from there. Waves of heat still radiated from the pavement even with the sun hanging just over the horizon, and the air was almost too thick to breathe. It would suit Vivian to go on home to a cool shower and air conditioning, but she wasn't willing to abandon the group yet. Erlene fanned herself with a church bulletin. It's so blasted hot, why don't we go for ice cream, y'all? That sounded good to Vivian, though if she continued to eat with this crowd, she was liable to gain back the weight she'd lost. She blew out a hard breath as Kent sauntered over to where they stood. He had been speaking with a couple of potential clients after church, and honestly, she had hoped they would have been on their way without him before he finished. He wrapped one arm around Dalvin and the other around Kaylee. Would it make a difference if he could see the sour look on Kaylee's face? Doubtful. Well, if it isn't Dal and Cal. What plans are you two cooking up for our little group this evening? Dalvin only looked down at the pavement without saying anything. Kaylee gritted her teeth so hard there was a bulge where her jaws connected. Neither one of them liked the nicknames he'd given them. Vivian could imagine that Dalvin's private admonishments were the only thing keeping Kaylee from walloping his boss with her purse. Neither said anything, so Erlene finally answered for them. We're going for ice cream. How does that sound? Vi, are you going? The uncomfortable way Kent had been staring at her since he joined them had her changing her mind about wanting to hang out with her friends. She could miss this one time, and her waistline would thank her anyway. I'm feeling kind of tired. I think I'll pass tonight. What are you doing Friday night? A sinking feeling landed in her stomach. There was no way to pretend he wasn't about to ask her out, but she could try. She made a point of looking around at her friends before her gaze collided with Kaylee's, with the hope that her message was getting across. Help! Do we have plans that I don't know about yet? Come on, Kaylee. Think of something. Judging by her wide-eyed stare, she had gotten the message, but was helpless to come up with anything. No, this is me asking you out on a date. Kent shook his head as if to indicate that she was the clueless one. Just be ready at 8. I'm taking you to a nice restaurant, so wear a dress. I'll pick you up at your place. You live in the top half of that gray duplex on Ocean Boulevard in Walden Beach, right? This conversation had just turned creepy. She didn't look, but it felt like Beau had taken a step closer. How do you know where I live? He shrugged one shoulder. I celebrated the 4th out on the beach in front of your place with some very good clients of mine. He nodded his head toward Beau. I saw Loverboy here walking you home, so I paid attention. Her face began to heat, which only got worse as Kent went on. You know, I thought you two might have a thing going, but no goodnight kiss, so I thought I'd throw my hat into the ring. His laughter sent chills down her spine. Beau and I are friends. Though, now she had another reason to regret that she hadn't let him kiss her. Well, that's obvious, but you should know that I'm not like him. When I see something I want, I go for it. So, I'll see you in 2 days, 8 o'clock, be ready. He got one thing right, him and Beau were definitely nothing alike. I'm sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to go with you. I don't date. Oh, come on. We can say we're going out as friends if that would make you feel better. If Beau asked you out, I bet you'd say yes. She folded her arms across her chest. Thanks, but I'm not interested. She'd tried to be nice to him for the sake of her friends, but that was becoming harder to do. The grin on his face turned sinister. I get where you're coming from. I looked you up on the internet. I know the kind of thing your husband was into, so I can understand you being turned off to all men. But, hey, at least the poor schmuck got what was coming to him. Right? Her stomach rolled. She was going to be sick right here. Vivian had hoped the news of her husband's sordid affair was behind her. Everything had been laid out for the world to see after Craig's death. She'd put on an armor that wasn't comfortable to her, but it had gotten her through, and if she had to do it again, so be it. Even as her body began to tremble and tears stung her eyes, she lifted her chin and looked down her nose at the enemy with a bravado she did not feel. Well, I wouldn't say I was turned off by all men, just the ones who act like jerks. She carefully avoided making eye contact with anyone else as she looked at Kaylee. I'm sorry. Y'all go on without me tonight. I'll catch up with you later. Vivian turned and quickly walked away, silently willing for no one to call out to her or follow. Tears blurred her vision as she headed to her car.
From the moment Kent opened his stupid mouth and asked Vivian on a date, Beau had this unexplainable urge to punch him in the face. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out. The thought of the two of them together tied his stomach in knots. He shouldn't worry. No sane woman would accept that offer. Yet, the long pause before she finally gave her rejection caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He took a deep breath as he reminded himself that this was Kent. He may be obnoxious, but he went to their church, hung out with their friends. So why did Beau want to place himself in front of Vivian like a shield? What did he mean about her husband? This whole conversation had him in knots, and he didn't even understand everything that was going on. He only had the look on Vivian's face to go by, but it was enough to make him want to shut Kent up. He had been looking forward to spending time with her at the ice cream shop. But it was kind of a relief to see her walking away. She shouldn't have to endure any more of Kent's venom, and if it had gone on any longer, Beau probably would have ended up in jail. Even now, as he glared at the snake, he wanted to knock the smirk from his face. "Kent, can I speak to you in private for a moment?" Dalvin motioned across the vacant parking lot with a nod of his head as he stood there with his lips pressed together and his hands in his pockets. The glare in his eyes spoke volumes. This was the most anger Beau had ever seen his brother-in-law display. Everyone else pretended not to look but stole quick glances at the two men as they spoke at the edge of the lot. Kent's back was to the group, but it did Beau's heart good to see the scowl across Dalvin's brow with his hand making a slashing motion through the air in front of him as he spoke to his boss. Kent had been bullying him the whole time they had worked together while Dalvin said nothing. It was about time he stood up to the idiot. Kaylee reached for Erlene's arm. "Maybe the two of you should go on without us." Erlene glanced at the two men again. "We don't mind waiting. The ice cream shop is open until 10. Hamish took Erlene's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm. "Come, my love. I believe Kaylee has the right of it. It is getting late, and we can always try again some other time when our friends are not so occupied." Erlene was obviously caught up in the excitement, but she didn't protest when her husband led her away after saying their goodbyes. Beau took a deep breath. He didn't normally meddle in the business of others, but he had to know what was going on concerning Vivian. Knowing what had happened with her husband would not change how he felt about her, but he cared about the pain she was in. He also didn't want to inadvertently step on a landmine by saying something that would hurt her further. "Kaylee, I'm not asking you to betray your friend's trust, but if you know what Kent was talking about concerning Vivian's husband, I wish you would share it with me." She bit her lip, and he almost regretted asking. "I guess I can tell you and keep you from finding out for yourself like Kent did. Do you remember that story that went viral last year about the man who booked his girlfriend into the same hotel where he and his wife were staying? You remember, he got caught when he slipped in the tub and broke his neck. Well, that was Vivian's husband. He did remember. It had happened just down the coast in Charleston and had been big news here. The media had tagged him as the slippery seducer. At the time, Beau had thought it was poetic justice. Everyone had gotten a big laugh over that one, including him. It shamed him to realize that he'd never once imagined what it would have truly been like for the wife. If anything, he thought she would have been glad to be rid of him. Then he remembered holding Vivian in his arms as her body shook with sobs over the loss of that same husband. Kent raised his voice as he spoke to Dalvin, but not enough to be understood by Beau. It was probably a good thing. If Beau had known what the imbecile had been alluding to when he spoke to Vivian, Kent would be laid out on the pavement waiting for the paramedics to arrive. Even now, Beau could feel the tension flowing down his arms, begging to be released. He wondered what Vivian was doing at this very moment. He could picture her crying over what had happened, and he wanted to go to her. Unfortunately, their relationship wasn't on that level yet. "Kaylee, are you going to check on her?" She pressed her lips together. "I will. I'll give her a call later, but I'm sure she's fine. She has been dealing with this for a while now. She's had to deal with people like Kent before." They turned back in time to see Kent stomp across the parking lot to his car. Kaylee hugged Dalvin as soon as he rejoined them. "Did that scumbag fire you?" "No, but I will be looking for another job. I'll go online and try to set up interviews for Monday." His shoulders slumped as he looked across at Beau. "I guess you'll have to find someone else to go fishing with you on Monday."
Vivian sat enfolded in an oversized sweater with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee as she stared out over the Atlantic Ocean. The gray clouds rolling across the sky in front of her matched her mood perfectly. Kent's words from the night before had brought back memories of a marriage that had ended long before the death of her husband. Losing Isaac had shaken them both. She had clung to the knowledge that she would one day see her son again in heaven, but Craig's faith in God's promises dissipated. He found comfort in the arms of another woman. A younger woman. To add to the sting of Vivian's despair, a few years after the affair began, they had a son together. She had begged for things to go back to the way they were, to the way they should be. Then finally, Craig said he wanted to start over in their marriage, and she believed him. He swore he had ended things with Paige. He would have to see her again for the sake of Rain, their son, but the affair was over. This was what she had spent years praying for. It would take a lot of work on both of their parts to build back the trust, but it would be so worth it. He'd surprised her with a second honeymoon in Charleston. He hadn't touched her in 7 years. Not since the birth of his son. The night of his death, they had made love like it was the first time. It wasn't like she had gotten over his betrayal overnight, but it had felt like a big step forward in the healing of their marriage. And then around midnight, his phone beeped. There had been no doubt in her mind who it was. Vivian had pretended to be asleep as he snuck out of their room. Just before he closed the door, she heard him say, "Why are you calling me?" Recognizing the annoyance in his voice, she had felt sure he would reaffirm that things were over between them. She must have dozed off, and then the phone in her hotel room rang at 2 a.m. It was her. Paige. The woman Craig had shared a 10-year affair with. The panicked sound of Paige's voice on the other end of the line had brought her instantly awake. "You need to come. It's Craig." He fell. "Oh my God, he's not moving and there is blood everywhere. I don't know what to do." It was hard to comprehend every choked word. By the end, there was nothing but the woman's sobs to be heard on the other end of the line. Vivian couldn't believe the nerve of that woman. "Craig is here with me. In Charleston. If this is supposed to be a joke, it's a sick one. You need to leave me and Craig alone." She'd never forget the brokenness of Paige's response. "I'm here in the hotel. Room 302. I think he might be dead, and I don't know what to do." That had been just over a year ago, but Kent's words brought it back to the surface of Vivian's mind like it happened yesterday. The story had sent the media into a frenzy like piranhas after fresh meat. There had even been the rumor that the three of them had shared that hotel room, but as sordid as that tale was, it did not compare to the one of the man who had duped his wife by putting his girlfriend up in the same hotel, right under the clueless woman's nose. There was no understanding why it had happened the way it did, even now. She had pleaded, bargained, and prayed that God would heal her marriage. She'd thought of every way it could be fixed and had explained it all to God. When she finally opened up and gave it all over to his will, he took Craig away. Why? Vivian took in a deep breath of salty air and slowly let it out. At least her friends here at the beach now knew about Craig. Kaylee had called last night to check on her. She apologized for telling Beau, and Vivian assured her it was okay. His knowing would make it easier to face him when they met again. She'd had to pick up the pieces before. Maybe this time it wouldn't be so hard since the wound was no longer fresh. Movement caught her eye, drawing her away from the view of the ocean. The stump-tailed cat eased around next to the banister and sped up as she passed Vivian to get to her food bowl. "Good morning." Vivian dropped her hand down beside her chair and wiggled her fingers. The cat looked nervously at her hand and then went back to eating. The orange specks in her black coat seemed to glow in the morning light. "I just thought I'd let you know, I've decided to name you Ember. What do you think about that?" The cat continued eating but glanced over at her every few bites. Vivian didn't move, knowing it would mark the end of their visit. "You know what I like about you, Ember? You couldn't care less about my past. That dirtbag, Kent, has let the cat out of the bag, no pun intended, and has ruined everything. What is Beau going to think of me now, It shouldn't matter, but it did." She dreaded the awkwardness the next time they met.
Beau arranged it with Gabe so he could take Thursday off. He agreed to work Monday instead, which would give Gabe a 3-day weekend. He wanted to check on Vivian and maybe undo some of the damage Kent had done the night before. Just thinking about what the nitwit did had his blood boiling again. The temptation to hunt him down just to teach him a physical lesson on how not to treat a lady was still vivid. He picked up his tackle box and 2 fishing poles and headed down the beach in her direction. Ominous gray clouds rolled across the sky. The weatherman had called for light showers for later in the day. This was the perfect time to go fishing. The clouds and threat of rain would chase away some of the tourists. There were plenty of indoor activities in the area that would keep them happy. He hadn't called ahead of time, but he knew Vivian was usually up early. He figured she would be less likely to tell him no if he was standing on her porch with everything they needed. That same ugly black cat, flecked with orange and missing part of its tail that he had seen here before, zipped past him as he climbed the stairs to the top level of her beach house. Vivian sat with her feet propped on the porch rail in a pair of shorts, oddly matched with an oversized navy sweater. The wind from the ocean blew the layers of her dark hair across her forehead. This was the first time he had seen her totally without makeup. So, this is what she looks like first thing in the morning. The thought of seeing her this way on a regular basis sent his mind down a trail that was better off left alone for now. Was that your cat that just ran past me? She stretched her arms in front of her and then lowered her feet to the porch. I don't know if she's my cat as much as I am her person. She nodded her head toward his tackle. Looks like you're going fishing. I was hoping you'd go with me. Dalvin has plans to look for another job come Monday, so I arranged to have today off instead. The weather's perfect for fishing. She'd been rubbing her hands up and down her thighs, but all movement stopped when he mentioned Dalvin's name. Vivian still hadn't looked at him. Did Dalvin lose his job? No, but he has decided that it's time for a change. She shook her head. I hope it isn't because of me. I shouldn't have called his boss a jerk. He was a jerk before you moved here. Dalvin has been talking about finding something else for a while. This is just the push he needed. She glanced up at him through squinted eyes. Kaylee enlightened you as to what he meant about my husband. It was a statement, but he answered anyway. Yes. She closed her eyes but didn't say anything. No need for that. The grief on her face was evident. Do you want to talk about it? She looked out over the ocean. No. Then we won't. Let's go fishing. She turned and studied the poles and tackle box for a moment before lifting her green-eyed gaze up to meet his. The vulnerability he saw there caused an ache in his soul. He wanted to be there for her, but she wasn't going to allow it. She was about to tell him no to going fishing, which would be perfectly understandable, even if it wasn't what he wanted to hear. Do I need to pack a lunch? His mind shouted yes. There's a food vendor down next to the pier that serves a pretty mean hot dog, if you're not opposed to the idea. Sounds great. Let me grab my bag, and I'll be ready. Neither of them spoke as they made the short trip down to the end of the pier. Beau had been right. Except for a few people walking the beach, the tourists had vacated the spot in favor of other pursuits. It appeared that the ones fishing from the pier were retired locals. He nodded to one of his neighbors as he passed. The old man studied Vivian with a twinkle in his eyes. There hadn't been another woman in Beau's life since Patricia, and everyone around here knew it. He had thought a few lessons would be in order, but Vivian baited her hook and cast her line like a pro. I forgot you've done this before. She tilted her head back and looked up at him from beneath the bill of her pink hat. It's been a long time. My sister, Izzy, and I used to fish with our grandma out on this very pier. Did I ever tell you that I knew your grandma Addie? You told me the first time we met. She watched her line as she slowly reeled it in. I miss her so much, but I'm glad she wasn't here to find out what a mess Craig made of our marriage. His mind raced with this unexpected turn in the conversation. What should I say, Lord? He wanted her to confide in him, to be given the opportunity to ease her pain. You know, he had been cheating for a while before his death. He didn't even try to hide it from me, just everyone else. She shook her head. I was such a fool. I even helped to hide it. Beau looked at her, but she never looked back at him. She just kept reeling in her line and recasting. Other than the fact that her lips were turned down on the sides and there were frown lines across her brow, she could have been talking about the weather and it would have been the same. You must have loved him enough to hang on despite what he was doing. I told myself I did, but now I wonder if it was true. Craig never wanted to split up, and I think it was just easier to stay with him. He never treated me bad. He still managed to spend time with us and took care of our financial needs as well. Even after having a child with her, a son to replace the one we lost. Her frown deepened. He never said that, of course. That was just my thought. Other than glance her way as he went through the motions of fishing, Beau didn't interrupt her once she started. He had this odd feeling that she would clam up forever if he did. I prayed for years that he would stop and everything would go back to the way it was supposed to be. She cleared her throat and recast her line. Our trip to Charleston was supposed to be a restart to our marriage, but, well, you know what happened after that. Her left hand rested on the rail of the pier, and he covered it with his own. He would give almost anything if she would just allow him to take her in his arms and love the hurt away. She stared at their hands. He saw her swallow hard and felt her tension, but she didn't jerk away. He waited a couple of seconds before removing his hand and began reeling in his line. Everything you went through after his death. I imagine that must have been the worst part of all of it. He had been looking out at the choppy waves in front of him, but Beau jerked his head around toward her at the sound of the sob leaving her throat. What did I say to cause this? He placed his hand on her shoulder, wondering what he should say or do. Her hand covered her mouth as her body shook. She swiped at the tears that were suddenly streaming down her face. Her lips trembled when she finally spoke. No, the worst part of it was the feeling of being unloved and wondering what I had done to deserve it. That was it. Beau propped his fishing rod against the rail in front of him and took her into his arms. She didn't resist. She leaned her rod next to his and wrapped her arms around him. He held her while sobs shook her body. How could her husband do this to her? Beau hadn't been a perfect husband to Patricia, but he would have laid down his life before allowing her to feel this way. He brought his hand up to caress the side of her face, but she kept her head buried in his chest. Vivian, you are loved. His words came out deep with emotion. I know you already know this, but maybe you need a reminder. God loves you. Your family and friends, we all love you. He swallowed hard. The love he felt for her had already grown into something more. I bet Craig must have loved you in some warped kind of way. Did he really believe that? Vivian said her husband had wanted to restart their marriage, and he had stayed with her, taking care of her needs for all those years when he could have been with someone else. She slowly pulled away and began wiping her tears with the edge of her sweater. Paige, Craig's girlfriend, told me that he really had tried to break things off with her. She somehow found out where we were staying and booked herself into the same hotel. What should he say to this? See, Craig really did love you. He couldn't bring himself to say the words, but he also couldn't dispute her desire to see this as an example of her spouse's love for her either. Let her believe this was love for now. Given the chance, he would blow this example out of the water and show her what true love really looked like. Vivian pulled her head back enough to look up at him. He cradled her face in his hands and used his thumbs to gently wipe the remainder of her tears away. It broke his heart to see her like this. Lifting up on her toes, she pressed her lips to his. One hand still cradled her face while he slid the other around to the lower part of her back to pull her closer as he deepened the kiss, tasting the saltiness of her tears. Beau's desire for her rose to its highest level in a matter of seconds. As he poured himself into the kiss, he never once thought about the fact that she had been holding him at arm's length with the intentions of remaining friends. He didn't question why she was kissing him now. He only marveled at how perfect it felt. She moaned and pulled back. Every instinct had him wanting to hold on, but he loosened his grip. I'm sorry, Beau. I shouldn't have kissed you. I meant what I said about wanting to remain just friends. I let my emotions get the better of me, She pulled further away and patted his arm. "Please forgive me. I promise it won't happen again." He rubbed her cheek with the pad of his thumb and laughed to hide his disappointment. "You will never hear me complain if it does, but I understand." No doubt, the kiss had been emotionally charged, but what he didn't understand was why she refused to build a relationship when she was obviously attracted to him. Well, maybe he did understand. He might feel the same way if he had experienced the kind of marriage she'd had with Craig.
The sound of the ocean beating against the shore, the seagulls calling out to each other as they floated on the breeze, and the children's laughter as they built castles nearby in the sand, were all designed to be soothing. But they weren't. Not today. Vivian couldn't get her mind off that kiss. The most shocking part, she had initiated it. Years of being pushed away and emotionally neglected by Craig had caused Vivian to be timid in her relationship with her husband. That didn't explain how she could have been so bold as to kiss Beau after rejecting his request for a date. And worst, she had told him she still wanted to remain just friends. And for goodness sake, if she was going to kiss the man, why couldn't it have been while they danced together out on the moonlit beach? That would have been more romantic. Instead, she had to do it while slinging snot and tears. On second thought, a more romantic scene would have only made it worse. Maybe her blubbering would be a deterrent for him. She sat up and readjusted the towel covering the sand beneath her. Vivian had never been one much for laying out in the sun just for the sake of gaining a tan. She came out here hoping the sun's heat would help melt the tension from her body. The internal conflict was driving her crazy. Not one word had been added to her book for 2 days now. Something had to give. Never wanting to be trapped in a loveless marriage again was her reason for swearing off all romantic relationships, but being with Beau didn't feel like a trap. He was faithful, genuine, and loving. Not to mention the physical attraction. Mercy. Surely, she was too old to be feeling this way. She picked up the spray bottle beside her and spritzed her skin with the cooling water. Vivian looked up through the shade of her sunglasses to the blue sky above her. Lord, I need help. I can't handle another experience like Craig. Please take away these feelings for Beau. Instead of the peace that usually flowed through her whenever she connected with the Holy Spirit, conviction swept in. For one thing, it had already been established many times in many ways that Beau was nothing like Craig. Even before things had gone sour in their marriage, Craig's dubious nature had been revealed, only she had chosen to ignore it until it got to the point that it could no longer be denied. Even before they married, Vivian had noticed that he was a different person when in the public eye. She'd labeled it as professionalism. Beau was the same with everyone he met. She'd never once noticed him putting on airs. The other part of the conviction came from denying God's will in her life. She knew better than to dictate her plans. It was one thing to tell God that she didn't want another marriage and that she didn't want to have feelings for Beau. It was entirely wrong to stomp her foot down and say, "God, I'm not having it. I refuse to go through another marriage, and I demand you take these feelings away for this godly man." Well, that wasn't exactly how her prayers had gone, but they may as well have for all the credit she had given God for knowing what's best for her life. She took a deep breath, squaring her thoughts up for what she needed to pray next. Sorry, Lord. You know better than I do what should happen next. You brought Beau into my life for a reason. Please help me discern what that reason is. I don't want to turn him away because of fear, but at the same time, I don't want to take things to a place they shouldn't go because of my attraction. She searched her heart for anything more that needed to be prayed over concerning this subject, before adding amen.
During the day, Beau couldn't stop thinking about Vivian, and she haunted his dreams at night. His mind had replayed that kiss 100 times, but the ending was always the same. How could she lay one on him like that and then say she still wanted to be just friends? She hadn't shown up for church on Sunday, claiming to have fallen asleep in the sun and gotten herself a sunburn. No doubt that was true, but he wondered if her absence wasn't also about avoiding Kent. And it may have even been a reluctance to see him again after that kiss. It wasn't his fault. She had kissed him. It had happened less than a week ago, but he missed her. And he knew better than to call her. That would send her running in the opposite direction for sure. He would have to play it cool and rein his feelings back down to the level of friends, at least around her. Beau pulled the rollback into its spot behind the shop. He put it in park and hit the palm of his hands against the steering wheel, letting out some of his frustration. Woo her. Dalvin's words came back to him as clear as if he had just said them. God, is this how you feel when you try to woo us, and we turn away? Beau had prayed continually about whether it was right to pursue Vivian, and the answer was always the same. God had been nudging him along all the way up to that kiss. He just needed to put it in God's hands and leave it there. He took a deep breath and let it out. As he slipped the keys out of the ignition, his attention snagged on the woman standing just inside the open bay door at the back of the shop. She took a step back and sunlight illuminated her figure. Beau leaned in closer to the windshield. Lord, now I'm seeing things. It looked like Vivian. What was she doing here? He got out of the truck and headed her way, reminding himself not to rush with every step. She turned to look at him when he was a couple of yards away. The way her green eyes lit up made him wonder if she had changed her mind about wanting a deeper relationship. Without giving it a thought, he wrapped his hand around her upper arm in greeting. She placed her hand on his waist, sending a jolt through him. Hey, Beau. With more of a conscious thought, he kissed her cheek. Beneath the makeup, he could tell that her skin had begun to peel. I heard you got blistered on Friday. It's good to see you're feeling better. Yeah, I can't believe I fell asleep out there on the beach. You'd think at my age, I'd know better. There was nothing wrong with her age. She was perfect. For him. He looked around the shop, still wondering what she was doing there. Gabe leaned against his bike, rubbing a shop rag over one of his wrenches. Vivian's RAV4 was up on one of the lifts, but the garage seemed to be empty of workers. Where is everybody? Aaron and Fletch are out to lunch. We didn't have the oil filter needed for Miss Vivian's car, so we're just hanging out while we wait on one to get here. I was just telling Miss Vivian that she should let me take her for a ride when I get finished with the bike. She seems to think she's landed herself amongst a family of daredevils. Beau lifted himself up to sit on the work table next to them, letting his feet swing back and forth as he leaned forward, his palms on the edge of the table. Why would you think that? The corners of her mouth lifted on both sides as she looked up at him. First parasailing and now your son wants me to climb on the back of a motorcycle. My life has been one adventure after another since I moved to Walden Beach. Beau stared at her lips as she spoke. Did she consider the kiss they shared as one of the adventures? Probably not, since she had been upset at the time. But the next time. The snicker coming from Gabe broke into his thoughts. The way his lips were rolled inward between his teeth with his brows raised, Beau wondered if Gabe could read his mind. He looked back at Vivian. You have a while to think about whether or not you want to try out the bike. In the meantime, how about going deep-sea fishing with me this Monday? You said you'd always wanted to go. She bit her bottom lip and twisted her ring around on her finger. Come on, Miss Vivian. Dad loves it, but he can't ever get anyone to go with him. He needs you. True, he thought. Especially that last part. Vivian smiled as she looked up at him through her dark lashes. Sounds like fun. What do I need to bring? Nothing but sunglasses, a hat, and plenty of sunscreen. Gabe made a snorting sound as he got up and walked away, drawing Beau's attention for a moment. What is his problem? That sounds great. He turned back to Vivian. I'll check the schedule and let you know what time I'll pick you up. All of the anxiety he had experienced for the last 5 days drained away the minute she agreed to spend time with him. He knew she didn't consider it a date, but at least the kiss had not ruined anything between them. She seemed the way she had before. That was a good thing, but it would have been even better if the kiss had affected her the same way it had him.
As soon as the light came on telling her she needed an oil change, excitement had bubbled up inside of Vivian. She'd tried to deny that it was due to a chance of seeing Beau again. She'd also tried to ignore her sinking spirits when she got to the shop and he wasn't there. Then when he showed up and her heart nearly leapt out of her chest, she tried to blame it on Gabe's invitation to take a ride on his motorcycle. But when that schoolgirl, oh my, he's asking me out feeling crept in as soon as he asked her to go deep-sea fishing, she could deny it no longer. What Vivian felt for Beau Manning was more than a crush. Was this giddy feeling the sign she had asked God for? Probably not. But the decision to stop fighting it was a relief. Gabe interrupted her thoughts. Miss Vivian, I'm meeting my son and my girlfriend for lunch in about 15 minutes. I'd love it if you'd join us. How do you feel about pizza? He turned to look at Beau. Dad, I might let you come too, if you ask nicely. He gave his dad a boyish grin. Vivian couldn't tell if this was his effort at matchmaking or if he genuinely liked her. She also couldn't help but look at Beau's son and think of how Isaac would have turned out if he had lived until adulthood. Pizza is my favorite. I'd love to have lunch with your family. Just then a tall, dark-skinned man walked in through the front of the shop followed by a young man that looked a lot like the actor Ron Howard in his younger days. Both wore the same charcoal gray uniforms as Beau and Gabe. The redhead walked on to the other side of the shop, picked up a push broom, and began sweeping. The taller of the two came over and handed Gabe a small box. I ran into the parts guy outside. He said you were waiting for this. Aaron, have you met Dad's friend, Vivian? His ebony eyes lit up and a smile split his face. No, I haven't, but I have heard a lot about you, Miss Vivian. I was beginning to question whether or not Beau had made you up. He held his hand out to her. The name's Aaron Lowry. It's nice to finally meet you. She heard Beau groan behind her. Did he talk about her with everyone he met? It was killing her, not knowing what he had to say about her. She shook Aaron's hand. Nice to meet you too. Gabe handed the oil filter box back to Aaron. We're about to head to lunch. Can you finish doing the oil change on Miss Vivian's car while we're gone? Sure, I can, but before you go, I have a joke for you. Beau jumped down from the table he had been sitting on and walked over, placing his hand on her back. Save yourself, Vivian. His jokes are so corny, they have ears. You'll lose brain cells just thinking about them. Hold up now, this is a good one. Aaron turned his attention toward her. Miss Vivian, what do you call a deer with no eyes? She couldn't imagine what the answer might be. She had never been good at figuring out riddles. I don't know. No idea. You get it? She grinned. Beau was right. Corny. What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs? She shook her head. Still no idea. Vivian laughed. She couldn't help it. The jokes were bad, but Aaron's antics as he told them made it seem funnier. Beau's hand pressed into her back. You shouldn't have laughed. If we don't leave now, you'll be trapped here all day listening to his corny jokes. They followed Gabe out the door. She took one last look at Aaron before they exited, and he winked at her, the smile still on his face. Beau seemed to surround himself with happy, easygoing people. People like him. She could see the advantages of being in his inner circle. It made her feel good that she had been included.
Beau placed his hand on Vivian's waist to gain her attention. He raised his voice over the noise from the seagulls that had followed the fishing boat back to shore. I'm going over there so I can call Dalvin to let him know what we got. He pointed to the building a few hundred feet away where they would pick up their processed fish. The deep-sea fishing tour they had taken gave the options of selling their catch to the fish market, taking it with them to be cleaned, or paying the market to clean their fish for them. To save time, he was letting the market process it for them. She smiled up at him. Okay, I'll catch up to you in a minute. She turned back to finish her conversation with the only other woman who had shared their fishing experience. The two women had hit it off when they started talking about books. He'd enjoyed the fishing trip, and hopefully Vivian had too. They had hauled in over 100 pounds worth of fish including sea bass, pompano, and one mahi dolphin. Of course, it wouldn't weigh that much after it was processed, but it wasn't bad for a half-day cruise. This called for an impromptu fish fry. He talked over the details with Dalvin as he walked toward the fish market. The phone conversation ended just as he made it to the sidewalk at the corner of the brick building. Dalvin and Kaylee would be heading to Beau's house and would probably arrive before him and Vivian. They were going to call Hamish and Erlene to see if they were free too. He felt a little guilty for not suggesting they invite Felicity. There was a chance Kaylee would anyway. She was welcome to join them, but it may encourage Vivian to start thinking of them as a couple without Felicity there. How pathetic can you get? Oh, he could get way worse than this, trying to come up with ways to woo her. She wasn't making it easy on him. About like reeling in that dolphin. He cringed. No woman would be happy knowing they had been compared to a fish. Lucky for him, Vivian couldn't read his mind. He turned and watched as she walked toward him. The wind ruffled through her blousy shirt and shorts. The smile on her face made him feel like she held the secrets of the world and he wanted in on them. He leaned forward, about to meet her across the lot even though she had to come toward him anyway. She lifted her hand up. "Stay right there. I want to take your picture." She slipped her cell phone out of her back pocket and snapped a picture before joining him. Her smile verged on laughter now, making him feel like he had missed something. Beau placed his hand on her waist, fighting the urge to draw her closer. "Did you have fun?" "I had a ball. Thanks for bringing me." She lifted up on her toes and kissed his face. Her lips landed right next to his mouth. His heart nearly thudded out of his chest. Suddenly her cell phone started going off with one beep after another. She laughed but didn't look at her phone as she slid it back into her pocket. Sometimes you don't get a good signal out on the ocean. Sounds like your messages are just now catching up to you. As he finished speaking, more beeps sounded out from Vivian's back pocket. She threw her head back and laughed. "What's so funny?" Beau felt like he had been left out of some colossal joke. "It's nothing. I'm pretty sure it's just my friends back home, asking how things went." That didn't really explain why she was laughing. A few people from the boat stepped out from the front of the building with freezer paper wrapped packages in hand. He squeezed her waist. "Are you ready to go check on your big catch?" She surprised him again by leaning in and wrapping one arm around his back as they headed inside. He wasn't complaining but couldn't help wondering what had changed.
Vivian had asked for a sign from God, and this one couldn't have been any clearer. At the corner of the building above where Beau stood was a big neon sign saying, "Fresh catch of the day right here," with a blinking arrow pointing down to the corner, to the exact spot where he stood. She nearly fell out right there in the parking lot. Had he stood there on purpose? Judging by the clueless look he gave afterward, probably not. She had told Izzy and Becca that if God planned for her to marry again, she expected a neon sign and a choir of angels. She didn't hear any singing, but the sign was plain as the nose on her face. Vivian wasn't ready to head to the justice of peace yet, but maybe it was time to let go completely and start building a relationship with Beau. Judging by the text messages coming in after she sent that picture to Becca and Izzy, they remembered the conversation about the neon sign too. Or maybe they agreed that Beau was a catch. She had never even mentioned him before. She was dying to know what they had to say, but she couldn't read their messages in front of him. As he paid for the processing of their fish, she silenced her phone. If she kept ignoring their texts, phone calls would come next, and she couldn't have that. She would call them both after this day was over. Her time with Beau ended up lasting longer than she had expected. Kaylee and Dalvin were already there when they got to Beau's place, and Erlene and Hamish showed up soon after. She hadn't realized before that Beau had an outside kitchen on one side of the deck out back. The man liked to cook, and he was good at it. The men started frying up homemade hush puppies, onion rings, fries, and fish in the 2 fryers outside, while the women worked in the kitchen. She filled glasses with iced tea for them to start on while they worked. Erlene made coleslaw from a prepackaged mix, while Kaylee mixed brownies from a box. Vivian wondered what Beau would think. She was almost positive everything he made in this kitchen was from scratch. As easygoing as he was though, he probably wouldn't care. The joy of having his friends together seemed to be what mattered most to him. They took their time over the meal, laughing and talking. The food tasted better than anything she had ever been served in a restaurant. Knowing that she had helped supply the meal made it even more special. After cleanup, they played wild rummy until after dark. Everyone except for her and Erlene had to get up the next morning to head to work, which was the catalyst for breaking up the party. Beau walked her home, and as they ambled down the shore in the moonlight, she was reminded of the night they had danced together. That night had been a turning point in her feelings toward him, but honestly, the attraction had started from the moment they met. After pushing him away for so long, it was hard to get the message across that she was ready to move forward. She had been racking her brain all evening, trying to come up with something less blunt than just blurting it out. She had been brave enough to kiss him before. She had decided to try it again, but the closer they got to the end of their time together, the harder her heart pounded. The sound of the blood rushing in her ears began to drown out the sounds of the ocean. As they came to the corner of her house, she tugged him to a stop. The bottom unit of the beach house was dark and empty for the time being. It would be easier to do it here, shaded by the balcony overhead, than waiting until they reached her back door. Beau, when do you think I could get some more dance lessons? She scrunched her eyes closed and then quickly opened them, just in case he could still see her in the dark. He pulled her close and began swaying. How about right now? Her arms circled his neck and they danced to the sound of the ocean. He placed his hand on the side of her face and tilted her chin up. He stared down at her in the dark and then his head lowered toward hers. Instead of the kiss she had been longing for, he pulled her closer until his mouth was next to her ear. Woman, you are driving me crazy. I know you just want to be friends, and I will respect your wishes, but I think you ought to know that I want more. I wish you'd at least consider a deeper relationship. He squeezed her tighter with that last word. Beau, the sound of a woman's crying registered. Vivian looked up toward the balcony overhead. Do you hear that? Someone is up on my balcony. His head jerked up. He angled his ear toward the balcony, as if to better capture the sound coming from above. Stay right here. Let me check it out. No way was he going to leave her down here in the dark by herself. She didn't even respond to his order. As soon as the sound of his feet hit the stairs, she scrambled around the corner and headed up after him. His broad back blocked her view, but she was okay with that for the moment. Sweetheart, are you sure you're at the right house? Beau's voice sounded gruff, but his use of the word sweetheart only cemented her view of the kind of man he was. Who are you? Vivian's heart stopped at the sound of the woman's voice and then started up again at the speed of galloping horses. She pushed past Beau and got her first glimpse at her daughter in over a year. Mama. Amy practically threw herself into Vivian's arms. As her daughter cried against her neck, a strange twist of emotions stirred within her chest, relief that Amy had come to her, hope that this was the reconciliation she had been praying for, and concern for what had her girl so upset. She looked over her shoulder at Beau when he squeezed her arm. He spoke only loud enough to be heard over Amy's sobs. I'm leaving now. I'll catch up with you later. She mouthed the word sorry to him. His brows bunched together, and she barely caught his next words. No problem. And then he was gone. Amy began speaking, her words choked with tears. Where have you been? I've been sitting out here waiting on you for hours. I called and called, but you never answered. Vivian closed her eyes as guilt settled over her. Sorry, I silenced my phone earlier today and forgot about it. Amy lifted her head to look at Vivian. Was that your boyfriend? Oh, no, we're just friends. A group of us had supper at his place, and he didn't want me to walk home in the dark by myself. That's all." More guilt piled on. Her words were true, but she and Beau had been only a moment away from changing that status if Amy hadn't shown up. Though, she couldn't be unhappy about it. She pulled away from her daughter. "Why don't we go inside?" Vivian dug her keys out of her pocket to unlock her door. Amy shifted back and forth on her feet as she wiped her face with her hands. "That would be great. At this point, I'll be lucky to make it to the bathroom in time." She rushed past as soon as the door was open. It had been a long day. Vivian would love to get a shower and be able to relax before going to bed, but none of that could happen until after she found out what had finally prompted this teary-eyed visit from her daughter. "And where is her husband?" she thought. Vivian dropped down on the end of the couch and waited for Amy to return. She got her first good look at her daughter as she came out of the bathroom. Her long brown hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and her weary, blue-green eyes were devoid of makeup. She looked like she had been crying for days. "Oh, Amy." Amy stopped just before she got to the couch and stared at her mom for a moment, and then the tears started back up. "You cut your hair. Everything is so different, so messed up." She sat down close to Vivian and buried her face in her mother's shoulder again. "Amy, what happened? What's wrong?" She pulled back far enough to look at Vivian. "Mom, I'm pregnant." Laughter bubbled up as the stress made way for excitement. She wanted to shout to the world, "I'm going to be a grandma," but now wasn't the time. Vivian pulled her daughter closer and rocked back and forth. "Oh, sweetie, that's wonderful news." But it didn't explain the tears, or why she was here after so long without contact. Amy's words were muffled against Vivian's shoulder. "I'm scared." "That's only natural. I think everyone worries a little through pregnancy, but surely there is more joy than fear." She knew Amy. Even if this was an unexpected pregnancy, she would embrace the challenge. "What did your husband say about it?" "Lucas Waldrop." She knew his name, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Amy pulled away and began wiping her eyes. "I haven't told him yet." Vivian grabbed the box of tissues on the end table and offered it to her. She took a few and dabbed at her eyes and nose. "What if the same thing that happened to you happens to me? I could lose this one like you did Isaac, Luke could run around on me like Dad, or worse yet, what if I end up being just like my father? I mean, just look at how I have treated you. I knew the whole time that I was acting like a brat and that none of it was your fault." "Oh, Amy. You won't do the things your father did because you see what pain it has caused." And she couldn't promise that her daughter would never face the death of a child. No one had that guarantee. Should God decide to take this baby, it would be heartbreaking, but you'll get through it just like I did. Amy dabbed at her nose with the wad of tissues and nodded her head. "What if my child turns out like me? Mom, I am so sorry for the way I treated you. I was hurt that Dad was gone, embarrassed about the way he died, and angry over what he had been doing and me not knowing about it. Truthfully, I'm still upset that I didn't know I had a brother, but I know none of it was your fault." Vivian leaned back against the couch. "If it had been up to me, you never would have known about your father's infidelity, but I knew you would eventually have to be told. I never planned for you to go on indefinitely not knowing about Rain. It hurt just mentioning the name of Craig and Paige's son." She didn't hate the child. He and Amy were the innocent ones. There was still a small part of her that questioned why God had chosen to give Craig this son after taking Isaac away. "Your dad and I agreed to wait until you graduated to tell you about him, but everything happened just after school ended, so we never got a chance." Amy pulled slightly away from her mother. "I went to see him. I went to see Rain. He's only 8, so I don't know how much he understands, but he knows he has a sister now." Vivian rubbed Amy's arm. "That's good, honey. I think you should have a relationship with your brother." She wanted to reassure her that she didn't blame Amy for wanting a connection with him, but a knot of anger formed in her chest over the unfairness of it all. "That's because you haven't forgiven Craig." That quiet voice in her head had just nailed her with conviction. She only had time for a quick prayer for God to help her with this fact. Right now, her focus was on Amy. Did, Paige tell you that I set up a fund for Rain? The woman's name felt even more foreign coming from her lips than that of the child. No, she didn't. I sold your dad's car. I used the money from that plus a small insurance policy and have invested it for him. Paige gets a small amount every month to help with his care until he graduates, and then Rain gets what's left when he turns 24. It's set up where he can extend the installments until then in case he needs help with college. Amy threw her arms around Vivian and squeezed her tight as the tears started up again. You're the best. When I think of everything you have been through, she didn't finish her sentence as sobs overtook her again. It's okay, honey. What else was there to say? She pulled back and patted her arm, hoping the tears would soon dissipate. Her being this upset for so long was not good for the baby. Amy focused on where Vivian's hand now rested on her arm. Suddenly, she grabbed her mom's hand and brought it closer to her face. Is that my name? Vivian slipped the wide band from her finger. The white tan line beneath was a testament to her time spent at Walden Beach. I had the gold from mine and your dad's wedding rings made into this one. She turned the ring between her fingers until Isaac's name was showing and handed it to her daughter. The transformation of their wedding rings being formed into this one represented the dissolving of her marriage while giving tribute to the best part of it. Her children. Even after losing Isaac and everything else that happened, you and your brother are the best of everything your dad ever gave me. Amy placed her free hand over her heart. Oh, Mom. I'm sorry for everything Dad put you through. Look inside the band. Vivian studied her face, waiting for her reaction. Amy blinked rapidly as she ran her thumb across her father's name engraved on the inside of the white gold band. Her hand moved up to cover her mouth as tears streamed over her cheeks. She looked up at her mom with her brows drawn in question. Despite everything, a part of me always loved your dad. All the way to the end, my hope and prayer was that he would turn things around. I believe he wanted to do the right thing. But he was human. Paige was his weakness. So you've forgiven him for what he did? She looked down at the ring still in Amy's hand. No, but I'm working on it. Truthfully, she hadn't given it much thought until now. Even though she knew what God's word said about forgiveness, she had been too bogged down by hurt to deal with it. As much as she hated the thought, Paige would have to be forgiven too. But that would have to wait for a time when she could be alone with God. A sigh escaped when she met Amy's gaze once again. She took the ring when her daughter offered it and slid it back on her finger. That reminds me, I have something for you. Vivian got up and walked back to her bedroom. She returned in a few minutes and sat down next to Amy, handing her a flat square box. I was going to give you this when you got married, but, well, you know why I didn't. Amy grabbed her hand. Oh, Mom, you should have been there. She shook her head. I've been so stupid. I hope you can forgive me too. Vivian squeezed her hand. I forgive you. Now let's move on. Okay? She nudged the box in Amy's hand. Open it. The top of the box made a clicking sound as it flipped open. It's beautiful. Amy ran her fingertips over the diamond pendant. It's the diamond for my engagement ring. I just felt it needed a new life. You can wear it and think about the good times we had together as a family, but don't let the past weigh you down anymore, okay? Amy nodded and then hugged her neck. Thanks. I love it. Her voice broke, but no more tears came. Vivian smiled. Yes, part of Amy's tears was a result of the emotions felt over their reunion, but the bulk of them were due to pregnancy hormones. Despite the realness of dealing with what had come between her and her daughter, in the backside of her mind, a giddiness over the fact that she was going to be a grandma still existed.
Beau blinked a few times until the ceiling fan overhead came into focus. Light had barely started edging its way into the room from the window at the end of his bed. He liked waking up early so he would have plenty of time to drink his coffee and get ready to face a full day of work. Thoughts of Vivian seemed to occupy his first moments of being awake every day now. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something had changed between them during the time they had spent together the day before. It had built throughout the day to the point that he felt it was safe to take another shot at asking her for more. His words from last night resurfaced. "Woman, you are driving me crazy. I know you just want to be friends and I will respect your wishes, but I think you ought to know that I want more. I wish you'd at least consider a deeper relationship." "Beau, I have." "What?" She never finished saying what was on her mind. Her daughter had interrupted them. He was happy for Vivian's sake. Being estranged from your child had to be heartbreaking. But he had heard of children coming between couples before. He didn't want her daughter's influence to end things between him and Vivian before they had even begun. He swung his feet over the side of the bed and stood, stretching his muscles. As he walked around the end of the bed, he caught sight of a car sitting in his driveway. He pulled back the sheer drapes for a better look. A powder blue Mazda Miata was parked midway in and it looked like the driver was passed out in the seat. Probably someone who had been too drunk to make it home, or too drunk to even know where home was. He slipped on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and then padded out there in his bare feet to check on him. For Pete's sake. The guy had his dark blonde hair pulled back into a man bun. There was nothing manly about it. Beau shook his head. The guy looked young, which made him think about Gabe. What would he want someone to do for his son in this situation? Beau lightly tapped the window with his knuckles and the man jerked awake. His eyes looked too clear to be on a bender. He stared, bleary-eyed at first, but his look quickly turned excited as he hurriedly exited the car. The young man stood an inch or two taller than Beau. "I'm looking for Amy." "Is she up yet?" "And you are?" "Amy's husband, Lucas Waldrop." He ran a hand over his hair, smoothing loose strands from his face. "I've been trying to find her all night. Her aunt finally gave me the address. I know she's here to see her mother. I just don't know why. She didn't even tell me she was leaving." Vivian's address was 5802 and his was 5822. The aunt must have confused the information, or maybe the distraught man in front of him did. This seemed like too much to deal with before he even had his first cup of coffee. "Come on in." He turned and headed back to the house, assuming the man would follow. There was no way he would send this guy to Vivian's without her say-so. Maybe he could get to the bottom of what was going on so he'd know what to tell Vivian when he called to tell her that her son-in-law had come for a visit. But first, coffee. In the kitchen, Beau opened the cabinet door that hid his coffee pot and grinder. His son had purchased one of those newfangled machines that would spit out one thimble-sized cup at a time. He supposed it made sense at the shop, but he would never give up the smell and taste of coffee freshly ground and brewed. There was no comparison. "Oh, dude. This kitchen, though." Beau turned to take in his visitor's reaction. Lucas stepped further into the room, turning to take it all in. "This kitchen is a dream. I don't know if Amy told you, but I am a chef." He ended his perusal and looked at Beau. "I don't even know who you are. How are you related to my wife?" "I'm a friend of Vivian, Amy's mother." "Oh. I guess they're still sleeping." It came out sounding more like a question than a statement. "Probably." Beau decided to hold off on telling the man he was at the wrong house until he gathered more information. He could imagine that Vivian and her daughter had stayed up late last night talking, considering how long it had been since they had seen each other. They probably were still sleeping. "So, this kitchen, I take it someone here likes to cook." "That would be me. I'm no chef, but I do like to experiment." He pulled out 2 mugs and poured coffee before the machine had finished filling the pot. He handed one to his unexpected guest and then doctored his own with cream and sugar. Lucas took a sip of his black coffee. "Dude, where's the restroom?" Beau directed him to the bathroom and then called Vivian. Just hearing her sleepy hello warmed him more than the coffee had. Good morning. Did you have a good night? Yes. Oh, Beau, I can't tell you how full my heart is right now. Seeing Amy again, it was an answer to prayer. We still have a lot to catch up on, but last night was a wonderful start. I'm happy for you. Even if the visit had interrupted whatever was going on between him and Vivian. Her voice came through whisper soft. Don't tell anyone, but I'm going to be a grandma. Man, that sounds old. She laughed. Amy freaked out over the news, and that's what brought her here. She's upset about it? He asked. She is worried that her life might turn out like mine. He could hear the sadness that had settled into her voice and wanted to make it better. He could show her what it was to live and rest in the knowledge that she was truly loved if she would only let him. Listen, Amy's husband showed up at my door. You might want to find out if she wants to see him. Call me back if she does, and y'all can come over. I'll cook you breakfast. I'm sure she does want to see him. I'll wake her up, and we'll be there as soon as we get ready. Can I bring anything? How about some of your time? I'll make us some omelets. And just come as you are. He lowered his voice. I can't wait to see you again. Lucas was standing at the kitchen island, drinking his coffee when Beau got off the phone. He finally explained to him how he had come to the wrong house and that the women were on their way over. Then the two of them set into making breakfast. Working beside Lucas in the kitchen was both weird and exciting. Weird because he was a stranger and exciting because he had never worked with anyone who enjoyed preparing a meal as much as he did. As Beau prepared the ingredients for omelets, Lucas made brown sugar scones. While they worked together, Lucas talked about how he and Amy met, about how uneasy he had been over the fact that she was estranged from her mother at the time of their wedding, and of his insecurities over the fact that his wife had headed south to see her mother, leaving only a note behind saying that she would be back without a hint of why she left in the first place. Beau listened to the lovesick man without much comment. He could definitely commiserate with the fellow, but he didn't really know all the details or about the mindset of Vivian's daughter. Lucas seemed content just to have someone he could vent to. The thought that this man could one day be family to Beau didn't bother him a bit. He seemed an okay guy, despite the girly hairdo. A tap at his back door drew Beau's attention. He had unlocked it earlier in anticipation of Vivian's arrival, but she obviously wasn't comfortable yet with entering his house on her own. He went to the door with Lucas dogging his heels. As soon as he opened it, Amy pushed past her mom and launched herself into her husband's arms. Vivian gave him a shy look. Thanks for inviting us. He wanted to pull her in for a hug but instinctively knew she wouldn't want him doing that in front of her daughter. They headed into the kitchen and left the newlyweds alone in the living room. Beau poured her a cup of coffee and handed it to her with a smile. Congratulations, Grandma. Her eyes lit up over the rim of her cup as she took a sip. That sounds so old. I don't know that I want to be called Grandma. I'll have to do some research before I decide. Yeah, you look too young for Grandma. And beautiful, he thought. He had been holding back on his feelings for her for so long. He longed for the freedom to share his thoughts, his desires, his life with this woman. You look happy. I am. I tried to be content without Amy in my life, and I think I did a pretty good job at it. But I'm so glad that part is over. Now that everyone was here, Beau turned the burner on under the frying pan so he could start the omelets. Is there anything I can do to help? You can set the table. The plates are in the cabinet there on the end. They both turned to look at the younger couple as they walked into the kitchen. Lucas looked happy to be reunited with his wife. Color seeped into his cheeks as he looked at Beau. Did you hear? I'm going to be a dad. That's great, man. Congratulations. When is the baby due? Lucas looked over at his wife who stared at Vivian. Amy answered the question, but she never broke eye contact with her mother. The doctor thinks it will be around the 1st of March or maybe even the end of February. Beau tried to remember when Vivian said they had gotten married. He had a feeling the pregnancy started before the wedding. It wasn't unheard of. At least they were married now. Not like Gabe and Nicole. He looked at Vivian to see what her reaction would be. She rubbed the back of her neck, something he had noticed her doing when she was uncomfortable. So you're about 6 weeks pregnant then. Amy stepped closer to her mom and grabbed her hand. Oh, Mama, I'm sorry. Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes. Stop apologizing. You've worked things out between you and God, haven't you? She only nodded her head. Then that's all that matters. It's none of my business when or how you got pregnant. That's between you, God, and Lucas. Beau turned back to the stove and started in on making the omelets with his mind reeling. Wow. She was right. He had taken his son's sins on as if they were his own, feeling shame over Gabe's lifestyle, thinking it reflected back on him. Gabe was a grown man. His sin was between him and God. All Beau could do was pray for him and live his own life as a godly example. That was it.
I think Beau is in love with you. Vivian studied Amy for a moment, trying to decipher the feelings behind that statement. Her daughter and son-in-law had been staying with her for 5 days now. Beau had been in and out of their presence the whole time, but both of them had been careful to hide their feelings for one another. Or so she thought. I think he may be attracted, but calling it love is stretching it a bit. She placed a box of pasta in her shopping cart. Izzy, along with Becca and her family, would be joining them tomorrow for their annual beach vacation. Beau had invited them all over to his house for supper. He and Lucas were doing the cooking, but she had insisted on buying everything they would need. I don't know. He looks at you like he could just devour you, body and soul. Amy. Vivian shook her head, consulted the grocery list in her hand, and pushed the buggy down the aisle of the supermarket in pursuit of the next ingredient Beau had listed. She couldn't believe they were having this conversation. It was one thing for Amy to notice the attraction between her and Beau, but to say he wanted to devour her body and soul was a little too dramatic and embarrassing coming from her daughter. What? It's true. When you say it like that, it sounds more like lust than love. As they rounded the end of the aisle, Amy grabbed a box of snack cakes and threw them into the buggy. Just because he's attracted to you physically, doesn't mean he doesn't love you. I mean, he is a man, and that's the way God designed it. You know, 2 people fall in love, get married, and then they do it. Amy, for goodness sake. We're in the grocery store, and you know as well as I do that is not always the way it happens. I was talking about the way God designed it, not how I messed it up. Oh, Amy, I wasn't even thinking about you when I said that. It's just. Vivian stopped in the aisle, her whole train of thought derailed. The way her and Craig's marriage had gone wasn't according to God's plan either. They had started out right. Craig had been the one to alter their course, not God. She had asked God to fix it, and he had wiped the slate clean. Was he giving her a chance to start over? If that was true, was Beau the man he had in mind for her? Every marriage had problems, and Beau had admitted that they existed in his own marriage to Patricia. But he had never mentioned going against God's plan for a husband and a wife. She had heard from more than one source that he had been faithful to his wife. He once told her that Patricia had been the only woman in his life until now. Could he be trusted to do it again? Amy's touch brought her thoughts back to the present. Mom, I didn't mean to upset you. I think Beau likes you. He seems like a good man, and you deserve to be happy. I just think you should give him a chance, that's all. Vivian patted her hand. I'll give it some thought, but right now, let's just get through the weekend. I want to enjoy spending time with my family. Amy and Lucas would be leaving on Sunday. The rest would be there for a week. After things settled down, she could turn her attention to Beau. Everything in her wanted to take their relationship to that next level. Well, almost. Fear still existed, but she had plenty of time to pray about it. However, she had to admit, it was a push in Beau's favor that her daughter approved. Vivian sat on the top step just off from her balcony. Amy and Lucas had gone on a date, leaving her at the house by herself for the first time since their arrival. But she wasn't lonely. It was kind of a relief to be alone with her own thoughts. She would soak in the fresh air and waning sunlight for a few more minutes, and then maybe she would write some. She was only a few chapters away from the end of her first draft. This was usually the time for her to power through to the blessed end, where she would then start back at the beginning, polishing up her manuscript before sending it on to her editor. Only this time, she supposed it would be like starting over. Her publisher may not accept the change of genres. No need to worry about it. She had written what she felt God had given her, and he would work it out. She watched as the speckled cat started up the steps toward her. "Good evening, Ember. Your supper awaits, but you'll have to come past me to get to it. I promise not to touch you." The cat stopped midway up the stairs, her green eyes stretched wide. Then she darted past Vivian. It was the closest she had ever come before, and it felt like a victory. Vivian jumped a little when an unexpected furry body rubbed against her elbow. The cat had doubled back to press against Vivian's arm. She eased her hand out and Ember rubbed against her fingertips. This was proof that the cat didn't start out wild. Someone had mistreated her, which had made her shy away from other people as a way of protecting herself from it happening again. "You know what? You and I are a lot alike." The cat moved toward the railing away from Vivian. She wore a satisfied look now, almost like she was smiling. Then she darted on up to the porch to enjoy her meal. Vivian's skin tingled in amazement. She rubbed her arms, trying to dispel the goosebumps. It was as if God had sent the cat and let her experience this moment so he could show her a reflection of her own life. A man had deeply hurt her, one she had trusted and loved. But just as Vivian wasn't anything like the one who had hurt Ember, every man out there wasn't out to do the same to her. She had poured her heart out to God that night right after Amy's arrival, confessing her need to forgive Craig and Paige, asking for forgiveness for her own bitter feelings toward the two. Since then, several things had happened to change Vivian's mind about the idea of a future with Beau. It was as if God had been waiting for her to make these things right before he would shine a big spotlight on the path before her. She was excited to see where it would lead. Headlights shone against the corner of the house as someone pulled into her drive. The bottom half of the house sat empty, awaiting the arrival of Becca and her family. Izzy would be staying in the top half with her. But neither of them were due to arrive until tomorrow. Vivian stood and used her hand to shield against the glare of the headlights. It wasn't until the lights went out that she could see that the vehicle belonged to Izzy. She headed down the steps to greet her sister. "You're here early." "Yeah, I got a new bartender. She's a good one. Between Holden, Elijah, and Ansley, I finally have a crew I can depend on." Holden managed the breakfast shift at Izzy's restaurant. Elijah was her barbecue man. He kept the smoker going and managed the evening shift at the restaurant, but it was well established that his wife, Sheba, was the real boss. And Vivian could only guess that Ansley was the new bartender. She hoped everything there really was under control and that her sister's visit wouldn't be cut short like last time. Izzy moved around to the front of her white Mustang convertible and gave her a hug. It may have been Vivian's imagination, but it seemed she held on for an extra long time. "Is everything all right?" Still holding on, Izzy pulled back enough to look at her, which was near impossible in the dark. "Everything's fine. I just missed you, that's all." Vivian pulled her in for another hug. "I missed you too." They finally stepped away from each other and walked back to the trunk of the Mustang to retrieve Izzy's things. "So, tell me about this Beau. What's he like, and when do I get to meet him?" She rolled her lips in, trying not to grin. Ever since she had sent that picture of him to Izzy and Becca, she had been bombarded with questions and comments, but she had remained elusive about the details. Partly because it added to the fun, and also because she didn't know how to define her feelings toward the man. "He's nice. You'll get to meet him tomorrow, and then you can judge for yourself. We've all been invited over to his place tomorrow for supper. He and Lucas are cooking a gourmet meal for us. Both of them, or just Lucas? Oh, he can cook. Just wait till you see his kitchen. Izzy glanced back at her as they started up the stairs. Who all's invited? Beau's family, us, Becca's crowd, and Kaylee and her husband. Kaylee? You remember. She used to hang out with us when we stayed with Grandma. I told you, we reconnected since I have been living here. I know who she is. I just didn't expect her to be there. Vivian started to explain Kaylee's relationship to Beau and how she had thought Izzy might want to see her again, and she wanted to introduce her to Becca, but decided to let it drop. Her sister had changed so much, Kaylee wouldn't recognize her anyway. Besides, she had been closer to Vivian in age and relationship. You're in here. Amy and Lucas have the other room, at least until they leave on Sunday. She entered the room across from hers and flipped the light switch, illuminating the pale blue room. This one was the smallest of the 3 bedrooms, but it still had adequate space. Izzy tossed her suitcase onto the bed. I'm glad Amy finally came to her senses. You never did say what brought it about. What changed? Despite the fact that she tried hard not to give anything away, her cheeks began to bunch as she stared wide-eyed at Izzy. Why hadn't she gotten her story straight before her or Becca made their appearance? A squeal emitted from Izzy's mouth. She's pregnant. She squealed. She actually squealed. Vivian couldn't remember the last time she had seen such girlish exuberance coming from her sister. SH. They want to wait until she's further along before they tell anyone. Izzy grabbed her arm and beamed a smile. How does it feel, knowing you're going to be a grandma? Her lip curled up in the next instant. That sounds old. You're too young for that. You need to come up with some other grandma name that doesn't sound so old. Vivian laughed. I know what you mean. I've got a little bit of time before I have to come up with something. Don't you tell her I told you. You better act surprised when they announce it. She nodded and sat down on the edge of the bed. That means, I'm going to be. Izzy pursed her lips together. Let's agree to never use the words great and aunt together, unless we are referring to how awesome I am. Deal? Deal. It was great, sharing this news with her sister. Vivian wished they were closer to each other, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only enjoy these few sisterly moments as they occurred.
Beau and Dalvin were both focused on Felicity as she moved around the coffee shop taking and filling orders. Dalvin started his new job today, and Beau had a short day at work. Plus, he had a huge dinner party to prepare for later that evening. This was supposed to be a quick meeting of fortitude, but they had been here 5 minutes already and she still hadn't taken their order. Without looking at Dalvin, he asked, "How did the bonehead take to you finding another job?" Kent would be touched at your concern. This got Beau's attention. He couldn't care less about that idiot. His real concern had been whether or not he had hassled Dalvin. His friend's sheepish grin let him know that he was having a humorous moment at Beau's expense. Dalvin shrugged his shoulders. He never tried to talk me out of it, but I don't believe he thought I'd actually go through with it. He seemed a little shocked when I cleared out my desk. Won't this cut into your business for a while? Not really. Part of the agreement when I went to work for Kent was that my clients would remain mine. He held up his cell phone. Everyone I have ever worked with was given my number in case they needed it for future business. Kent will still get paid for the clients I'm in negotiations with right now, but after that, it's up to the customers who they choose to work with in the future. Felicity dropped her notepad on their table and squatted down next to it. Sorry y'all had to wait. What can I get you? You're here by yourself today. She blew a strand of hair from her face as she looked up at Beau. No, Charity's working with me. She nodded her head to the table in the corner. Don't you see how busy she is? The exaggerated roll of her eyes accompanied her sarcastic remark. Beau turned to look at Felicity's older sister in the corner of the room, in deep conversation with her friend as she ran a file across her fingernails. The unfair way Felicity's family treated her burned him to the core, but there was nothing he could do about it. She took their order and left without further comment from any of them about her lazy sibling. Dalvin tapped his fingers against the tabletop as he watched Felicity move across the room. I hate to say it, but this place will never be what she wants it to be. Pappy will never allow it. It would be nice if she found someone special who would take her away from here. She's still young enough to have a family of her own. The comment surprised Beau. It wasn't like his friend to say such things, but he couldn't agree more. I've never known her to be interested in anyone. I know everyone thought that the two of us would one day become a couple, but she never even hinted at anything more than friendship. Not that it would have went anywhere if she had. Yeah, Jalen is the only one I've ever known about, and I guess you know what happened there. Beau had been following Felicity's movements as she flew around behind the counter preparing orders, but he whipped around to look at Dalvin. Kaylee's brother? I never heard anything about that. When was this, and what happened between them? Dalvin looked down at the table. Knowing him, he was probably upset with himself for spilling something that might be a secret. Beau expected the role of antacids to make an appearance any minute now. He waved his hand across in front of him. It was nothing. They dated in high school. That was a long time ago. Don't know why I even mentioned it. Felicity set their muffins and coffee orders in front of them. Let me know if I can get you anything else. And then she was off to fulfill her next task. Dalvin took a sip from his cup. So how is the wooing going? Beau glanced up from peeling the paper away from his blueberry muffin. I don't know. The woman has me feeling like a termite in a yo-yo. One minute she's kissing me and the next she says she just wants to be friends. She gives me the impression that she may have changed her mind about the friends thing, and then her family shows up and she backs off again. I can't tell if I'm making progress or not. Sometimes I don't know which way is up. He definitely shouldn't have skipped his morning cup of coffee at home in lieu of coming here. He could hear the growl in his own voice. He wasn't as upset about the situation with Vivian as he sounded. Wait a minute. She kissed you. You didn't tell me about that. Now he was the one telling what was better left unsaid. He hadn't told Dalvin before now because he hadn't wanted to share their conversation that had led up to the kiss. The less said about what Vivian's ex had put her through, the better. It was after Kent did what he did. She was upset when she kissed me. It obviously didn't mean anything. Dalvin's brows lifted. I don't know if I believe that. I've seen how she looks at you now. Like you're her own personal Superman or something. I wouldn't give up just yet, if I were you. Oh, I'm definitely not giving up, but I'll hold off on giving it my best effort again until her family leaves.
Vivian rearranged the flowers in the vase until she was satisfied and then placed it on the bar separating the kitchen from the living room in the downstairs rental unit. She took one last look around. Becca and her family would be here any minute and she wanted to make sure everything looked perfect. The sound of a vehicle pulling into the space in front of the house announced their arrival. She moved to the front porch to greet them as they piled out of the family's van. Becca jumped out and ran around the front of the vehicle to wrap Vivian in a hug, while the rest of her crew came at a slower pace with their arms loaded. Becca pulled back from the hug and looked at her. I swear, you are looking better than I've seen you in years. Beach life seems to be agreeing with you. I do love it here. The past couple of months had been a time of healing, but she wasn't sure if it had anything to do with the place. Randy, Becca's husband, set a suitcase down on the porch and offered his hand to Vivian. Good to see you again. The man had never taken to her and their relationship became even more strained after what happened with Craig. Good to see you too, Randy. I hope y'all enjoy your stay here. He nodded, reclaimed the suitcase, and headed into the house. Vivian had been providing his family with a vacation spot in a prime location free of charge for the last 8 years, and he had yet to thank her or even show the least bit of appreciation. The two youngest of the Parker family trudged by with their burdens. Just as they crossed the threshold, Becca called out to them. "Are y'all not going to speak?" A chorus of "Hey, Aunt Vivi" sounded back through the open door. Becca shook her head. Kids. They entered the house behind the children. Everything had been left in a pile for Becca to go through later. Vivian refrained from shaking her head. The woman did everything for her family, but she seemed happy about it. Randy had already settled in front of the television. Maddie headed toward the hallway with the phone to her ear. Sam, the youngest, walked over to stand in front of his mother. "I want to watch cartoons, and Dad won't let me." She reached into her bag, pulled out an iPad, and handed it to him. "Here you go." Vivian realized the oldest of the 3 kids was missing. "Where's Lacey?" Becca dropped her bag on the counter before turning back to look at Vivian. "You know how kids are at that age. This is her last summer before she goes off to college, and she wants to spend as much time as she can with her friends." "Has she decided where she's going?" Becca's eyes glistened, and she blinked rapidly. "University of Virginia." Vivian rubbed her friend's arm, trying to offer what little comfort she could. "That's not too far." "It isn't, but, what, 4 or 5 hours away?" She nodded and then waved her hand across in front of her as if to shoo away Vivian's comment. "Oh, sure, we'll see each other plenty." She leaned in and whispered. "Let's go out on the back porch so we can talk." Becca never wanted to admit to anything difficult going on in her life. She had to be hurting. It was hard watching your kids go off into the world. Vivian had already dreaded it when Craig's death ripped Amy away from her quicker than she had expected. Becca turned in the direction of her husband and called out loud enough to be heard over the television. "We're going outside on the back porch to soak up some sun." No response. He didn't even look her way, but it didn't seem to matter. They stepped out to the narrow patio and sat down in 2 of the 6 rockers. The balcony overhead jutted out further than the porch, giving shade to the occupants below for much of the day. Thankfully, the constant breeze from the ocean kept the temperature at a more comfortable level. Becca reached over and tapped Vivian on the arm, drawing her attention away from the ocean view. "Tell me about Beau. I take it that things have progressed since he has invited all of us over." "That must be exciting." She shook her head. "Right now, we are still only friends." Vivian couldn't help but smile at the look of anticipation on Becca's face. "But," she made a rolling motion with her hand to prompt Vivian to finish. "But, I am finally ready to take it further." Becca huffed. "So what's the holdup?" She laughed. "I only just came to this conclusion, and there is a lot going on right now. When things settle down, I'll let him know how I feel. And I promise to call you and tell you all about it when that happens." Becca leaned back in the chair with a hand over her chest, smiling as if Vivian had just shared the most romantic tale ever told. It wasn't long before she leaned over the arm of her chair, the look of anticipation back on her face. "Now tell me when your next book is coming out. I'm dying for another one of your stories." Vivian studied her face for a moment, wondering if she was about to disappoint her friend. "I have been working on another book, but it is in the first draft stage right now. I haven't even told my publisher about it yet. I haven't even talked to my agent about it." "You mean I'm the first one to know? What's it about?" "Well," Vivian looked out toward the ocean. "Why is this so hard? Just say it." She took a deep breath and turned back to Becca. "It's a contemporary romance." Her face went blank. "What made you decide to do that? Is this about Craig?" "What? No. Telling a story would be a little too personal. Don't you think?" "No. I mean, you've changed everything." She gestured to Vivian. "Your hair, your weight, where you live. Is this another change brought on by him?" Vivian ran her hand through her short hair. I don't know. Maybe. I haven't really thought about it. I just did what I felt led to do. Maybe God is the one who thought I needed a change. It was Becca's turn to look out over the ocean. She nodded and then turned back at Vivian. You know what, I believe you're right. Now tell me what the book is about. So she did. It felt good to finally share the details with someone.
The shop closed at noon on Saturdays, so naturally, a customer came in a few minutes before closing in dire need of a vehicle repair. Beau could never find it in his heart to turn them away. It was almost 2 o'clock by the time he made it home with just enough time to take a shower and to start setting up before Gabe and Lucas showed up. His son loved to grill, but he had never really taken an interest in preparing a gourmet meal like the one they had planned. Gabe and Lucas had really hit it off, which may have been the catalyst for his interest. Working with the two of them in the kitchen would no doubt be the highlight of Beau's day. Gabe's truck was parked in the drive when Beau arrived home. Good. He was supposed to pick up shrimp and scallops from the fish market. The shellfish would have to be cleaned before they could be cooked, a time-consuming chore, one he hoped Gabe had already started on. The feeling of being behind schedule hurried his steps into the house where a crowd awaited him. Lucas stood beside Gabe helping to clean the fish, which wasn't as surprising as seeing Nicole sitting at the bar next to Amy helping to decorate a cake. After speaking to everyone, Beau stepped closer to see what the girls were doing. Amy balanced blueberries on the top edge of the cake with white frosting, while Nicole set half slices of lemons around the base. They seemed to be racing to see who could finish first. It did his heart good to hear their laughter. One of the blueberries rolled off the edge of the cake and across the counter. Beau caught it before it hit the floor and popped it into his mouth. Who made the cake? I made it at Mom's and brought it here to frost. I hope that's okay. There was no uncertainty coloring Amy's expression as she continued placing blueberries. In fact, she looked at home here in his kitchen. Beau gently squeezed her shoulder. Anytime you want to come over and cook, you're welcome. Oh, no. I'll leave the cooking to Luke. I only recently found out that I like to bake. Lucas beamed a smile at his wife. So much love shone in that one look. One of these days, I'm going to talk her into letting me teach her how to cook. She held up a blueberry like she was about to throw it at him but placed it on the cake instead. Beau walked down the length of the counter toward the living room. I'm going to get cleaned up right quick. He jerked to a stop at the unexpected appearance of a woman coming from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Hi, I'm Izzy, Vivian's sister, and you must be Beau. Her gaze slowly made the progression from his face down to his boots and then back up again. It was a strange sensation, finding this person he didn't know roaming around his house like she owned the place. Vivian's sister didn't look anything like what he expected, not that he had given it much thought. He wondered if Izzy's hair was as dark as Vivian's before being bleached. Their faces were similar, but instead of jade green, dark brown eyes looked back at him, giving him the feeling he was somehow being measured. Fair enough. He held his hand out to her. Nice to meet you. Let's not be so formal. We're practically family, and I heard you were a hugger. She leaned into him for a hug. That last statement was telling. Vivian had obviously talked about him, but what had she said that would make this woman feel like they were practically family? He put one arm around her and patted her awkwardly on the back. She was right about him being a hugger, but this one made him feel a little uncomfortable. He quickly pulled away. I probably smell like grease and oil. I'm headed to the shower now. Please make yourself at home. She kept eye contact with him as she walked on by. He was the one to finally break it. He shook his head after he entered his bedroom and shut the door behind him. Vivian's sister sure was a strange one. He wondered what she was doing here. Did she plan to help cook? He wasn't sure if he liked that idea.
Vivian reluctantly climbed into the Parkers' van. She had mentioned walking the short distance, but Randy had instantly vetoed the idea. At least they would get there quickly. She looked forward to spending time with her family and friends. And to seeing Beau again. Waiting this long had been torture. While she had waited on Becca's arrival, the other 3 occupants had walked over to Beau's house to start preparations. It irritated her that Izzy hadn't waited so she could introduce them, but of course, she didn't say anything. Then Izzy had shown up later, gushing to Becca about how good-looking the man was. Izzy had left over an hour ago, saying she would meet them there. And Becca had not stopped smiling. Vivian wondered what Randy would think if he knew the gleam in his wife's eyes was due to another man. Stop it, Vivian. She wasn't jealous. Her feelings were hard to define, but they bordered on something in the same family as jealousy. She tried to reason it out on the short trip over to Beau's. Becca was more than likely excited for her friend's sake. Being a hopeless romantic, she already pictured Vivian and Beau married and living happily ever after. Seeing Beau would cement the fairy tale picture in her head of the 2 of them together. And Izzy would never do anything to hurt her. At least she didn't think so. But if not for the sake of her sister, Izzy would be all over a man like Beau. Would he give his attentions to a woman like Izzy? She wanted to say that he wouldn't, but old insecurities over the way Craig had done her colored her view. They were at his house, standing on the front porch, waiting for him to open the door. Her anticipation of seeing him again heightened. After he invited them in, she stepped closer to him to get out of the way of the rest. He placed his hand on her shoulder as they waited. She missed the hugs and kisses on the cheek. Her family and friends knew how she felt about the man. Why was he holding back? Because you've never shared your feelings with him. That's why. She thought. Once everyone had entered, she introduced them all to Beau. Becca stared at him throughout the exchange, with a simpering smile on her face like a schoolgirl with a crush. Good grief. She was even blushing. Being a gracious host, Beau invited them in, telling them to make themselves at home. In one brave moment after everyone else turned their backs as they moved further into the house, Vivian held on to his arm for leverage, lifted up on her toes, and moved in to land a kiss on his cheek for a change. Except he turned his head just at that moment and her lips smacked against his in a brief kiss. She quickly walked away, hoping the fire would be gone from her face by the time they made it into the living room or kitchen or wherever they were headed. Right then, she wasn't even sure. Maybe she should just keep walking, out the back door until she met the cool ocean water. She took deep breaths and fought the urge to fan herself. Becca's kids made a beeline to where Amy and Nicole sat on the floor in the corner of the living room playing with Timmons. Vivian paused to take in the image of her daughter as she picked up a toy and handed it to the toddler. Momentary excitement bubbled up at the thought that in about 7 months, Amy would have a child of her own. Kaylee and Dalvin stood from the couch ready to be introduced to Becca and Randy. After the introductions were made, Kaylee placed her hand on the side of Vivian's face. Girl, you haven't fooled around and gotten yourself another sunburn, have you? Your face is a little red. She turned to look at Becca. I never leave the house without slathering on sunscreen. You can't be too careful these days. Besides, I'd turn into one big freckle if I didn't. Becca shook her head. I know what you mean. Skin cancer is becoming more and more common. Vivian had been spared answering as the other 2 women became engrossed in a conversation about skin care. She glanced over her shoulder at where Beau stood setting up a drink station on a table just outside the kitchen. He didn't look her way. What if the reason he had stopped the hugs and chased kisses on the cheek had less to do with the fact that her family was around and more to do with a lessening of interest? She blew out a breath. If that was true, then she had really made a fool of herself. Lucas and Gabe carried in trays of appetizers and set them on the coffee table. The room grew quiet as Lucas began speaking. You guys help yourselves. We have crostini with onion and fig jam along with chili lime shrimp to start us off. He gestured to where the drinks were now set up. Drinks and extra napkins can be found there. Dinner will be served in half an hour. He pointed to the large chalkboard just to the side of the kitchen entrance. This evening's menu has been posted for your perusal. I hope you all enjoy. He gave a slight bow and headed toward the kitchen. Beau slapped him on the back as he passed. Miss Vivian, how are you doing? Vivian turned to look at Gabe. He pulled her in for a side hug and a kiss on the cheek. So much like his dad. I'm fine, and I think it's about time you dropped the miss and just call me Vivian, or Vivi, if you'd rather. Whatever you do, just don't call her Vi. Had Dalvin just made a joke? She had worried over the fact that he had to switch jobs because of her, but maybe he really had needed to get away from Kent. Vivian laughed along with everyone else who was in on the joke. What about Viv? Has anyone ever called you that? Beau's deep voice seemed to vibrate through her chest. Her heart rate spiked, and she turned to look at him. He stood there with his hands in his pockets and a gleam in his eyes. No, actually no one ever has, but I'm not opposed to it. Especially not if he was the one using it. His smile deepened as he looked at her and everything else faded away. It was just the two of them, sharing a private moment. And then he looked past her toward his son, breaking the spell. Gabe, we better get back in there and help Luke, or the food won't be ready in time. Vivian looked away from Beau, her gaze moving around the room. Dalvin and Randy had already picked up a plate of appetizers and were deep in conversation, while every woman in the room stared back at her. All of them smiling. She and Beau didn't even have to touch to gain their attention. She moved to get a drink. Amy came up behind her. Where's Aunt Izzy? Vivian looked over her shoulder. She had been so caught up in her reaction to Beau that she hadn't noticed. You know your Aunt Izzy, she'll show up eventually. Amy reached past her to grab a cup and whispered in her ear. There's enough sparks flying between you and Beau to set the place on fire. He's hot for you, Mom. You need to jump to it before someone else does. Amy. Mom. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Everyone here thinks the same thing. Vivian turned and pressed her back to the wall and peeked out over the rim of her cup at the occupants in the living room. Who is everyone? Well, me and Lucas, Gabe and Nicole, all think you should go for it. One eyebrow went up as she looked at her mother. Gabe says you're the one holding things up. His dad is ready and willing. She placed her hand on her hot cheek, wondering if she would make it through the night without dying from embarrassment. If the kiss she gave Beau hadn't done it, Amy's comments surely would. Oh Vivian, that is gorgeous. Becca ran her fingertips over the mermaid crown. Someone had commissioned her to do one all in lavender. She had painted some of the shells and added lavender beads and rhinestones. Isn't it, Beau? Kaylee carefully took the crown from Vivian's hand and admired her work. Even after I raised the prices, these things are still selling like hotcakes. I have another order for one in all white. It's for a beach wedding. Good. She had a large collection of white shells she needed to do something with. Vivian had to buy them in bulk now. The need for shells had quickly surpassed what she could collect herself. And it was a plus not to have to clean them. Here are today's extras. She pulled 2 smaller tiaras and a handful of hair combs from her box and placed them on the counter, hoping to hurry this visit along. She, Izzy, and Becca were spending the day shopping. She had wanted them to see Kaylee's shop, but her friend could get long-winded, and they had other places they wanted to go. Becca and her family would be leaving the next day, and she could spend time with Kaylee later. Izzy placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm going to step outside. I want to call Holden before his shift ends to see how things are going. Vivian nodded. She watched as Izzy left the shop, her cell phone already to her ear. She had on a halter top that covered the front but left her back exposed, a pair of skimpy shorts, and a pair of spiked heels. Who wore spiked heels to go shopping? Izzy has changed so much from when she was a girl. I wouldn't have known who she was if you hadn't told me. It was hard not to notice Kaylee's judgmental tone and look as she stood there with her lips pressed together while shaking her head. She wanted to defend her sister, but it was probably better to say nothing at all. At least Izzy's leaving had given her an excuse to hurry Kaylee along. After only a few more minutes, Becca and Vivian stepped outside. They looked around them, trying to locate Izzy, who wasn't standing just outside the door as expected. Becca pointed across the street. Looks like she's picked up another admirer. Vivian lightly smacked Becca's arm as she stared at the couple. That's Kent. The one you told me about? One and the same. It suddenly felt as if she had swallowed a rock. Vivian looked both ways and then hurried across the street, practically dragging Becca with her. She couldn't be sure, but as they approached it sounded like Kent said, "I like feisty women." Oh boy. Izzy stepped closer until she was nearly pressed against him and placed her hand on his shoulder. Well, you're going to love this. She stepped up on his foot with the spiked heel of her shoe and then lifted her other foot off the ground. A grimace of pain twisted Kent's face, and he bent slightly forward against Izzy. Mess with my sister again, and it won't be your foot next time. She twisted on her heel and walked past him. He sucked in a breath through gritted teeth and hissed out an expletive as he reached down to rub his foot. Vivian stared at him for a moment, not really sure what to do. Should she apologize for her sister's actions? Becca helped make the decision when she passed between them and hurried after Izzy. Vivian followed in her wake. Becca's breathing came hard and fast by the time they caught up to Izzy. I can't believe you did that. She shrugged one shoulder. What? It was an accident. Yeah, right. Vivian sped up to walk beside her sister. Izzy, the man goes to my church. He might go to your church, but the things he said to me sure weren't Christ-like. Trust me, he got what he deserved. No doubt, Izzy told the truth. Vivian had always felt that Kent may be even slimier than what he had shown in front of her.
The rumble from the loud muffler increased as Beau pulled the orange and black dune buggy into the shop. Everything went completely quiet as soon as he cut the engine. Unlike the typical Saturday, they had been able to close right at 12 o'clock today. The shop was empty now except for him and Aaron. Man, I can't believe this is the first time you've had this thing out all year. Summer is almost over. Aaron squatted down to inspect one of the tires. He glanced up at Beau with a grin on his face. Been distracted by a certain female. That probably explains it. Probably. He missed her even now. Other than at church and the couple of times her crowd had been over to his house, he hadn't seen enough of Vivian lately. He thought about that time she had accidentally kissed him on the lips and shook his head. It had to have been an accident because her face had lit up like Rudolph's nose right after. Beau flipped the lever to raise the vehicle up just enough to get a drain pan under it so he could change the oil. Gabe invited me to go to church with him tomorrow, and then we're heading down the North Carolina coast. Yeah, he told me about that. I wouldn't mind going, but we got family coming in this afternoon. Gabe had finally finished restoring his fat boy. He and Nicole, along with all their church buddies, would be riding motorcycles. As far as he knew, Beau would be the only one in a dune buggy. He had found out a long time ago that he preferred not to be on a motorcycle. So, did you invite her to go with you? He shook his head. Just between you and me, one of the reasons I agreed to go is because I want to check out Gabe's church. What if it's a cult or something? I couldn't ask Vivian to miss services at our church to go to something like that. Aaron shook his head and blew out a breath. You might be surprised. Have you ever asked Gabe about it? No, I didn't want him to feel like I'm judging him. But that's exactly what you're doing. You think he doesn't know? Beau replaced the oil plug. Look, I know I have a problem, and I'm trying to work on it. I figure if I go check it out for myself, I won't have to speculate anymore. I'll know what's going on with my kids and will know better how to pray. Aaron twisted the lid off a bottle of oil and handed it to him. I suggest if you want to know what's going on with Gabe, just ask him. And promise me you'll go to that service tomorrow with an open mind. Having church out on the beach may be unconventional by today's standards, but the important part is the words being said.
The house was silent. Becca and her family were already home. Surprisingly, Izzy had decided to stay until Sunday, but she had left hours ago without saying where she was going, which wasn't unusual. Vivian decided to use the Solitude to work on the mermaid crown that had been ordered. She turned the all-white crown slowly around, looking for gaps where a bead or rhinestone was needed. Finally satisfied that it was complete, she gently set it on the bar in front of her and began cleaning up her mess. When she first decided to make these shell-covered crowns, she'd had no idea they would be so popular. Not for the first time, she said a prayer that the future wearer of this crown knew beyond a shadow of doubt that she would one day wear one more precious than this. One made of gold given by the Savior, Jesus Christ. Izzy could be heard coming up the stairs before she entered. She sat down on the stool beside Vivian. "I want you to go to church with me in the morning." Vivian stopped what she was doing and stared at her. As far as she knew, her sister hadn't attended services since she left home right out of high school. She had invited Izzy to her church twice since she'd been here and had been turned down both times. "Where are you going?" "Gabe's church is meeting on the beach behind Beau's place. He'll be there too. Afterwards, they are riding their bikes down the coast." "Bikes?" "Motorcycles. Gabe just rebuilt a Harley-Davidson Fat Boy, and I guess this trip is sort of a celebration of that. He said he invited you to take a ride once it was finished." Izzy smiled and raised her eyebrows. Vivian shook her head. "Oh, no. I'm not climbing on the back of a motorcycle." She started back to packing her craft supplies. "Not even for Beau?" Her hand stilled, but she didn't answer. It would be hard to say no if he asked her. Izzy stopped her with a light touch on her forearm. "I know what has been holding you back from a relationship with him. Rest assured that you have nothing to worry about where Beau is concerned. He is no cheater. Trust me, I can always tell." "Do you mean to tell me you knew Craig was going to be a cheater?" She tilted her head down and looked up through her lashes. "I was a kid when the two of you married. But yeah, later on, before he started running around on you, I would catch him looking at me in a way that said he'd like to, but he never acted on it. And I never flirted with Craig. Despite what you think of me, he was your husband, and above all else, I wanted you to be happy. I still want that for you. You deserve it more than anyone." Her heart broke a little for her sister. Without it being said, she knew Izzy thought she didn't deserve to be happy. In fact, she seemed bent against it, like a self-inflicted punishment for her sins. It was a vicious cycle. Izzy picked up the finished crown, turning it as she examined the details. "You know, you can trust Beau. I knew as soon as I met him that he was faithful." She turned and placed the crown on Vivian's head. Taking both of her hands, she looked into her sister's eyes. "He would treat you like royalty, cherish you the way you deserve to be cherished." Vivian squeezed her sister's hands. "You deserve that too." Izzy shook her head and looked away. "This isn't about me. You have been faithful to God, and He is rewarding you for it. I just hope you don't let Craig mess this up." She looked back at Vivian. "Don't let the past keep you from grabbing hold of what God has in store for you." She could say the same thing to Izzy, but she didn't. When her sister dished out unexpected advice concerning God, it blessed Vivian, but too many of the same kind of remarks going the other way, and she would be accused of cramming religion down Izzy's throat. She only nodded, squeezed her hand one last time, and then let go. Vivian removed the crown from her head and set it back on the bar. "You never did answer my question. Will you go to church with me or not?" Izzy chuckled. "You know you're not likely to get an invitation like this from me again, so you'd better accept." "Of course I'll go, but I'm still not sure I want to risk my life on a motorcycle, even for Beau." It felt like a lie. She was pretty sure she'd do just about anything the man asked her to.
Beau drew up when one of the church members plopped a beat-up metal cooler down on the picnic table beside the stacked boxes of donuts. The burly man then opened the lid to reveal plastic bottles of water and cartons of juice. What had you expected this early in the morning? He shook his head at the offer of one of the beverages and held up his thermal cup filled with coffee as he chewed the bite of donut he had taken. He'd promised Aaron to keep an open mind, and he'd had to remind himself of it twice already. They had decided to have services at 9 o'clock that morning to give them more time out on the open road. Beau wondered how many of his neighbors had been denied the opportunity to sleep in since noise from the gang of motorcycles must have awakened the whole street. Someone slapped Beau on the back. He turned to see who it was and came face to face with the man Gabe had introduced as Preacher Man. Nothing else. Just Preacher Man. Like that was the name his mama gave him at birth. Thanks for your hospitality, Brother Beau. We're about to get started. I wanted to let you know not to worry, we won't leave your place in a mess. After the service is over, some members will make sure your backyard is left exactly like we found it. Beau nodded. I just wanted to say, y'all are welcome to go ahead and have services here instead of going down to the beach. I appreciate the offer, but passers-by are more likely to join us if we are down there on the public's domain. Honestly, that was exactly what had him worried. What if the preaching didn't line up with the Word of God? He studied the man as he walked toward the beach. Beau couldn't help what he thought. In his blue jeans, boots, and a plaid shirt with the sleeves ripped off, he didn't look like any preacher he'd ever seen, especially one about to give a sermon. Gabe placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, Dad. Service is about to start. He could at least admit that his son had never looked happier. They followed everyone else down to the shoreline. The preacher held up a hand to draw everyone's attention. I promise to keep this short and sweet so we can get on the road. We didn't bring chairs today. You're welcome to sit in the sand if you need to, just don't complain about dirt in your britches later. A scattering of laughter flitted through the breeze. It surprised Beau at first how the speaker's voice could be heard above the sound of the ocean. Then he noticed that the man was wearing a voice amplifier. Let's start out in prayer. Before Beau could close his eyes, he caught sight of Vivian and Izzy walking toward them. Shock filled him to the core. He watched as they stepped to the back of the group opposite from him and bowed their heads. What were they doing here? Gabe could have invited them, but when would he have seen them? He didn't realize that he had missed the prayer until he heard everyone echoing the preacher's amen. The title of this morning's message is, What Should a Christian Look Like? Beau's attention moved away from Vivian and back to the preacher. In Matthew chapter 4, verse 18, Jesus is walking along the shore and sees two burly fishermen, Peter and Andrew. He motions with his hand and says, Come on, and follow me. I'll make you fishers of men. He made a motion with his hand to demonstrate. These two probably hadn't seen a barber in weeks, their skin must have been roughened and browned by the sun. I imagine their clothes had tears and places that were worn thin. Not to mention that they no doubt smelled worse than the fish they were hauling in. Do you think Jesus cared one bit about how they looked on the outside? A chorus of no rang out all around him. Beau could tell the crowd was really getting into the sermon. Preacher Man went on to speak about how Jesus looked to the inside of a person, and we should try to do the same thing. Beau couldn't remember the last time a preacher had stepped on all 10 of his toes. People all around were shouting out amen, not because the man was saying what they wanted to hear, but because what he said was right. At the end of the service, Beau had to bow his head and ask for forgiveness for his judgmental ways. Hopefully, the next time he was tempted to judge someone based on their outward appearance, God would remind him of this sermon. Afterwards, the preacher made an announcement that the trip would start in 15 minutes. The crowd dispersed, some standing around talking and a handful started in on cleanup. Beau ambled over to where the two sisters stood. They both looked nervous to him. Vivian's hand rubbed the back of her neck, and her bottom lip was in between her teeth. She watched his approach with wide eyes. He hadn't known Izzy long enough to recognize her tells, but her features could be described as somber. Surprisingly, Izzy was the first to speak. I hope you don't mind that we've crashed your party. Gabe invited us. Not at all, it wasn't really a party. Gabe's church has services out on the beach all the time, and I'm pretty sure anyone who wants to join them is welcome. Izzy bit her lip and looked toward his house. He followed her gaze. Where they were standing was in line with the gap between Beau's house and his neighbor's, which gave a view of the motorcycles parked out on the street. Oh. He had a dilemma. Two women with space for only one. Maybe he should skip the ride and take the two of them to lunch instead. Before he could voice the idea, Izzy spoke again. I have to head back to Shiloh, but maybe you'd like to take Vivi with you. She's never ridden on a motorcycle before. I know she'd love to try it. Izzy. Vivian hid her face with her hand. I don't own a bike, but Vivian, he took her by the hand and waited until she looked up at him. I'd love it if you'd go with me. She let out a breath and seemed to relax. Sounds like fun. Well, Beau, it was nice meeting you. Izzy squeezed his arm, but she didn't offer to hug him this time. She turned and pulled her sister close, squeezing her tightly as she spoke into Vivian's ear. He couldn't hear what she said. Vivian nodded and then released her. They watched as she walked away. He put his arm around Vivian's shoulder and led her to the front of his house. It may be selfishness on his part, but he was glad to have her to himself again. They stopped when they got to the orange and black dune buggy parked in front of his garage. She turned and looked up at him past the bill of her hat. This is what we are riding in. I promise, you'll be perfectly safe with me behind the wheel. I'd never purposely do anything that might hurt you. Do you trust me? She only studied his face for a few seconds before answering. In every way possible. Do you trust me with your heart? He didn't voice it, of course, but more than anything, he wanted her heart. He held her hand and helped her step inside. After she was seated, he began strapping her in with the 4-point harness. She giggled, drawing his attention to her mouth. How could he ever get through this day without kissing her? Now I know what a toddler feels like. She said. Well, that was effective.
It was a little scary, watching the road speed by while sitting only a couple of feet from it without the protection of a car body. Vivian wondered more than once if the thick bars overhead would really save them in a crash. The noise made it impossible to hold a conversation, and the heat was intense. But being with Beau, their fingers intertwined between them, Vivian couldn't think of a single place she'd rather be. They stopped to eat in a little bar and grill on the coast of Wilmington, North Carolina. She asked Beau to order her a water and then made a beeline to the restroom. While waiting for a stall to become available, she removed her sunglasses and evaluated her appearance in the long-length mirror next to the door. She rubbed the bridge of her nose, trying to smooth out the imprint left by the glasses. Removing the hat certainly didn't help. An indented band circled her forehead, and her sweat-drenched hair was plastered to her head. Maybe leaving her purse behind hadn't been such a good idea. After attaching the hat to the belt loop of her shorts, she bent over and ran her fingers through her hair, hoping to bring her dark tresses back to life. She stood and finger-combed it into place. Better. At least now her bangs covered the marks on her forehead. What does Beau see when he looks at you? She thought about this morning's service. Yeah, she wanted to look her best for him, but she hoped he liked what he saw on the inside too. Craig had left her feeling like there was nothing of value to see, inside or out. But not Beau. He made her feel cherished. Vivian ordered a burger and fries, just like everyone else. The food was excellent, but she questioned the idea of eating such a meal and then heading back out into the heat. They talked and laughed and flirted a little, at least she tried to flirt with Beau, but she had a feeling she wasn't very good at it. Then the waitress set a handful of peppermints in the center of the table and started handing out bills. She grabbed one of the mints and popped it into her mouth. When the waitress walked away without handing Vivian a bill, she leaned into Beau's shoulder to look at the slip in his hand. What? Did they add my bill to yours? I'm sure they can split it up at the register. No, I'm buying today. I invited you, remember? He stared down at her unflinchingly, but something in his expression made her feel like the brakes were on. Like he fully expected to be rejected once again. She leaned closer. You mean like a date? But you don't. His eyes lit up. Is this a date? It could be. She stood, and he did too. So, if I asked you out again, you'd say yes? Maybe. She tried to smile coyly, but it was doubtful she had pulled it off. At least now he knew she was ready to date again. With her face burning, she followed the rest of the women outside while the men lined up at the register to pay. Nicole looped her arm through Vivian's and walked a few feet away from the rest of the group. So, how's it going with Beau? Are you two together now? Had she heard the conversation between her and Beau? It was a little strange to see the anticipation showing in her face. Gabe's girlfriend had never initiated a conversation with her before. I would say it's going pretty good. Great, actually. She refused to answer that last part about whether they were together or not. Knowing her and Beau, they probably wouldn't date other people, but they hadn't talked about it yet, and one almost a date didn't make them exclusive. Beau came out and the first thing he did was wrap his arm around the back of her waist. As they spoke to the group around them, she would glance up at him and without fail, he would be looking back at her. She found it hard to look away. He had the same smile that lifted the corners of his eyes as before, but something was different. He leaned in closer. The rest of them have decided to explore the city and give our food time to settle. What would you like to do? I know this might sound crazy, but I'd like to walk down to the beach. See if it looks like ours. His smile brightened. Sounds good. They agreed to meet back in an hour. Beau took her by the hand and led her around to the back of the restaurant, toward the ocean. She stopped at the end of the boardwalk, slipped her tennis shoes off, and hid them under the end of the walkway. Beau did the same with his flip-flops. When they got to where the sand turned wet, they stopped. Beau let go of her hand and wrapped his arms around her waist. Different beach, same ocean. She turned to face him. Different relationship, but same trustworthy man, quietly studying her face. Are you ever going to kiss me, or do I have to always be the one? She hadn't even thought about what she was about to say. If she had, she probably would have chickened out. He leaned back with his brows raised. You want me to kiss you? Vivian's skin tingled, this time with doubt. All the gentle touches, the hugs, the kisses on the cheek, had she misinterpreted his intentions? Even now, at this very moment, she was wrapped in his arms with a romantic beach setting. This felt like more than just a date. Well, only if you want to. With a quick inhale, he pulled her closer and placed his lips firmly on hers. Just like she pictured it in her books, it was a toe-curling kiss that had her longing for more. More of his tenderness, more of him making her feel like she was something special, more time with this man whose very nature spoke of trust and faithfulness. To hear about future audiobooks by Andrea Boyd, please subscribe below. For more information about Andrea Boyd and her books, visit AndreaBoyd11.com.